All right, all right. We are live.
Hey, gang.
Sorry, you're not on cam because you know what? There's no version of this that won't start with an issue. I do believe in our hearts and souls that this is just the way we have to start every episode. So I'll get her on the screen in a second. But I'm just gonna introduce it and then I'll go do it. Guys, welcome to On Point, the gaming newscast. This is episode 62. I am CMoney. Over on that side, you see the very lovely wall of Apple presentation. Doodle will be on that other side soon, but that's Doodle over there. Say hi, Doodle.
Hey, howdy, hey.
And then with the new and improved version of his mic being hopefully taken care of, in the middle, you have our boy Madman.
Hey there, gang. Let's go. I'm ready.
Let's go. So before we get into anything else, okay, I want to give a big shout out to our Patreon supporters. We have our boy Jacob Novak and Mr. Joanna Dark. Thank you guys so very much. Next week, I will have a spot on the screen that shows them and have their name there. We do really appreciate the support. Joanna Dark says Madman still sounds like the announcer from Ridge Racer. Madman,
Let's go
to that mic, my friend.
Wait, what?
Don't look around.
The mic already? What happened?
Just that's what they're saying, and I had it fixed, so I don't know.
I don't know how I did that. I literally don't know how I
Just make sure you're talking right into there.
All right.
He's still echoing. God, mother.
What? I did nothing but.
Okay, so do me a favor. You be quiet for a second. I'm gonna try to fix your mic. Doodle, why don't you tell us what you've been playing? Okay. How is her mic not on? That's wild. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I don't understand, but I will have to fix this in a second. Once. Okay. Right now.
Hello, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
I can hear you.
baby. Hello, hello. Happy to be here.
Oh,
Happy Saturday,
yeah.
you guys.
Right.
I'm so excited that you joined us today. Welcome
Can you hear
to
me
our
right now?
podcast.
Hello.
CMoney, so your question
Hi.
was to me.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Are we good? Man, speak.
Yeah, hi. Hello.
Okay. Doodle, speak.
Hello, guys. Can you all
I need some
hear me?
confirmation from you guys in the chat and tell us. So what happened is his voice got duplicated. That's why there was an echo because her thing was
Weird.
not on properly. So now this should all be set. Honestly, I'm gonna start putting in the show notes like the first few seconds. Technical difficulties always. Like this is gonna be part of our show. Small Town Smoker, welcome, my fam.
Welcome.
Dusty,
Bro.
welcome, homie.
Welcome.
Everybody, welcome again. Listen, I'm gonna start over a little bit because my
Yes.
mind just got crazy all over the place trying to fix this. But again, just wanted to thank our Patreon members, our boy Jacob Novak and
Woo.
our boy Mr. Joanna Dark.
Woo.
Thank you so much
Thank you,
for
guys.
supporting us. We really do appreciate it. Next week, I will have a spot on the screen that shows your names on there, and I again, we do appreciate it. As you guys know, YouTube hates us, so they
Yeah,
have
there's hatred
decided
there.
to not allow us to monetize at all. So we won't find out till November if we can try to fix it again. But until then, we do have our Patreon. If you so care to support us in any way, we would really appreciate it. The Patreon link is linked at the top of the comments. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm very excited for this
I'm
week's
so
episode.
excited for this
There's
podcast,
a
you
lot
guys.
going on this week.
Ooh, it's gonna get
And
crazy.
I'm very excited for the discussions we are going to have.
Yes.
A lot of big stuff took place. It's a good time. It's a good time.
I
I'm
think
really
so.
excited.
There's gonna be some ring, there's gonna be excitement. And listen, we don't know which way it's gonna go with this discussion. I feel like there's a lot going on
Let's put it
in
this way,
different
anything can happen.
feelings, all right? We're on different corners with some of these things.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely, absolutely. All right, so before we do hop into the topics at hand, I want to start the show the same way I want to start every show with what have we been playing? So I'm going to start with Madman with his newly fixed mic.
yes.
What
Right.
have you been playing this week, my friend?
So I have played Starfield. I've been playing some Starfield, and it's very good. I do like it. I do have to get a little more into it. I'm only 2 hours or so in change in there. But yeah, I'm really liking it. I also play a little bit more Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is cool. So, I'm having a good time with games lately. It's nice.
All right, so that's what you played this week?
Yeah, I didn't get to play as much as I wanted, but I still got to play some stuff.
It has been hectic as all hell. Mr. Drano Dark says he's been playing Starfield
Ooh.
and MK1.
Yes,
Let's go.
baby.
Mortal Kombat 1
Listen,
looks
Mortal
awesome.
Kombat 1. That's like I was just talking
I'm
to
like super
Dusty
excited
earlier
for that
about
game.
it. It's like, dude, it's also kind of oh my god, I didn't press play on the thing in the back. Doodle, click the other screen behind that screen that you're
Yes.
on.
Okay.
You see the one with the apple on it?
I
And
got
just-
you.
Did you just play it?
Yep.
Okay. Now you can go back to the main screen. Damn, fam. This technical difficulties continue. No, we're good now. We're good now. Gun oh shit. Mr. John Dark says he's been playing Gunbrella as well. That is fire.
Ooh.
Jacob Novak with a reference to your short Madman coconut mauled. I gotta tell you, that
Yeah.
was an unexpected.
That was
funny
unexpected
short. I did
for
not
sure.
expect that, Madman. That was a funny short.
Thanks.
Agreed.
Oh my god. Doodle,
Yes, baby.
what have you been playing?
I've been playing a little bit of Starfield. I get kind of
Nice.
lost when I'm playing with the photo situation.
Like lost into it. Like
Yes. As soon as I get in there, like I do spend quite a bit of time. So I went into this planet and I was like, this is freaking gorgeous. Let me take some pictures. So I went ahead and I started thinking, I don't know if anybody like, I was like, what if, because they have the jumping, like when you're leaping up, right? They have that stand where you can go ahead and take the picture like that. But I was like, what if I'm in mid-air? Can I freeze there and like take the picture while I'm actually jumping, like a natural jump? So I went ahead and I said, let me try this out. So I made my character jump, right? And then I clicked the camera button really quickly and it froze up there. So
Damn.
it was so freaking cool. So I started taking all kinds of shots because it looked like I was just floating in the air. So I started turning and doing all these things, these cool tricks while my character was up there. And yeah, I got lost in that for quite a bit. I played a little Animal Crossing as usual. You guys know
Right.
how much I love that game, and not a week goes by without me either thinking about it or going to play for a bit at some point.
Nice.
Also, Fortnite, you guys, come on. My hero is back, baby.
Back
I
in
got
blood,
all the
bruh.
freaking characters. I've been rocking. It feels good to hear the music, to do the dances, to freaking go out there and whoop some ass.
Yeah,
A
it
wacky
does.
time.
It's so
Yeah,
freaking
it
cool.
does.
So I've had a little fun throughout the hecticness that this week has been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been working on making some changes. As you can see,
Yes.
Doodle, her background's a little different now, right? She has our other side now. We moved her from one side to the other side, so she has more of a background.
Yes,
So we've
baby.
been busy. We've been busy, but I have also been playing some Fortnite with the Doodle,
Yes.
and those MHA characters are dope.
They are
look dope.
insane.
I will say that that new ice like wall move.
Oh my gosh. I
Pretty
freaking
dope.
love it.
I'm definitely feeling that 100%. So, very cool addition to Fortnite. And then, yeah, I'm actually glad I still haven't played as much as I wanted to play, but I've gotten a lot more Starfield in, and I actually finally started doing some more exploring, like
Ooh,
some actual exploring out
very
in the
nice.
world. And I gotta say, it's so dope. I landed on a random planet, which was like that whole thing with like all these barriers and you can only go so far. That's crazy. There was such a big distance between like points of interest that were there.
Mhm.
It took me forever to walk from one side to the
I
other
agree.
to go
There's
to
a
the other thing.
lot of like walking and stuff like that, which I had to
I
walk to a
do
lot of
I
destinations.
love that. I feel like while I'm walking, I can find like the cave. I love seeing that. I press that the left
The
bumper.
scanner,
Yes,
scanner.
scan the area, and when I get to see, like, oh my gosh, this is like 1,000 feet away. I don't even care. I'm like, let's haul ass and go figure out what's in there.
Absolutely.
It's crazy because throughout as well, you may find things here and there. You see different animals you didn't find before. And again, you can get a lot of material from just exploring around.
For sure, for sure. So,
Yeah.
and I love the jetpack.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The jetpack is so dope. I
So
did not
I
go ahead.
was knocking you because I was like, you were like, oh look, I'm flying. And I was like a wannabe Superman because you're not really flying, you're like leaping, right? But then when you do it yourself, you're like, oh damn, I'm flying.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
you know?
and thankfully I've been upgrading it, so I've been able to, zip around and and do all
Yes.
types of stuff. So it's actually like been really great to go around. But I stumbled upon this cave, and it was wild because when you go into the cave, it almost kind of pump fakes you because you go in the cave and like there's some stuff there that you can kind of look at, but it looks like a relatively small cave.
Yes.
And it's like, all right, well, this was a lot of walk in. And yeah, there was some loot in there. I was like, all right, cool. But there wasn't really that much until I went a little further into it. Like when I kind of got to the back of the cave and I was just like kind of looking around, like, is there anything there? I noticed like this smallish type crack in the wall. Like it
Yeah.
looks like from where I was, I looked up, I was like, is that just like an indentation of the geometry? Like, did they just like, does it just look like there's a shadow there, or is
Yeah.
that something? So I was actually able to boost jump with my jetpack, right? Did a little running jump, boosted over, got to a higher area, and then I looked over, and when I looked back at the crack, now that I was higher up, I actually saw light. There was space back there. I was like, what? So I went and I jumped and, double jumped over there, and then all of a sudden, I was able to walk through the crack. Like, it wasn't a crack. I got closer and it was big enough for me to walk through, and I walked through it, and dude, that just led me to other like a series of climbing challenges, like
Yeah.
to climb deeper. Like it was literally I was going up into the mountain deeper and deeper. Then I kind of got to this place where I crested, and then I started going down like this other side into the cave, and there was like an outpost in there with like these automatic turrets that
Yeah.
were set up there, like defending the outpost.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah, and I had I blew them up so I wouldn't die because it was trying to kill me. But it was also obviously shooting something
Yes.
because the guns was going off before I got there. And I hopped down and blew everything up. And then when I was searching, and by the way, it was mad like ominous in there. Like it just was like the tone, like the musical score, everything was like ominous, very, very darkish. So I go and I found like the outpost. I went down there and I found a suit that
Damn.
was better than the suit that they say is the best suit.
Oh
Damn.
my gosh.
It
Holy
was
cow,
the
bro.
best suit is 120, the one that's under the lodge.
Yeah.
The suit that I picked up was 128.
Holy crap.
So it was
Damn.
more like it was better
Yeah.
than that one.
Well, when you hear this is the best you can have and then you find something better, it's like, fuck what you heard. You know
Yeah,
what I
well, I
mean?
guess we don't know what's actually the best in this game because at some point, I
Yeah.
guess there's so many different things going on that it can really make a
That's
difference.
freaking awesome.
Yeah, man. So I was really I was really impressed with that. And then I kept exploring and I just found my way out of the cave on the other
Yeah.
side. There was a lot of bones, like something was in there murdering people.
Mhm.
But it was definitely a really interesting
Situation.
experience on
That's
that island.
amazing.
And that
See,
wasn't even the main thing to do. Like
it
I helped some scientists do something and I ended up robbing them and doing a whole bunch of stuff. So I got a lot of gear from the main point of interest.
yeah.
But when I found this cave, it was like, oh man, this was
And that's
so dope.
amazing because that's something that somebody may possibly run right through, right? And the fact that you were
Yep.
able to find this spot and like notice that little area that could be unseen, it's insane. This is what I'm talking about with this game. The experience is so unique according to, let's say, your personality or how you decide to play for that day. Your
Absolutely.
experience can literally be different from day to day according to how you feel and how you want to continue with the game, you know?
100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the Starfield is like the gift that keeps on
There's a
giving.
lot of choice in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like choice without making choice because when you just walk in the direction, you're making a choice. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? Like that's how crazy. Like the choices come down to the most minuscule ones, right?
correct.
Landing somewhere, what a choice that makes because that changes what your next experience is going to be. It's really a amazing,
It's something
amazing
special for
game for
sure.
sure. Jacob in the chat says, "Madman, when Ouya was around, yo, I had an Ouya,
Yes.
kickstarted
Yep.
that bad boy.
True.
Actually, we had like 3. We still
Yeah.
have them. I have the
It
controllers on
existed,
the
that's
other
for
side
sure.
over there.
I feel like
Um,
those things are cool to still have, like to
oh yeah.
keep, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, for sure. It was a moment in time that never will come back, but it was
Agreed.
really cool. So he says, when Ouya was around 2013, Kickstarter console for $99, there was a game called Coconut Hut made with the Create tool to make its own games.
Ooh.
Huh.
So like your
Like
coconut
dreams.
mall,
Coconut
that's
Mall.
pretty dope.
Yeah,
Nice.
Coconut
Uh,
Mall.
Mr. Joanna Dark says, last night I played 4 hours of Starfield while
Woo!
listening to you guys. I was doing the Crimson Fleet missions. That
Nice.
I'm still in the Crimson Fleet missions, but now I'm almost like I kind of paused the main mission of the Crimson Fleet missions,
Yeah.
and I'm going to do the bounties that you can do during the Crimson Fleet mission.
Oh, I
So
like
you
that.
can go
Okay.
to the guy, get bounties, and then not bounties, the smuggling stuff.
Yeah.
Ah,
You know what I'm saying? When you smuggle stuff, man, that was an issue. You have to like navigate correctly because if you go to the wrong place and they find your stuff and you can't fight them, they destroy you, right? Like
Yeah.
when it's all of them, they just kick your ass. So you got to be really
They get
careful.
you
So I have to
good.
like navigate correctly, but it's definitely
And then
it's
you know what's
definitely dope.
crazy as like when you sometimes take a mission, it's easy to forget that while you're doing the mission, you can still explore. You know,
Yep,
like you have the mission in mind and you're like, okay, and then I got to get this back. But like you can take your time throughout and still complete the mission. Like that mission can take you as long as you want it to take you, you know?
absolutely. Absolutely 100% agreed. Um, Dusty says I was on one planet boost packing for an hour because of a
Yes.
low gravity. Oh my god, that's dope. Hey Shintaro, what's up, my man?
what's up,
Welcome,
Welcome,
Shin.
Shintaro?
brother. He says, "Hey guys, what's good? Just good." Jacob says, "When this game called Baby Steps was shown, I was laughing hard. And by the way, the clock was 11 at night, so everyone here was asleep, but I couldn't stop laughing. Damn. Yeah, that's a good time. All right. So we are at let me bookmark this time. We are going to be moving into our topic of the show.
Oh my gosh.
And I don't know if well, obviously you did when you saw the thumbnail. It's a little different of a topic
It
that I
is.
think that than most people have been talking about. But before we talk any further, we're gonna go ahead and do this. All right, we are back. That's our topic of the show, little jingle. We gotta sort out whether we like it more or not.
We'll
Let us know
figure it out. We'll figure it
if you
out.
like that
A little
song
shimmy
or how it
shimmy.
sounds. We'll figure it out. Infinite Umbra, what is up, my man?
Welcome,
Welcome, brother.
baby.
Infinite
Welcome.
Umbra,
Welcome.
infinite possibilities. So,
So I have to give you props, CMoney, for this freaking topic. It was he connected the dots. I can't wait for you guys to hear this because my mind was blown. So I can't wait to see what you guys write in the chat
Oh,
about
yeah.
this. This is crazy to me.
Yeah,
So my genius
thank
over there.
thank you,
Wow.
Doodle. I appreciate it. I listen, it's more so when I saw it and like because I know how much I'm into like the tech of it and all this stuff, like this became a big thing for me. So obviously you guys see the title. Topic of the show is the iPhone 15 Pro changes the game. Microsoft was right or Xbox was right. Um, so we know that we've been following, all these interviews, that Phil Spencer's been on. And for the longest of time, back in the day, he made it very clear that when he looks at his competition, Microsoft as a whole doesn't view Sony PlayStation as their competition because Sony PlayStation, like their whole company fits into Microsoft's, back pocket with a hole in it that lets money out. Like they're
The
so
sash for tipping.
yes, yeah, exactly. They're so insignificant as far as a threat to Microsoft as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Like Microsoft again, Xbox is obviously the one that competes directly with Sony, but when the big boy Microsoft looks at it, they could give a shit about Sony, right? So this is a big deal because they said it before. Their competition is the Googles of the world, the Apples of the world, the Amazons of the world, right? The people who, as business entities, have the actual capital in the 10 cents of the world, right? But have the actual capital, the money, the backing to be able to make a dent if they choose to, right? Now, we did see Google come into the game and they came in doing a version of cloud gaming that number one worked surprisingly well. It actually worked very, very well, but their business model is what sunk them. Okay. For whatever reason, they thought that people would buy the game on Google Stadia, but it was a cloud only client, right? So it's cloud only. So you're not it's not like you have this game that you could just play anywhere at any time. You're going to buy the game cloud only and that's it. That's where you play it. And that obviously didn't work out for them. They had an uphill battle and they were trying, they were paying for these companies to make games for them, paying a lot of money.
Yeah.
We saw all types of documents that showed how expensive it was for them to get these games over to Stadia. But the bigger thing was when they had to buckle down and decide to fully commit or not. Well, when they saw Phil Spencer buy Bethesda, they literally said, "We're not spending that type of money. We're not going to commit that hard," and they bounced,
Yeah.
right? So Google's out, right? And
Google's
that's good.
out. And yes, and I remember when this came up, I said, it's gonna be difficult to crack through what's fundamentally there, like Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox. They've made a name for themselves. So it's very difficult to go at it in that way, you know?
Agreed, agreed. So that was that, right? Now, Amazon obviously is still in the game.
Yes.
But when you look at Amazon, it seems like they're more interested in just making games. Like they have their cloud service Luna, which they don't push at all. Like
Like,
if you're a
barely.
Prime member, you'll see an ad for it or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you'll see if you look at the monthly games, they give you certain free games you can play on Luna every single month. But it's not out there, right? They're not pushing it
Like,
hard.
not they're treating it like an actual competitor to the Xbox or PlayStation or Switch.
Yeah, like if anything, they're based off what they've been doing, they're showing that they'd rather just be a publisher and make good games or try to make good games that brings them capital, right? So right now, I feel like Amazon is just kind of doing their own thing and seeing what happens.
They
Amazon's
probably
like
got
trying
bored and they're
to
like, you know what? Let's just make a game console. I think it'd be pretty
they're
funny.
they're trying to dip in things, but it's almost like they have the money to like throw at these things, but they don't know how to go about it. I feel
They've
like
been
that's what's
trying.
missing. They don't have the team, the correct team to go ahead and really make a stand in this whole situation, right? Because we
Agreed.
saw that show that they were making, spending stupid money. You know, they're making a movie with The Rock and they're paying him what 50 million a day.
Yeah,
Like they're throwing ridiculous money
that's
at
wild.
things. So it's not for a lack of money. I think it's the team. They're
Well,
lacking
that's
the
the thing.
team.
This is not a magic. I mean, if it were like that, then Xbox would have been number one a long time ago.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a. There's no magic bullet. Right? You
Yes.
can't just say I'm going to walk in here and I'll be number one. You can't. You got to
Yeah.
grow the, and especially like gaming is very unique in the sense that there are sides really hard. I mean, gaming as a whole is almost like a sports, franchise
Yeah.
type
Kind of.
situation where people have picked sides, and that's their team, like ride or die for the most part, right?
Yes.
So it's a very difficult thing to break into. But Apple is in a very unique situation.
Oh
Apple, as
my
much as
gosh.
Android is huge, right? We all know that it's bigger as an entity, but the reason why Apple is the biggest phone is because Android is just a platform, right? And then there's a bunch of companies making a bunch of different phones with a bunch of different specs and a bunch of different, price ranges, right?
Agreed. It's
Whereas Apple is not.
mhm.
Apple is the sole provider of their phone, and they only offer 2 sets of specs at a time,
Yes.
right? Plus the low price one, right? But that's for the people who just want a phone, right? Who are
Yeah.
not crazy for all the tech, right? So because of that, that's why Apple is the biggest gaming platform that there is, because they have all of these games that get made for them first. When you look at, if you want to do a comparison, they're essentially the Sony of, they're the PlayStation
Yes.
Of
of
the
the
phone
phone world,
space.
right? Like
Yeah.
everybody's making their game first for Apple, then they get ported over to Android, right? So the thing about Apple is phone games used to be just phone games,
Mhm.
right? Like
Like more than
even
things for your thumbs to do rather than actually for an
yeah,
experience.
I mean, they've over the years have slowly grown and showed us more and more, better looking graphics, bigger game experiences, but
Yes.
nothing that I would say a hardcore, Xbox, PlayStation fan will say, "Yo,
Remember when
this is
Not
my shit. I
significant
gotta
enough.
play
Yes.
this."
remember that game Florence became like super popular for like a little while there with like the gaming community, stuff like that. It got
Yep.
like a meme
There's been
course.
indies that have come from the Apple space who moved over to the bigger platforms and console spaces, right? Um, but that was always like a situation where
A
the
rarity.
games were still small, right? They were indie like games. The quality wasn't huge, a big
Like it wasn't like AAA like something you see on an
yeah,
Xbox or
nothing that's moving the needle in gaming per se, like hardcore gaming, right?
Yeah.
Again, indie stuff, smaller stuff, tons of that, right? Now, Mr. Joanna Dark says that, but in order to play these games, you need $1,000 phone to entry. Yes, but obviously they go ahead and you're only paying $30 a month for that new phone. Plus, you need a phone, right? So if you are someone who is a gamer, like there's people who don't play games who are buying a $1,500 iPhone.
Exactly.
They just did it on Friday, right? And they're going to be picking it up this week, right? Like myself.
And they're
But
sold out. Some of them are sold out to the point that
oh,
you can't get them
of
till
course.
November.
Yeah, October, November now they're pushed out. But
Mhm.
so the point is that people are going to buy, they're going to have these phones regardless,
Yes.
okay? And this is the shit about this, right? This is why this is so insane, because if you watched Apple's keynote, okay, they, showed their phone, all that stuff. The regular phone is dope, but then they showed the Pro model, okay? The Pro model is all the typical type, normal upgrades that they have in their iPhone that people who are Apple fans love.
Yeah.
Okay, which just is what it is. Whether we agree on whether it's great or not, it is. I got
Listen,
into the
enough
Apple ecosystem back when the first iPhone came out, and I'm so entangled in it. I can't go anywhere else. I have
You've
an
you've
Android.
tried.
Yeah, I
And
have an Android, and I hope that I can like replace. I can't. It's just very different platforms. So, you know, I keep one for work and um one for personal. But
Right.
the point is that remember, I'm not paying for that phone. I didn't give them $1,500. I'm just giving them the $30 a month or whatever because my phone is, you know, needs to be upgraded. But the point is that the barrier to entry is not huge, right? People can go ahead and just buy a new phone, right? But when they showed the 15 Pro and the 15 Pro Max, they had a gaming section. Now they've had this in the past, and in the past they've shown some developers coming out with their, you know, iPhone game, right? It's like a bigger game, but it's like an iPhone game, right? Like that version is coming.
Yeah.
But this time they had Resident Evil 4, the remake, not a dumbed down version, a version of the game that they're making specifically for the iPhone, but it is regular Resident Evil
Like
4
it's not
remake.
compromised.
It's not compromised. They also have Resident Evil Village coming.
Nice.
Okay. They also have Death Stranding coming.
Damn.
The actual games. And this is
Are these
the
native
biggest
or like
one. This is the
stream?
biggest one right now. This is the biggest one. They have Assassin's Creed Mirage. The game that is not released yet is coming. Now it's coming later in the beginning of next year because they're working on it to make this port of it. But the point is that right now Apple has shown us the future warfare that they are bringing to consoles.
Native or
Yep.
streaming?
Native.
Damn.
The actual AC Mirage. Okay. Now, to be clear, we just had a Nintendo Direct that we'll talk about later.
All right.
Yes.
But in that Nintendo Direct, we also got a Assassin's Creed game.
Mhm.
We
But
did.
we got the baby brother version of the Assassin's Creed franchise, which is
Yes.
their side scroller. I even forget the name of it.
We-
It looks fun.
I didn't
But
even
the point
notice.
is that Nintendo, who is a major console manufacturer, a hardcore gamer,
I think you're thinking about
who
Prince of
love those
Persia.
brands, come to play that. Oh yeah, not Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia. You're right. I'm thinking Ubisoft in general. They're showing Prince of Persia, right? But Assassin's Creed and Prince of Persia, they have a lineage together. But meanwhile, you have the phone company coming out showing you big boy versions of these games. These are console versions, and they're having ray tracing built into these games. The phone has built-in hardware ray tracing. Hardware, not software. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much PlayStation has going on when it comes to hardware ray tracing, but they have hardware ray tracing in this phone. Now, obviously, this year, okay, is the first year that they're at this level, okay? But what do we know about phones?
Every year, baby.
Every year,
Literally.
another phone is coming out. Every year, they're pushing it forward. This brings up a major situation because if a iPhone right now can play the newest games that are coming, right? If you can make Assassin's Creed Mirage, if you can make Resident Evil Remake, this is a huge thing going forward because right now, yes, it's only in the Pro, okay? And that's why there's not tons of support, right? Because they're still using for the base iPhone 15, which the masses are going to buy, right? Less people buy the Pros, most people buy the regular i15,
The baby
iPhone
bitch,
15,
like
right?
yeah.
So the regular one does not have the capability to play Resident Evil 4 or any of these other games, right? So obviously developers who are doing this right now, it's more of a proof of concept, like look at what we can do,
Mhm.
right? But iPhones, what they do is every year, the big boy Pro model becomes the regular model. So next year's iPhone, each one that they release, the base will be this year's Pro, and then next year's Pro is going to be that much more powerful. And then the year after that, it'll be more powerful. And the year after that, it'll be more powerful. Now, remember, we're talking 2028, maybe for the new systems,
Yep.
maybe
Yeah.
2027 if they go early. That's literally 4 years from now. 4 years of iPhones becoming more powerful every single
Can you
year.
imagine the iPhones being on par like the Series X and shit like that one day? Or PS5 or the next gens? Like shit, that's creepy to think about.
Well, of course. Now, Eric Reed, he puts in here a good point in the chat, right? So he says, I have a Red Magic 8 Pro. It's more powerful than the iPhone. So once native games on phones become more prevalent, I'll be swimming good without an iPhone. And that's dope, right? That's true. But the problem is there are so many Android phones, right? So
Yeah.
what you run into is optimization issues. So what's going to happen is that it'll be the same as PlayStation and Xbox, right?
Mm.
So right now, people make their games for PlayStation, all these third parties, right? And then they port it over to Xbox, right? And what happens when we see Digital Foundry? The Xbox version is always a little gimped, right? Not running it to, first of all, it's a more powerful system, somehow loses in frame rate battles
Mhm.
constantly, losing in, yeah, it has a higher resolution, but they'll all number of issues that come from the fact that they're porting it from the PlayStation to the Xbox Series X, right? So unfortunately, the likelihood is that come iPhone time, when they're making their games for iPhone, they'll be able to go ahead and port it over to Android, but they're going to be doing like a blanket version to kind of cover the most specs of Android phones, and it's not going to be optimized to the metal like it will be for iPhones going forward, which is wild. But we are in that future, Eric Reed, where 100% you're going to be in a situation where you have the phone already. You have the phone already. New games are coming out. My question, and I know I went long on kind of setting this all up here,
Okay, I'm loving
but
it
we're
because
gonna,
I did not see this, and I understand where you're going with it.
yeah. So I want to bring you guys in on this, and so I want to kind of ask, um, when thinking about the fact that you know Apple is essentially like coming into the console game market, right? They're taking console games and putting them on their phone.
Yes.
I mean, do you think like how long do you think before there's number one, more developers literally coming on to make games for the Apple phones? How long do you think before Apple starts seeing exclusives?
Oh my
So,
god. Can you
Money,
imagine?
this
Like
is
they buy the
this
rights to like the next Rainbow Six or whatever the heck. I don't know. Or so
Yeah,
like the next Assassin's Creed.
absolutely, absolutely. Let's start with Doodle, and then man, we'll bring you in.
So, see, Money, when you talked to me about this, it blew my freaking mind. We've been hearing Phil Spencer talking about how he's not looking at PlayStation, and I can only imagine that it was because he knew this was coming. They've been trying to get games on phones. Phil has been always talking about the cloud and making it easier for gamers to play. So the fact that this came up and the only way I can think that this went down was that Phil, as he's running around handing out 4-year contracts, he's been trying to figure out how to get his games on the iPhone, right? So Apple keeps knocking it and Apple keeps knocking it, right? And we know Phil, right? He went and got Final Fantasy. So obviously he doesn't give up easily. He tries to get what he wants. They have the money to go ahead and get in and not make the most, but get in there, right? So they don't need the money. They just want to get everywhere that they possibly can. So the idea of like, why do we keep getting knocked down by Apple? Why are they not even trying, right? To go ahead and have an agreement with this
Yep.
tasty deal that we're bringing them. It
Delicious.
only makes sense that they're working on something, that they're doing their own thing. So that will freaking light up a light bulb and say, we have another piece coming to really come into the gaming situation and really take over. Because again, what do we talk about? Facilitating the way we play games. What do we always have with us? We have our phones. Let's not try to act as if these phones don't sell out, as if people are not going crazy trying to upgrade their phone or trying to get the brand new Apple phone. So this is just the beginning of what's to come. When
Absolutely.
they really figure things out and they go ahead and the year after, next year, when it's easier to go ahead and get these things going, that is not just buying the most expensive phone. Dude, kids, parents, this is insane.
Dude, how long before Apple makes their own controller? That
Exactly.
they
Their
And
own
you
wanna that
can
they're
go
gonna
console.
sell
ahead.
you
A
right at
new
that
console.
time when you're getting that phone, it's like add-on, gaming controller.
Exactly.
What?
Dude,
Gaming controller?
this is genius. This is insane. This actually explains why Phil has been running around buying all these studios. This
Absolutely.
actually explains what the monster behind him that he knew was coming, that he's preparing for, right? Again,
Absolutely.
Phil is talking about cloud gaming, facilitating. He doesn't even want any heat with the portable, right? Why not, right? Because he's thinking, shoot, the portables, when it comes to your phone, you're not even gonna want that, right? Now, we have these big games that you're talking about, CMoney,
Yep.
but this is just the first ones in, you guys.
Yep.
The moment that these companies, these studios start to realize that people on their phone playing the game, dude, how many more studios or how many more games are gonna wanna jump on that ship?
Absolutely.
It's gonna be insane. This
Absolutely.
is the future that Phil saw and that he was preparing for. This is insane to me.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought it up, but that's 100% why when Microsoft says, "Let's buy Activision for $69 billion,"
Yes, dude, if
is
Call of Duty
because
gets
they know
freaking oh,
dude, Apple can buy them.
over,
Apple can
over,
pay the cash for Activision.
Bro,
yes,
If
Phil
they
Spencer
made
probably
Call of
saw like a
Duty
vision or some shit and saw everything
exclusive,
play out.
bro, that would be wild.
game over.
Eric says that phone will be $1,600. Bet.
Yeah,
But no, it's already out. Like we're getting it on Friday. And if you buy the 256 gig and you buy the smaller one, there's two. There's the Pro and the Pro Max. They both have the same insides. It's just one screen is bigger. If you buy the smaller screen and the lesser amount, it's $1,000.
yep.
And I mean, if
Again, you go ahead and you figure out what type of plan you need. The point is that these phones, dude, they reach out to you about upgrading your phone. You're
yep,
always going to need a phone,
yep,
right? So if you do an upgrade and they facilitate the way that you smoothly pay for the phone while paying for your plan, it's a no-brainer.
yep,
Yes, let's say you're paying an extra $20, even an extra $30 on your freaking bill. You're still getting a brand new phone in which you can go ahead and play these freaking games. Guys, let's not talk. We're forgetting about the next gen refresh and how Phil went out there and he was saying, we're really thinking about what that means, about how we can possibly,
absolutely.
instead of changing the box, we can have an actual add-on that can be a refresh, right? And then for the next refresh, they can do the same thing. His mind is thinking, how can we yearly keep up with the iPhones, right?
Yep,
It would be a definitely to do the refresh much more friendly, right? When it comes to money, to go ahead and just hand you a piece that you're buying
yeah,
rather
make a
than make
modular
you an
system.
entire box. That's where the money is at. They need to go ahead and make the entire thing. If they can crack down how to give you that little piece that is going to enhance the frames per second, the freaking graphics, and everything else, right?
Yep.
Then they can go ahead and keep up with Apple's yearly phone release, and that's a fight. Right there, we're ready to fight.
So absolutely fantastic points. These are things that I was going to bring up as well. So you 100% nailed it.
Thank you.
Eric and Dusty actually puts in here, and this is the thing for the people who are with Apple already, which
Yes.
we know are in the millions and millions and millions.
Yes.
You know, the Apple upgrade program. We just did yours, Doodle, today.
I did
right?
mine
We
today.
literally just did yours today. We're upgrading to the new one,
Mhm.
and she has the 14 Pro. We're getting the 15 Pro, and her bill is actually going down.
Yeah.
Her monthly payment is going down because when we bought hers, we paid full price for it. And then now the trade-in program that they have, that we're sending her old phone back to get this one, actually lowers the price. So she's actually saving $24
Yeah.
a month by upgrading, which is a no-brainer.
Yep.
Right? She just paid for Game Pass
Exactly.
with the upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Which is wild.
Which Philly, we're waiting for that family plan. We have freaking
Oh, yeah,
3
yeah.
accounts of
We
freaking
pay
Game
for
Pass
3
here.
separately right now,
we
so
need you to come through, Philly.
we do. Now I can tell you right now, Dusty, he put Apple Vision Pro. They have that Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah,
It's super
baby.
expensive, but I could tell you right now, this not this year, but once this becomes prevalent, the idea that I could just buy the Apple Vision Pro and
Mhm.
play these games right
Yo,
there,
insane.
right on my, I don't even need a screen. Like I don't need the little phone, right? I'll have it on my big screen right here in front of me. Crazy.
Yep. It'll be a
Dusty,
lot easier to jump that ship, right?
yeah,
Get that.
absolutely.
Heck
To
yeah.
pay for that,
And
I'll
then,
do it.
your phone, if you're normally upgrading it and you're like, shoot, I don't need to upgrade my freaking Xbox. I can go ahead and not upgrade my PlayStation, and I'm saving that money and put it towards whatever I want to do with a freaking phone that I carry around all day long, 24/7. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's crazy.
Dusty says, ever since Apple released a game porting toolkit, gaming for Apple has been changing finally. Yeah, so they have been making it easier to port these games and get more games. It's they're making moves in the background, but because their mainstream doesn't really look at them as a gaming console right now, they do everything low key. Like right now, they're not blasting this. They put it on the in their keynote, and if you know, you know, right? So the people who were watching that was like, oh
Yep.
snap, I can actually do this. There's a lot of people who can't afford to justify buying a game console,
Mhm.
but everyone can justify
Buying
buying
a
a
phone.
phone because it's necessary. And that, my friend, is where things change. But before we go further, I want to get Madman's take on what's going on here with this whole situation.
It's tactical. That's what it is. Because Apple knows that they have the money, and if they have the determination and not just like doing it for the fun giggles like Google and Amazon, they can be a serious threat considering that they are the phone to get for a lot of people because of their good prices, at least in the phone space. And like their hold on the market, the tech market in general. So I think that like Xbox and PlayStation would be shaking in their boots right now if Apple really took it really damn seriously. Because right now they're like taking baby steps. Once they start walking, once they start running in the field,
Oh my
I think they'll
gosh.
be like an unstoppable force, quite literally.
You
Absolutely.
are correct, Madman. This is just the beginning. And I saw Dusty, he brought up or an iPad, right? This is what they're doing with the phone. We
Oh, yeah.
don't know what they have planned for the iPads or their computers. We don't know what's coming. I think Philly has an idea. And CMoney, again, hats off to you, bro, for connecting these dots. This is huge. You foresaw like what they're doing and what's coming. As soon as you heard it, that clicked. I'm very impressed. You're the smartest person I know. I know that.
Thanks,
But
dude.
to see you see that and see what's really happening here, hats off.
Yeah, we got to bookmark this episode and come back to it in the future and see
Yeah.
what transpired. Jacob says buying a new phone each other year is hard. So this is the thing, Jacob. I agree with that 150%. But you know, people tend to buy phones and rock them and then
Mhm.
change only either when necessary or when there's like a big like landmark or change shift in the phone, right? So when iPhone finally went and changed their shape, remember it was rounded and then they changed to a little square. It was like, okay, but then they got the big ones, right? So there's people who just went to the big ones and then stayed and they waited until the next transformation, right? this is the thing right here, guys, and this is the big deal. Remember, this year is the last year that there's a division. Okay. That means the smaller iPhone versus not the smaller, but the regular iPhone versus the iPhone Pro.
The Pro,
This
yeah.
is the final year that if you buy the regular version, you are missing out on playing the big games. Okay, the console games that they're bringing over, right? So next year, I predict will be the big shift where people are like, okay, now I can buy the regular phone and I have access to the
Yes.
major console games that are coming out. Remember, these games are releasing right now on the Series X and the PlayStation 5
Crazy,
and the
guys.
Series S. So
That's insane.
if these games can be played right now, theoretically speaking, the next time you would need to upgrade your phone to go further would be when the new console's coming out, which is 4 to 5 years from now,
Mhm.
right? So in 4 to 5 years, if you change your phone every time a new console comes out, you're golden, right? Like that's
Yep.
more than enough time to wait to upgrade. But that being said, we know that there's a lot of people who will upgrade. And what's going to happen is that the iPhone ecosystem, just like every time you buy an iPhone, all the games you play all work on all of the versions, right? The only place that that's different right now is going to be the Pro versus the non-Pro. Starting next year, once every version is capable of doing it, they will always be capable of doing it because Apple's stack allows the scaling to happen between their systems. So you make it for one and then it works for all.
Exactly.
That is a
Which is actually the
huge thing.
big divide when we talked about Final Fantasy, right? And what did they say? They said, how much easier? Why can't we just have the same box everywhere so that it's easier to go ahead and set up for these games, right? So it's like the iPhone, it's all gonna work together. For them, that's just nice and easy, bro.
Yeah,
Nice
absolutely.
and easy. You gotta highlight this freaking message in the chat from Dusty about Doodle cupcaking.
Oh, oops.
Ooh.
Now Doodle's cupcake and laughing my fucking ass off.
Yes, baby.
Oh, that's good. You know, Jacob brings up an idea here. It says tricky question. How is PlayStation taking this year? So
Exactly.
we're gonna talk about the PlayStation Direct, or was it State of Play that they do? So we'll
Yes.
do that.
Yeah.
So obviously we know this year they have Spider-Man, and I can tell you we'll talk about it deeper, but this look at Spider-Man was way better than the last look at
Agreed.
Spider-Man, right? So that I think that's gonna be fine. Everything else is they're in a bad state with baby steps, Jacob says.
Listen,
That's
this is
funny.
the thing. We talked about this, and it's kind of like, yes, we know what Microsoft has been doing. We know what Xbox has been doing, but PlayStation's gotten hit hard this year. PlayStation's been going through a lot.
Yep.
Jimmy Jim has kind of lost it in the gist of like in the middle of this entire situation. What does this mean for PlayStation?
I tell you right now, this Apple news, okay,
It rocks them
it
all
brings King David's idea that there may not be another PlayStation more in like
in part.
perspective,
Yes,
right? I think there will be another PlayStation, but I think this is possibly the
this is
last
gonna
one.
rock them, bro.
Because this is a big deal. Like they're not prepared for it, but I mean that really is what it is. They're not prepared for it. But
Mhm.
the other, so obviously now I think with this news of the Apple phone being able to run these console level games, right? Obviously, the biggest hurdle that Apple has is exclusives, right? Now, let's be clear. Apple gets exclusives because if you are subscribed to the Apple Arcade, you will know that there are many exclusive
Yes.
That's
games
true.
to the Apple Arcade that they keep away from Google's, subscription. Okay. So Apple has no problem
No.
getting exclusives if they so choose to, right? So if you think about Apple, another big point that we all need to be afraid of. And I wouldn't even say afraid because, obviously competition is the best thing going, like the best thing possible. And forever we're like nobody could break into the main 3.
Yes.
But if iPhone does this the way it looks like it's going to go, it looks like it's going to be, these first games that are coming out are going to be a barometer. And the people are going to say, wow, how many people are buying this version of this game? And not everyone who has an iPhone can play it.
Mhm.
Only the people with the pros can play it.
Yep.
Next year, what is that going to do? So the thing is, and I wanted to kind of bring this up, and Mr. Joanna Dark just kind of brought it out. What if Apple buys EA?
Exactly.
What if Apple
That would be
buys
something else. They
Ubisoft?
would break
Mhm.
gaming.
What
Sure.
if Apple buys Take-Two
Yes.
and
Yes.
gets
And
Grand Theft Auto,
Yep.
Red Dead Redemption,
Yes.
NBA 2K, all of these
Exactly.
games? This is the thing, guys. We don't understand Apple numbers.
Yep.
Okay, we don't understand Apple numbers. To be clear, they don't rock like Xbox and PlayStation
They
numbers
do not.
They're the millions and millions and millions of people who buy iPhones every year, and then every year it just stacks.
Yep.
They reset over and over again. I could tell you right now, if Apple wanted to,
Yo.
they can make moves to rock the gaming industry.
Yes. And guess what?
Now.
When they make these moves, no one is gonna pay attention to it because this is the problem. Phil has to be careful with the moves that he makes and the purchases that he makes because obviously we don't want him to dominate, right? He's thinking, what can Apple do, right? We don't want him to go ahead and take out the competition, but he knew the competition that was coming. Because right
Yep.
now, if Apple decides to start buying whatever they want to buy, there wouldn't be a question, right? Why?
Yep.
Because they're not running around buying studios. This will be a new thing. It wouldn't be Apple trying to take over.
Yep.
It would be Apple making purchases that will go by unquestioned.
Absolutely.
And that they have on their side.
Yep.
Apple can go
Basically,
ahead
whoever's
and
their
make
first
very, very big moves right now.
whoever's their first purchase is gonna go through with no problem.
Oh, without,
So
yep.
if they go to that level, it'll be mind blowing. The like everything would change.
Exactly.
Joanna Dark brings in a good fucking point, man.
Let's go, baby.
What if Apple brought back the iPod Touch, but strictly for gaming?
That would be
Yo.
cool. The iPod gaming.
That would be wild.
That would be insane.
That would be wild. The only thing that they would have to do theoretically is have a ability for it to get on Wi-Fi, which I believe it has. And that would be, I would say, probably a little more restrictive. The only way I think that would happen is if they make it super cheap. So if they come in with the power of the other ones, but since it doesn't have all of the other features and is strictly focused on gaming, they could reduce the cost. I think that'll be a big thing. But I think Apple's real, Trojan horse is the fact that they're putting a gaming console in your pocket every
That's
year, whether you want
crazy.
it or not.
That's
Whether you want it or
crazy.
not. If you show up and you just want the new iPhone, which many people do,
Yeah.
they have a gaming console in their pocket.
That's
And guess what?
insane.
They may not be avid gamers, but maybe they see an advertisement on their phone about the new Resident Evil game, and they're like, "Oh my god, I played at Resident Evil when I was a kid. What? It's on sale, $40 or whatever it is.
Oh my
I could
gosh.
play the full one here. Let me play." And then boom, they're gonna be able
They're
to.
gonna be like, oh my gosh, it's easier to go ahead and play on my phone than it is to go sit down at home and find the time to go and
A powerful
play it.
Switch without the Switch.
It's
you know?
easier,
Yeah.
yes, but it's also easier than carrying an actual, a handheld, right? You carry your phone in your pocket, guys,
Dude.
or in your purse. Like you literally have to pack up your handheld and carry as well. This is insane.
Dude, Jacob talks about you get that iPhone form factor and it's only for gaming, that you could then hook it up to your Apple TV and have a home console.
Oh my God,
Bro,
yes, thank
Dude,
you,
we
the
were-
Apple TV.
We were talking about the Apple
Yes.
TV. Like when I was
Oh
talking to
my
Doodle about this, I'm
gosh.
like, dude, what if they put the chip in the
in
Apple
the Apple
TV?
TV, you guys.
If they put the
That's
chip
their
in the Apple
console.
TV, you're done.
You're
That's your
done.
home console. It's what, $129? Even if they boost it up and say $200,
Yep.
and you're playing console
Take it. Let's
level
go. Give me my
games,
shit.
right? Put in a SSD, like a one of your cards in there,
speed.
or hook something up to it, a hard drive.
Yeah.
And you're fucking golden, bro.
Yep.
It's wild.
The levels as to what can come from Apple doing this is insane. And this is going to be the even crazier part. This is going to be the crazier part. What if Microsoft looks at that and says, well, it's not PlayStation, so let's put our first party games there.
Oh my gosh.
What if they say, you know what? How do we get people into our ecosystem? Let's put Halo Infinite on the phone.
Oh my God. Guys, let's not act like Phil is not like with that, right? He's about gamers playing
He wants to reach everywhere. And
He wants to make sure Call of Duty's everywhere, Minecraft's everywhere.
The only place that's a bad look for Xbox to put their first party games is PlayStation. Because
A really bad look.
War that exists. But you know who doesn't have a war? Xbox and iPhone.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have a war. And why take somebody and say, man, hopefully they'll come buy an Xbox? He knows it. He said it. He said it. There's only so many gamers between them and PlayStation. And that pool doesn't grow. People come in and people get out. So that pool stays the same. So all they're doing is shuffling around the same players. They're shuffling around the same players. Phil has said that mobile is where the market is.
Out of his mouth.
Is where the growth is. They know they need mobile. They need it. And what better way than to say, hold on, we can make a native version of our game and put it on an iPhone and reach millions and hundreds of millions of different players who never, ever, ever would have even bought an Xbox.
Agreed. That's insane, dude.
That's wild, dude.
That is wild.
Jacob says, think about it. Apple might take revenge since Microsoft and Xbox bought off Bungie and Halo from Steve Jobs, who created it for the Mac, which is Apple. Listen, it's been a slow burn, but Apple has been playing the long game.
Yep,
They've been slowly investing. As soon as they put, controller support, which before it was only the bootleg Apple controllers, right? They weren't theirs. They were third party, controller support for Apple alone, right? They opened it up. Now you can connect any controller to your phone, any Bluetooth controller to your phone. They've been slowly
taking the steps
to this moment. And just like Joanna Dark says, Apple is like Steam. They have a storefront. People see this every day. They go into the store, they see apps blown up. Can you imagine if you open your iPhone and Halo Infinite is right there?
CMoney
Play Halo Infinite.
Damn mind.
By the time they release it, $39.99 or whatever it is.
Crazy.
Dude, native plus automatic cellular connection. Come on, man. Come on. You'll be hard pressed, especially if Xbox brings more of their games over. Come on, dude. And let's put Xbox on the side for a second. Let's say Xbox does that. Where does that leave PlayStation?
Exactly.
It leaves PlayStation fighting for what? For who? The same PlayStation players that they already have?
Yep.
If Xbox goes ahead and does that, that'll be insane, dude. That'll be insane.
Agreed.
Dusty says, gaming console, media player, film creator, and editor, all on your phone. That's wild. And they're gonna, that they're just gonna keep working on making that technology of AirPlay, where you have your phone right here, and then you don't connect shit, just leave it charging, and boom, it's on your phone, on your TV. And you have your controller in hand, and you don't even need a console. You just have your phone. You got AirPlay right to the TV.
Oh my god!
Because we know Apple is big enough to change everything, no matter what market. So they can easily go to Samsung, LG, all these people. Right? First of all, most of them already have it. right?
But
But let's enhance the connection between our iPhone software and your TV, so there's a lossless connection, so
yes.
it transfers over, or even it uses the power of the TV to upscale the signal that's coming over there so it looks sharper and runs better. Yo,
Let's not forget the
holy shit.
reason why, obviously, CMoney, right? You have a
Yep.
difficult time letting go of your iPhone, right? You have the other one, you jumped ships, but you kept your iPhone. You're like, no, I need the iPhone. Why? Because it goes with your freaking iPad, your computer, and everything else is just all together seamlessly. Dude,
Okay, so I wanna bring this up because I was gonna talk about this, but Mr. Joanna Dark, as usual, straight on the facts
let's
here,
go,
okay?
baby.
He says,
Right.
"What if PlayStation and Apple cut a deal
Oof.
or sell themselves to them? That would be crazy."
Okay,
Now,
Well,
so
that would
Doodle,
be
we
we
had this
had
something.
this
conversation. Now,
conversation.
listen to this, Mr. Joanna Dark. What if, right? Obviously, we're talking Xbox, right? Owned by Microsoft, right? They're a little, they're their own thing, right? What if Apple says, let me buy the big dog, PlayStation? And now we're face to face. Apple and PlayStation, Microsoft, Xbox. Where does that
That
leave Xbox,
would
right? We're
be a
back to
battle.
being
Now,
that will
guys,
be an even feel
think
battle, you
think about
guys.
this, guys. Before this moment, I could tell you right now, before this moment, it's like, yeah, it would be cool. I mean, not cool. It would be crazy if Apple bought them, but it's like, what would they really want to do in this market, right? Because it doesn't benefit the Apple business.
Yes.
Guess what? Now,
Now it does,
now
baby.
with their phone capable of running console
Woo.
level games, if they bought PlayStation and keep the
Yo,
PlayStation going, but being able to have first party PlayStation games on the iPhone,
which
bro,
brings
you
us back
selling
to Jacob when he
holy
was
shit.
talking about the beef that Microsoft had, right?
Yep,
What better thing to do for us for Apple than to go ahead and get PlayStation? Man, Xbox is back in a pickle when
that
you
would
really
be
think about it. No
wild
matter how
because
many studios they bought,
that
they're
would be
back in a
crazy.
pickle.
That would be so crazy. They would have to I don't even know what they would have to do if
Yeah.
that were the case because
Because we
this is a
know that
whole different thing,
PlayStation
man.
sells a lot more, right?
Yep,
We're talking about Apple facilitating these things on their phone. If first party PlayStation games come straight into your iPhone, oh my god, that would be mind blowing. PlayStation will
so
not be going
crazy.
anywhere. Now, we talk about, and I was very verbal about how, you know, Philly was kind of corner into doing the making the moves that he did, right? That he made. PlayStation is getting all these exclusive things. Now they have to go ahead and buy so that they can get Starfield, right? They bought the freaking building,
Yep,
right? Actions have consequences. So I don't think that PlayStation or Sony would have just magically sold, but I do think that the as a consequence of Xbox buying all these studios and then feeling kind of squeezed out um of their pedestal, right? What is the action? What is the reaction to Phil's actions? If
yep.
there's an offer from Apple, I mean, is looking mighty tasty.
I can't see a downside
No,
to Apple
buying
buying
PlayStation.
PlayStation
It seems like the next natural move.
because that's what we're talking about, right? Exclusive content
Mhm.
is going to be the other deciding factor. Now, I will say that because you already have the phone, having exclusives are not the end all be all.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think so because I think you have the phone already. Even if you can't play Halo and you can't play, PlayStation exclusives, but you have all these third parties bringing their big boy games to your phone.
Yeah.
I mean, you can play the majority of your games there if you so chose. I mean, obviously, Xbox has Game Pass, right? So that's a big difference, right? Because iPhone, obviously, you'll be buying all of those games, where on Game Pass, some of those might go into Game Pass. But, again, Apple can make exclusive deals. What if Apple Arcade expands and it grows to more than just the arcade games, but the Apple subscription gets you a big boy version of their version of Game Pass, where they have these big games that are in there, and instead of $5, it's $15, and they take another $10 from hundreds of millions of people. Come on, man. Like the opportunity there is insane. Jacob says, CMoney, I can see the same thing happen, which happened before the 2000s. You see, Nintendo actually created Legos, which was round and not square, and compared it to Legos in an ad.
Really?
And Lego sued and lost.
Oh.
You can make these things.
Yep.
Oh man, Joanna Dark's bringing it back. I remember Infinity Blade on iPhone by Chair. Back in the day, graphics were insane.
Yes.
I can tell you that I played the crap out of Infinity Blade.
If graphics were insane then, imagine what's coming.
Dude, they're making these full-fledged games. It's insane. It's insane.
Is crazy.
Like you gotta be Ubisoft right now, and they're thinking, God, why the hell are we making these mobile versions of the game? Right? They're doing it for Android right now, right? But they can focus their entities on making these ports to the iPhone. I don't see a world where come next year we start seeing a hell of a lot more games on the stage on the next Apple event.
Yep. I'm sorry, Microsoft, but you
Apple
are
event.
dealing with a beast. The
Because
technology from Apple is insane. Dude, just the app, the new watch. If you're into this stuff, go check out. If you have not, check out their new freaking watch. It's insane. It's crazy.
Agreed. I want to check something real quick. Are sold each year. Okay. So let me give you guys some perspective. Okay. Jesus Christ. If you don't think this is serious, okay? If you don't think this is serious, let me fill you in real quick. Again, remember, this is the last year that an iPhone that is sold in the given year will not be able to run the console level games.
Yes.
Starting next year, the regular iPhone and the iPhone Pro will each have the capability of going ahead and playing console level games. Let me explain to you why, if you're doubting this conversation right now.
I know, which you guys for a little bit may have thought we were Cocoa Puffs.
Let me fill you in. In 2018, I'm sorry, in 2021. So we're not even the last 2 years we haven't even seen, and I can probably find those, but just the easy search right now. In 2021, 233.9 million iPhones were sold in 2021.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
In 1 year. Meanwhile, PlayStation took 7 years to get to 100 million. Xbox took 7 years to 40 million.
Wow.
This is 1 year Apple did this. What do you think will happen if on top of that,
you get a console in your phone?
Games, full console level games as part of the phone package.
It's insane.
Let's do one thing and let's make it very clear. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. I don't care if you love Google, you love Xbox, you love PlayStation. There's no company in the world that can market like Apple.
It's so
no company in the world. They are
not even in contest
to take the most complex things. If you watch their keynote, bro, they're talking about like complex shit, but they make it sound so simple. But they make it sound like it's something that only they can do. And they take regular people who have no idea about any of this crap, and they show them this world of what the new phone could be. And guess what? 233 million of them in 2021 bought a new phone. Over 200 million people 1 year, bro.
Imagine what is going to happen when the news break out. Hey guys, you have a console in your
phone. See it now.
phone.
Play the latest games.
Yep.
In gaming, whatever it is. Boom, the new Resident Evil. boom, the new Assassin's Creed, boom, this. Holy shit. EA,
Starfield
you
on
know EA is a
phones.
bit of a whore, right? Like they get in bed with Apple.
Oh
Play
my God.
Madden 2025 or 2026 on your iPhone.
Yep.
Oh, is it the mobile version? Nope.
You get
This is your full Madden experience franchise.
Yes.
What's the card game that everybody's obsessed with?
League of Legends? No, that's not card.
You know what it is.
No.
Ultimate, their ultimate thing. Where
Ultimate.
people buy cards in their ultimate franchise or whatever it's called. Dude, people would lose their mind.
I have to agree.
Jacob says it will be funny to think that Death Stranding comes to iPhone. Fanboys were very mad when it released on PC. Yo, facts. Jacob says, what if Apple buys Ubisoft and gets the ABK streaming rights?
Oh my God.
That would
that would be something else.
Yo, that
Would
would
it
be
bring it
wild.
full circle?
Joanna Dark says, here's the thing with AAA games coming to iOS. How profitable can those games be? Because their app store is set to only allow free to play to make money. So they would have to be paying money to devs to offset the cost of the money they may not make on iOS. But again, we got to remember, Joanna Dark, we're looking at a different time. Okay, you're looking at a different scenario than exists. Because right now, we're still not at the level where the masses are going to be buying this phone because that's the pro model, right? But once the masses are buying the phone, you're going to see a whole new area in the store that's made for the premium games that they're going to be selling. And they're not making the games only for Apple. The only way that will happen is if Apple's paying them for the exclusive. And then at that point, they're going to be using that to increase the amount of people who buy an iPhone, right? And look right here, Joanna Dark says you can already play Madden, COD, NBA, Apex, FIFA. Yeah, you can. That's why right now the Apple is the biggest gaming platform that exists. But the real issue becomes, what if now you can play the big boy version with no compromises? And again, I don't know how far these are, but even like Call of Duty, like I play Call of Duty on there every once in a while. It runs great, but it's not, doesn't have the controller support, or doesn't work very well with that. Like when it's big boy version, remember, you got all the casuals who buying a phone and using it for gaming. They're playing those games. But when you're talking to your guys who can actually just play the real games, I think that it's a no-brainer. Some people barely want to pay $4.99 for a game. When you ask for $70, will people pay it? Some people pay it. And again, as it becomes more
the new norm, yes.
This is the thing. If you want to play the new, I don't know what game, a new Assassin's Creed, right? You want to play the Mirage, but you don't have you don't have a PlayStation. Well, what's more cost effective? Paying $70 and having it on your phone and playing the legit game, or going to spend $300 to $500 plus the $70 for the game?
Or you do have an Xbox, or you do have a PlayStation. What you don't have is a handheld, and you're like, shoot, I have my phone. Why the heck not?
Yo, you just actually what you just said. Let's Joanna Dark. Let's take this idea right now, right? What is having such a resurgence right now? Handheld gaming.
And those devices are expensive as shit.
Yes, people are paying $800 for a ROG Ally.
Why?
$800 for a ROG Ally. People are going to buy the Legion for $800 or $900, whatever it's going to be. People pay $400 to $600 for the Steam Deck.
And they're selling out. They're just selling.
People want the handheld experience.
They want
what
to
if I don't, and they still have to buy that and then pay for the game. What if I don't have to do that? I have my phone. You know what? I bet you you'll see real cases for your phone to turn it into a gaming controller situation. Real easy to do, slide in. Somebody's going to manufacture a dope ass one, whether it be Apple themselves. Apple might make
of course
a place where you slide your phone in.
Your freaking controller. It's a no-brainer for that to come right after. This is the thing, right? Again, let's talk about Phil. right? Everybody's making a handheld. PlayStation jumped in and they left it like half-ass or halfway done. Who knows if they got a freaking they heard about this and they were like, "Oh, stop the process. Just send it out as we have it and let's see how many people buy it." Right? Because it's
100%.
ridiculous the fact that you can't leave your PlayStation on and run off with your freaking handheld and be able to go ahead and play the same game right where you left it off or go into your library of games and just go ahead and play. It's ridiculous. I don't understand the
100%.
purpose of why they did this. Now, Phil wants nothing to do with handhelds, right? He keeps getting asked, he keeps knocking it. That's not what we're looking to do, right?
Like,
And
why? We
I
already
wouldn't
have an Xbox in our hands with
yes,
the ROG Ally, you know what I'm saying?
guys, I wouldn't wanna invest my money knowing what was coming.
Yeah, because you're then competing with them. Instead of just using them, you compete with them.
But
Now you're
knowing that
changing
this
the
is happening
situation.
with the phone, the
Yep.
question is, do I get the coolest phone that carries all my games? Or do I go and buy a handheld, put it in a case, and have to carry that around? My phone is coming with me regardless.
And guys, let's not forget that's just now.
Yep.
This year, the iPhone Pro, great. It's going to play those games. Next year, you have the base model, which will be this year's iPhone Pro, will be next year's base model. Then there'll be a new iPhone that's even more powerful. Let's not forget the idea that every year they're
Every
going to be
year.
getting more powerful. Every year, it's going to get better on
And
your
they
phone
know
if you
this.
buy the new one.
CMoney, they know this. This is why they're not going full campaign on it. They know that this is just the beginning.
I think
Some people will notice it. Some people will see what's coming. Some people won't until we have next year and it's in every phone and it's a huge deal.
absolutely. Absolutely.
You can't stop the inevitable and this is what's coming. I'm excited for it. I didn't see it coming. I understand all the dots connect right now, for me, and it's like, "Holy crap, this is juicy juice at its
Absolutely. I mean,
finest."
if you again, you got Dusty saying that's coming native. I'm so hyped. It's so dope. It's so true, man. But if again, you take a look at this and you see it and you say to yourself, dude, by the time the new Xbox comes out, right? That's why Phil doesn't want to do a mid gen
Yes,
because
it
he's
all
like, what's
makes
the
sense
point?
now,
You do a
C-Money.
mid gen, you're in the same situation because you're gonna be, outclassed in a couple years, right? I think there was a rumor before, and now the rumor makes more sense to me that instead of doing a mid gen,
Mhm.
they're gonna pull an Xbox 360 and jump first and do a year before PlayStation 5 comes out, ship the system. Okay. But I think when we heard that interview, it's a big deal because he knows what's going on. And you can tell they're really in tune with the mobile market and what's happening. He brought up the ideas of instead of doing mid-gen refreshes, he likes more of an idea of how can it be something that we can consistently be able to upgrade, right? Modular systems are a thing. Think about the fact that you can plug in the HD, the solid, the SD. What the hell is it called? Why I'm losing my mind. But the hard drive, the new one,
Yeah.
you plug it into the back, right? It instantly recognizes it, attaches itself, and becomes the same speed, everything. So what if there is some type of graphical, you know, unit that you plug in? You pay a couple $100, whatever it is, and next year you can have the even more powerful version of it. I just think that like the possibilities are limitless right now.
Agree.
Like this really changes the game. Now, Mr. Joanna Dark says, but what happens when you cupcaking with someone and they mass text you while you're playing Resident Evil? That is one thing I hate about playing on my phone. LOL. Well, Joanna Dark, you have to put that shit on focus mode. You
Or
know
you
what
can
I'm
Yep.
saying?
disable the messages,
Well, yeah, you hit the
notifications.
focus mode and you don't get those messages. You know what I'm saying? So, it's you gotta do what you gotta do. But like, bro, I'm
Yeah.
gaming. Leave me alone. Or if you're doing AirPlay, maybe AirPlay goes and you put it up there, but your notification only comes on your phone, not on the stream that you're playing. right? That's also a possibility.
Yep, there are ways around this.
Is where there's a will, there is a way. Um, so yeah, I mean, do you have I mean, even Jez kind of brought this up when this was first announced. He says, "Now you know why Microsoft has been on a content acquisition spree." That is it's honestly, that's the biggest thing that they can do, is buy up as much as they can, because when Apple gets into this game proper, which honestly, maybe not this year, maybe not next year because it'll be a new thing, but I could tell you right now, there are gonna be companies right now talking to Apple
Oh, yes,
saying, "Okay,
contracts will be
I
signed.
I have an idea for a game. You guys are making console level games now. I want to make a game. It'll be ready in 3 years. What's that outlook going to be? What can I make my game be?" And they're signing deals. Not this year, not next year. The following year,
Yeah, they need time
I
to go
place
ahead
my
and
bet
produce
that
this stuff, and guess what?
that's where it
Apple
is.
is not like Philly Phil, right? They're not gonna go out there and announce their moves or what they're planning to do.
Nope.
They are gonna keep it hidden just like they did with this, and they're gonna come out and give you what they worked on, and that's that. Before you know it, it's just completed, and there's nothing to do about it. Um, yeah, I agree with that. Contracts are being signed right now. The technology was shown to few. They know what's coming. They have teams working. It's just it's a no-brainer.
Agreed. 100%. Man.
Huh? Did you see my name?
Huh? Huh?
Did you see my name?
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on this whole idea of Apple coming into the space, making
Well, I
moves,
mean,
rocking what we know to
yeah.
be true?
Look, I get it. I think we just gotta prepare for the Armageddon, which is Apple. How it's gonna obliterate gaming like completely. They're gonna take over to like a large extent. PlayStation has like got to be pissing its pants right now. I think Xbox will try to be buddy buddy, and I think they'll work together somehow. But yeah, gaming will be very different once Apple takes that plunge into gaming, like for real. Not just this kitty like Resident Evil, but like when they become essentially a secondary gaming platform, it's all over, you know?
Yeah.
Guys, this is also a situation where you understand why Phil was handing out contracts, why he brought in Nintendo, why he had everybody offering deal. He's trying to build for the next 10 years and fight this beast however he can. And this all makes sense. Nintendo's not known for signing freaking deals like these. And I can imagine a meeting where, listen, I'm going to let you in on a little something. Apple is doing this. We either come together and figure this out as a whole, or we're all gonna get rocked by
Feels like
it.
Nick Fury. He's gonna start the Avengers and shit.
Well, listen, you gotta
Also,
go ahead.
remember, sorry,
Nope,
but
that's fine.
this whole deal, this ABK deal, they did not I didn't think that it would take this long. He would
Yep.
have gotten a lot more done had this deal just gone through.
Yeah.
It just so happened that it's been on a freaking halt, and we don't even know what's going on with it.
Supposedly this upcoming
Well,
week we should have
hopefully that
more.
closes soon enough. We know what's happening, Phil. We understand the urgency. And, if this had not taken so long, he could have gotten a lot more done with the time that was wasted. I told you that it was very out of character. Now, what we don't know is where Jim Ryan stands with this situation. For Jim Ryan, who's a businessman, to come out here and create this circus that he did, acting loose and foolish. It was very out of character.
Yeah.
Now, I said he has an agenda to delay this process. If he can't stop it, he's going to delay it as long as he can. So what does that mean? This is what that means. We don't know what Jimmy knows. I keep saying Jimmy doesn't show his cards. Microsoft does. Xbox does. Philly comes out and talks. Jim Ryan gives you what he gives you and he gives it to you, and that's when you have it, and that's what you just keep your mouth shut and we keep it moving.
Well, this definitely 100% rocked everybody, because you gotta imagine it probably leaked out, right? Because you had Capcom knowing that this was going down,
Yes.
obviously. You have Kojima saying that they're doing this. You have Ubisoft saying that they're doing this. Um, I mean, seeing that Apple was doing this, right? So
Yep.
Apple had to communicate with these people.
Obviously,
So
yes.
word goes around, and Microsoft and PlayStation, I'm sure, knew that this was coming. And you have to imagine that, Phil has been preparing for this moment, because as you can see, Joanna Dark, he puts right here, he says Microsoft hinted at a mobile store that they're building, that they would need content to compete.
Yep.
And again, like,
It's all
Microsoft would
explained
much
now.
rather be able to make their own store
Yes.
on the Apple. But now when you think about mobile store, right, you were thinking, or I was thinking, like, okay, they're gonna make mobile versions, right? I think I said it at one of our podcasts. I was like, I would love a mobile version of a Halo. Give me a
Yes.
mobile game of Halo that's closer to like the real stuff.
Yep.
Meanwhile, what we didn't know is Philly feels like, nah, man, we're gonna need a store because we're gonna make games.
Yep.
We want our first part. God damn it. That's exactly it. He wants his first party games on the iPhone, and he doesn't want to
Yes.
give them their cut. He wants to be able to put his own store there. But
That's
I tell
literally
you
what's
right
gonna
now,
happen.
if he can't make a store because the laws don't go his way, and
Yep.
Apple gets to keep their walled garden, they will make their games on the iPhone store.
Yep.
They will, because he wants it. He's already hinted at it. He just is hoping that this legislation goes through that can change it so that he can make his own store on the Android and make his own store on the iPhone and be fucking set, man. Because if he could do that, he has it.
Yep.
He has it.
Listen,
locked.
Jimmy went to fly everywhere, right? That he needed to. Okay. So where is it again? I'm sorry. Remind me. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. In the UK, right? They're the ones why, they're holding the deal up essentially, and there's been this back and forth. Jimmy got there, right? Jimmy went to talk and have his piece said. Now, if what's said is we got to delay this situation for as long as possible because this is what's happening, right? There were some that were very stuck in the way that we kind of wondered, how can you not see that what Phil is doing makes sense, right? It seems so ignorant to go ahead and continue to fight something that was so stupid to us, right?
Yep.
But if Jim is in on any of this, and again, as you stated, PlayStation and Xbox, they knew this was coming, right? They had to have heard it
I
from
mean, it's
somewhere.
possible that it leaked through, right?
Exactly.
Or it's possible that they didn't know, but I feel like they would have.
I
Somebody
think
somewhere
now
would
the
have
way
slipped up.
that things are making sense and everything's clicking, it seems like this is the battle that they were having behind closed doors that we didn't know about, right? So just like I feel like like Phil went ahead and said, listen, Nintendo, you need to sign this contract. And the reason is, I'm gonna let you in on this, right? Jimmy could have went and made his own deals and try to keep people from continuing to drag this freaking deal, to elongate the process and make sure we kept Xbox still in their buy-in process.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely
A
a
possibility.
possibility, 100%. Um, I just when I think about what can come from this, it's just wild. Jacob says, "What if Apple hires some devs and make, let's say, one of the best masterpiece exclusives of all times? Then how about people like me who want to try this new system but hate playing on phones with finger? Well, you Bluetooth, brother. You put your controller, Xbox
Yep.
controller, PlayStation controller, they all work on the phone. You
And
buy a
guess
little
what?
stand."
I really think this whole Apple TV theory that we're talking about, it's coming through.
Yeah,
You
and
can't
AirPlay.
this is just
I
the
think
phone.
I think
We got
AirPlay.
computers, we've got iPads, we have freaking laptops, we have Apple TV. It's a beast, guys, when you really think about it. When this is just the start of it, right? It's
Yep.
going on the phone. We don't know what they have planned. And the thing is that all of their things go seamlessly together. Freaking, can you imagine? Even on your freaking Apple Watch, it's all gonna be linked together.
Agreed. Agreed. That's gonna
100%.
it's gonna be a game changer. It's gonna
Yep.
be a game changer. Mr. Joanna Dark says, Jim Conman crying lying $70 games Ryan. Oh man,
That's our Jimmy Jim.
he is quite the character for sure.
Yeah, he is.
All right. So guys, I think unless anybody else has anything to
Not
say,
really.
about this topic. I think we're in for an exciting time because as much as it would be wild, it also will push the games forward, right? It'll
Yes.
make people compete. It'll change, make meaningful change in the industry. And with that, we're gonna move into our gaming news block right
Let's
after
go.
this. All right. So we are back with our gaming news block.
Let's go.
We had a
Let's
lot of
go.
stuff pop off this week, surprisingly.
Right?
Again, Nintendo doing their thing, just waking up one morning and saying, "Hey guys, um, tomorrow
Uh,
we're gonna have a direct."
no one
Yes.
saw that coming, or
No
did we?
one saw that coming. Um, so yeah, so they had their direct, and at first blush, when I first saw it, I was kind of like, um, I felt a little empty. Like, all right, like they showed stuff, right? But I felt like it was just a repeat from the summer show,
Yes.
right? It's like they showed us in the summer, and then like now they were just kind of fleshing it out. So I think when most people, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think when most people watch these shows, when they see another show, like a showcase, um, where there's gonna be multiple games involved,
Yeah.
you kind of start hoping and feeling that we're gonna see some, new things,
Something pop off.
right? Like there was like a leak right before that there was possibility, a chance that the Switch 2 would show up. But it did not.
Yeah,
Um,
no.
so I think I was
Disappointing.
just a little let down that it was, nothing new coming from it. That being said, when you watch it and you watch it back, it's like, there's a lot of content in this
There
direct. Like they
is.
fleshed out all of those games, right? That we did get a sneak peek of. Now we actually know what they are. So let me start with Madman.
Oh, yeah.
Madman, what was your top standout from the direct?
Now, in terms of games I didn't already know I was into, like Mario RPG, which they
No, no,
just
just the top. Just the top. I want to know just the top one.
I did not expect this. This was a game that I kind of knew existed, and I was like, I'm sure it'll be fine, but I actually did not expect to be as excited for as I am. But I'm gonna have to say Princess Peach Showtime. I'm not gonna
Really?
lie. Yep, that they did something completely unique, something extremely creative, and I thought it was just gonna be kind of like Peach is putting on a play, but it's essentially just Mario Brothers with Peach in her place. But they did something really damn cool. A whole Magic Theater and shit with different genres, shit like that, making the boards. A fucking swordsman Peach, a baker Peach, a karate Peach. Like that shit is badass. I'm actually really damn excited for it. I did not expect to actually be interested in it. So yeah,
Okay, so Princess Peach is your jam.
I think so.
All right. So it's funny because I watched that one in particular was the one I was most let down
Damn.
by. Um, and not because what they showed wasn't fine. I think it looked cool in and of itself, but it kind of like why is she being regulated to a mini game
Relegated. I
situation?
mean,
You
I
know what I'm
don't think
saying?
they're
Like,
mini
why is she being
games.
held to mini games? Like, you have Peach, you're finally giving her her own game, and you're not taking advantage of that. Give
Yeah.
us an adventure for her to go on.
I don't think that's
This
like
big
the
story. Find a reason for her to be adventuring out there. Let her, maybe Mario, just flip the script. Mario got captured. Peach has to go save him. Shit, I don't what anything.
That was Super Princess Peach on a DS. That was literally Super Princess
Okay, but that
Peach.
was also literally a million years ago. Like that, I don't know what that game
I mean,
is,
that theater
and
one essentially just looks like Luigi's Mansion with Peach, except for it to be spooky with like a spirit taking over a theater or shit like that. She's plays with the different kinds of performances that they hold, and she plays kind of like the roles in them, and that's pretty cool. I think it's very outside the box. I would never have put that together for Peach and stuff like that, or in general. So I think it's cool. I'm sure like they'll flesh it out. It looks more like you almost have like waves, like you beat up enemies in a single area, you move forward. I feel like it looks a little bit more like that sort of style. So I
so
don't know.
so okay. Yeah, no, I mean, they had a ton of different things in it. Like they did like some kung fu. She was like a baker. She did a whole bunch of different mini
Swordsman
games in
Peach.
there. But again, I just feel like it was a missed opportunity um to go ahead and you know take advantage of the character doing these things. Like you could have put all of these situations in the main game. Have her go from place to place, and maybe she has to do some karate to get out of a situation. Maybe she has to pretend to be a chef and bake a cake that is like people can believe was done by a real chef in order for her to sneak in somewhere to go do something. Like we don't like there's so many things they could have done, and I just feel so like I don't know, a missed opportunity. I'm not saying that what we saw was bad. I'm just saying that I feel like they could have went further. Now, Purple Berry says, bro, Princess Peach Showtime looks amazing. She says they're not mini games, they're levels. They're basically like Luigi's Mansion, she says, which I don't see that relation because Luigi's Mansion is a whole area.
A haunted theater,
Um,
a haunted mansion. It's
yeah,
the
but
same
it's a
kind of game.
theater. A theater is a room. A mansion
It's
is
a mansion.
floors,
Yeah.
different rooms, different
Like a
levels.
hotel too.
So it's
Like
a whole
it's
different situation. Purpleberry says, "See, I understand your point, but it is an adventure. Each level has a different power up. They're not mini games." Jacob says, "What if Apple buys ABK if Xbox fails to buy ABK and make COD require an iPhone account to play?"
That would be
You
stupid.
know what? Let me
yo.
tell you right now, Jacob. People might hear that and be like, it's not gonna happen." I could tell you right now, that's not only a possibility, I think that would be likely if Apple says, "Oh shit, this is available. If we're gonna get into gaming serious, let's do this." Like
Yep.
we already know there's value in it because Microsoft wanted to buy them.
Mhm.
And you know who's not gonna get shut down? Apple, because
Nope.
Apple is not a gaming company right now. Their hardware is capable of playing games, but it's not a gaming focused console, and they don't compete directly, theoretically, right,
Mhm.
with console gaming. So if they bought them, I think it'll be an easy buy
Yeah.
for sure. Um, so Doodle,
Yes.
what did you think of the Princess Peach
Showtime.
Showtime?
So I understand what you're saying with Princess Peach. You wanted to get more of a like Mario
A traditional
game,
Mario
um,
style, but with Peach.
yeah, like more of a full-blown video game that you're doing, kind of like
Like
the
Mario
same things
Wonder,
Mario
or just
gets
Peach.
to do. Yeah, like a Mario Wonder, but for Peach, right? I do understand that. I kind of felt like it was kind of mocky when I saw it, like in maybe I'm misunderstanding considering the fact that Purpleberry and Madman are saying they're not mini games. Maybe I didn't exactly get what they were doing with it. Or maybe I just felt a little disappointed by it, kind of blocked it off the rest of it. And that's why I didn't get it did seem to me like games. Like it wasn't a fluid game. I mean, we're talking about even like the 3DS or the DS game
Yeah,
where
Super
she's like
Princess Peach.
floating with the umbrella and everything else. Like that's more of a game and it's about like her emotions, um, give her a different type of power. I didn't get the feeling of like, here we go, guys. We're gonna play this Peach game and it's gonna be super fun.
Yep.
I mean, it lacked for me. I'm waiting for the time where they make, like, just like Mario and Luigi, let's go ahead and Peach and Daisy have their own adventure. Like, I see why maybe they didn't wanna do the whole thing with Peach being kind of like, a hero, right? Because that will contradict the whole Bowser took Peach and Mario's coming to save
But I
her
think they're starting to move away from
situation,
that a lot
but
more.
yeah, but at the same time, we kinda need to move past that and understand that these games kind of don't really connect with each other. It's like, do whatever you want with Peach and then bring it back to the
No, I
nature of the
understand, but
Mario
like
games.
that idea, ever since Mario Odyssey, they pretty much completely moved away from that. Like she's always a playable character now, or Bowser's trying to take over the world instead of steal her or some shit like that.
Okay, so that's even a bigger
But what
situation,
game is this
right?
that you're talking
So
about, man?
so
Like, but Nintendo games generally, like Mario Wonder, I think is the next main line after Odyssey. Sure, there's like spin-offs and things like that, but after Odyssey, Wonder, she's just a playable character that's actually like a character. In the Mario movie, she was not kidnapped. Luigi was a little bitch, and Peach had to save him. So, you know, you can tell that she's trying to take a more protagonist role. And even Miyamoto said that they're looking to make her less of a damsel and more like an actual character.
Okay,
and you know what? Maybe this was like a trial.
Yes.
Get Princess Peach
But
out
again,
there.
I'm waiting to get to the point where we have like Daisy and Peach's adventures, right? And we have a more fluid game coming out where it's more universal, more the type of games that we're used to from Nintendo.
I mean, I love a Rosalina side story or something like that. Something really cool like that.
Yeah.
She has to have one of the most interesting characters in Mario. I think that if they did like a story of her in space and shit like that, but like, you know, follow her in her childhood, because there was a lot of shit in there that could be tapped and stuff like that I think could be really cool.
G Maybe, what's up, fam? How you doing,
Maybe
brother?
welcome.
Thank
Maybe
you.
you missed the topic of the show. You have to check it out and tell us what you think.
Now.
I'm not gonna
Stay
say
here with
anything, but it's I'm very interested to hear what your commentary would be. So
Jacob says, I'm looking forward to Batman Arkham Trilogy
on
Switch. That trilogy never gets boring. Wii U has the best version of Arkham City with one exclusive Catwoman and Batman armor each. Catwoman's are hot.
I mean, that's fair.
You know, it's funny because it did have the best version in because it had those extra armors. You know, I'm very intrigued as to what the Switch, because you know, another thing that we didn't really go into because we focused on Xbox and Nintendo. I'm sorry, Xbox and PlayStation. But how is Nintendo with their handheld focus going to deal with the fact that Nintendo Switch right now can't handle the games that the new iPhone are going to be playing? So if we didn't think that Nintendo was going to make a powerful Switch 2 to play those games, I think now this solidifies that the Switch 2 will in fact be made to be able to play the high-end games that come to a Series X and a PlayStation 5. So all right, Doodle. So as far as you're concerned, what was your highlight
for me
from the show?
Man, I got so excited. I don't remember the Donkey Kong, the
Mario and Donkey Kong one.
Mario versus Donkey Kong, yeah.
Mario versus Donkey
That
Kong.
was super
the
cool.
element from the old school game that we used to play and go ahead and make it modern.
Yeah, it's a remake of a Game Boy Advance game from back in the day called Mario vs. Donkey Kong with the same sort of idea.
Also, guys, it has like this feeling of like Toad Treasure Tracker where you go ahead and you're kind of puzzly thinking of what you're gonna do and how you're gonna get to where you need to get to. Oh my gosh, all I could think about is when Purple Berry and I, like, we really went in with Toad Treasure Tracker and we had such a good time. I'm excited for this game. Kind of lost it a little bit when I saw it. Yeah, that was the game for me.
Absolutely. Yeah. I get that. I think when I saw it, I was like, okay, like it's so simple, but it's it's gonna be fun.
You're gonna have a good time.
Like you're gonna have a good time trying to, figure out the puzzles and it'll definitely be a fun one.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get an actual like Donkey Kong Country or something like that, but still, this is good enough. So that's cool.
As we're continuing to talk, guys, in the chat, if you saw the Nintendo Direct, let us know what was some of your favorites from the show. Jacob says Switch has the worst cloud streaming ever because the startup every time is a 10-minute loading screen, which ain't in cloud gaming and crashes. Wow. Yeah, I haven't tried the cloud gaming on Nintendo Switch, but it has like such like old technology.
Yeah, Control, Guardians of the Galaxy, they got there on Switch, quote unquote, but via the cloud, and the cloud ain't great. I actually tried Control on Switch, interestingly enough.
Oh, did you?
And, and it's okay. Like, it's not the optimal way to play cloud or something like that, but I mean, it works, it functions. That's the best I can say about it. So
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have an uphill battle on this next one. Switch tech sucks, Dusty says.
I know.
Yeah, I mean they need to go ahead and put some actual energy into making this
and listen, if they didn't take it seriously then, they need to take it seriously now. It's We're
Yeah.
there, Nintendo. We need to evolve.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. All right. So as far as I'm concerned,
Yes.
so the game that jumped out to me, um, it's I mean, you guys probably can guess it, but I've been such a fan of this series, and there was one that I missed because of where it was
Yes.
released.
I
Yeah.
know where
But
you're going with
Luigi's
this.
Mansion 2, baby.
HD.
I did not play Dark Moon. I had it. I played it for a hot second, like very beginning, and I was
But
like,
they're
I
like,
can't do this
what
shit.
am I doing on a
I can't do this shit.
3DS? What am
Yeah,
I,
I
a,
can't
a,
play
a
this 3DS.
nerd?
So I was like, I was out, and I'm so excited to be that is coming out. It looks great. Obviously, it's not
It's not gonna
Luigi's
be
Mansion
next.
3
Like,
level right now as far as graphics. It
it's a
still
3DS
looks
game. It has enough, like quite a bit of character
yeah, you can
for
see
being on
the upgrade. I
3DS.
mean, it looked great. We watched it on our TV and big and blown up, and it looks great. So
It'll look even better on the
I
Switch.
feel like it's just gonna look better
Yeah.
on the Switch, and I
Agree.
will play it and I will beat it because there's something about Luigi's Mansion. I just love those
I know
games.
you do.
So for sure, I cannot wait for that.
Can you imagine Luigi's
Absolutely.
Mansion 4 is a launch title for the next Switch?
Uh, I mean, that would be fire. That would be
But I
so
don't
good.
know if they will because of 2 coming right before.
So what are your guys' thoughts on Luigi's Mansion 2?
It looks solid. I did actually play a decent amount of it was called Dark Moon back then, but I did play a good amount of it on the 3DS, and I do like it. It's an enjoyable Luigi's Mansion. It feels a little more mission-based rather than like the explore the mansion, so I think to work in a portable format. So it does feel a bit more different than 1 and 3, but I still think that it's a rock solid game. Even on 3DS, it preludes 3 in a sense. It had a lot of character. Like the animations were really good for like a 3DS game, especially.
Yeah.
And then the mansion felt alive. Like it had a nice the mansion was like a character in itself, and it was cool. And there was also like the light tower, and there's like a abandoned like factory. I think like there's some interesting locations in that area as well, like a garden house too. So it's not just the mansion. So yeah, they're pretty creative. There's some cool boss fights too. So yeah, I never beat it, but I did like what I played. So I'm sure this will be cool.
Nice, nice. What do you think, Doodle?
Well, my first experience with Luigi's Mansion, it was actually on the DS Mario Kart. They had the Luigi's Mansion,
The level,
the
the track.
level, and the trees will dance from side to
And like
side.
the
I was
mud.
kicking
Nice,
ass
nice.
on that board, you guys. But we actually did a gameplay. You CMoney and Purple Berry normally play the you guys play the Switch version of
Yeah,
Luigi's
3. It was
Mansion
3.
that came out. Yes, so you guys really got into the game. I actually didn't play Luigi's Mansion until we did a gameplay for the channel, and that was my first time experiencing the Luigi's Mansion game. So for me, I'm more content with the idea that this game that you didn't get an opportunity to really dive into, you're gonna get a chance to go ahead and play. I'm really excited for that. Um, because I know what these games mean to you. The GameCube one, you didn't get to play until Madman, you know,
Well,
bought you
Doodle kind of
the
me
GameCube
up and got you a
and the
GameCube.
act and found you the
You know the
game
story.
for Father's
Yes,
Day. So that was really, really
And
awesome.
he
So
actually beat the game on GameCube. Fun
I
yeah,
fact.
did.
so this means a lot to me that they're bringing the next one in and you're getting to play it. And listen,
I would love a remake of the first one,
They
to be
did
honest with you.
remake
this
it,
is
but it was on a 3DS though,
I don't
so
know,
that
on the
went
Switch, I would love a remake.
I mean, I wouldn't
listen,
be surprised
this
if they
is
try to
for the
port the
people.
thing they already did, 'cause it was actually really good. Like, the fact that they squeezed it onto a 3DS, it looked and played great apparently.
Yeah,
It's just
Yeah,
that
and
because it wasn't on Switch, and that's when it was prevalent, no one cared.
yeah. Go ahead, Doodle.
but it's also like it's not just for the people who played it and they get to play it again, the people that didn't get a chance to play it and are going to play it now, but also for the new generation that didn't even get access to this game. Go ahead and try it out and play it. It's
Absolutely.
genius of Nintendo. I know they keep kind of like recycling games and bringing them back, but this I feel like this was like a hidden like a gem that they had
Absolutely.
that they should. And I want the Mario Kart from the DS to come to the freaking
Mario Kart DS?
Nintendo.
Maybe they do like a
Give it
Switch
to me.
Online, but for DS games, I'm sure Mario Kart DS is gonna be one of the first ones.
Yeah, that'll be pretty dope for me because I played the crap out of it.
Yeah, DS was like it had a mission mode. You got to play as Rob. Like it still is one of the best Mario Karts.
Yeah, I loved it, and the Wii, the Mario Kart
Mario
Wii
Wii?
was
Some
definitely
of the
it's still
tightest
till this
controls you
day
can
my
get.
favorite Mario Kart, that I just loved. I played
Yeah.
it so much with Madman and Purple Berry, and it was such a great experience. It's probably more nostalgic than it is like, "Oh my god, this game is freaking amazing," but I can go back and, like, no one can beat me. I get first place every time.
He's
Yeah,
so good.
I thought it
I'm
was
so
maybe
good.
nostalgia.
I know the boards, like, ridiculously well.
Yeah, nostalgia is like weird for me because sometimes like I guess it can like when I play Mario Kart Wii, I like the controls. They feel like the best and tightest, and I like the wheelie functions, and I like how crazy the item balance is. I do think
Yeah.
Mario Kart Wii is better in a sense. I like a lot of like the controls and like
Yes, it
how the
feels better
game
to
was,
play.
how unfair it could be. Made it feel a lot more alive. Where Mario Kart 8 feels very fair. I mean, nothing crazy is gonna happen. Like the worst that happens is red shell to first place when you cross the finish line or some
Yes,
shit
for
like
the
that.
Wii, you kind of feel like you're in control of the car or the bike. With the new
It's
ones, you
cracked
kind of
out.
feel like it's more of like a slippery, let's try to get lucky, see what happens situation.
Oh, I meant vice versa. The Wii one felt
No,
crazy where
not
like
for
the
me.
item balance was nuts, bro. Like
I
two
have
seconds to a race,
such
you'll get a
control
bullet
of the
bill.
Wii
And like, do you
boards.
really need a bullet bill that soon in a race? Like, wow.
Well, I mean, listen, obviously different game, different time.
Yeah.
It was obviously a older game now, but it was really fun to play and it still plays really well. So I could definitely see Doodle, why you feel this way about it. So,
Thank you.
real quick before we move forward with this,
Yes.
Jacob says, referring back to the Switch and their cloud gaming endeavors, a loading screen defeats every way of having cloud gaming. Yeah, it's like pointless if you have to wait that long.
Yeah.
Bungie left Xbox for ABK, then for Sony, then you could think it might be possible Apple. Back to Apple where Halo started without Halo. It's
Huh.
wild. Well, if Xbox brings Halo to the new iPhone full circle,
That'll be something.
be right back where it started, which is
PC.
wild.
Yeah.
All right, now, Madman, I'm gonna go back to you, bud. Give me some of your and this is where we're gonna wrap up the topic once we all go. Give me some of your honorable mentions, like just a few, nothing too crazy. Honorable mentions from the show.
Another code recollection, a remaster of a DS game, Wii game never left Japan. It's a set of two games that is almost more like a Nintendo's answer to Resident Evil, and
Yeah,
like
they
a
look pretty good.
puzzle-ish,
looked
but like a
good.
little creepy-ish too. Had a cool story. It sounds like it looked great for a Switch game at least. So yeah, I think that was looked really cool. Another one, Intruding Chronicles. There's like this RPG that has like a 2D HD style that looked really damn good, super tight. The controls look fire. The turn-based combat looked cool. That's another one that looked really good. I am excited for Luigi's Mansion 2, like that what like was mentioned, which I thought was good. Mario vs. Donkey Kong, like Doodle said, looked really good. Super Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door. That was another really damn good looking Mario.
Bro, this is supposed to be honorable mentions.
Those are some honorable mentions.
Not list every game that was shown. All right,
No, Paper
honorable
Mario was
mentions.
another one.
John Wolf, what is good, my man?
Welcome. Oh my gosh,
He was
that's
out there
super
visiting
sweet.
Abuelita.
Yes.
Hope you're all having a great weekend. We are.
Oh, thank you so much,
Granny.
John. Listen, you have to go back to our topic
Yes.
of the show.
Not right now.
Not right now.
After you
but
chill, whatever.
Yes.
Just
I need
listen to the whole first topic.
Yes.
And hit me up on Twitter. Comment
we will
on
love
there.
to hear your perspective
Hear what
on
you
it.
think, because I think this one was a
big one.
really interesting one.
Yes. So we're happy you're here. Thank you for coming by.
All right, my Doodle. Tell me what are your honorable mentions?
So I had to watch it twice because I felt disappointed. I felt like the new Switch, my mind ran, right? I felt like the new Switch was going to be announced with games that were coming out with it. And so when your mind goes there and you don't get it, it's kind of like, what the hell did I just see? What happened here? So I was a little taken back because I got very excited very quickly. The rumors were going around about it, and I was like, this is it. It's the moment I've been waiting for. It's happening. And it did not. So I had to kind of get out of my feelings and go ahead and watch again. Now, we all got a freaking copy of Splatoon, right? Got our ass
Shit, I forgot about that damn
right?
thing.
And ran out of there real fast. Turns out the real killers don't play the beta.
Splatoon's
So
good. I forgot about
the
that.
beta.
So that's how that went down. But I did love the presentation they did for Splatoon. They had the snow
It looked really good.
all freaking white,
Oh, I
and
think it was
it
just like
looked
white, like paint. Like I don't think it was like snow. It's just like a white
Yeah,
area.
it might have just been a white
And I
background.
think it
no,
just
they
looked
had
really cool.
little. It looked like snow to me. The little flakes that were falling down. I don't
That might have
know.
been
I
snow. I
call
don't
it
know.
snow.
That's
But
fair.
it was stunning to me. I'm still waiting. I wish that this, and I think we talked about this a little bit. I wish Splatoon was just more of a Fortnite situation
Like a
that we
live
just
Yes.
got
service.
to go
Yes,
Multiplayer.
in
dude.
there and like
Yes.
purchase skins. Give
Bring
me
me everybody,
characters.
bro.
Give me
Mario, Luigi, give me
everything.
everybody in there. That would be
Yes,
I don't
wild.
think Nintendo sees it
exactly.
as that. They don't see it as a platform. They see it as like one of their new franchises, sort of thing. I
Yeah,
think
Yes,
that's the
but
but
problem.
I
it's
wish
been on a
that
steady decline.
yes, it's kind of like a fun game that is not fun
Yeah,
yet
I think they'll
until they
have to
go
like
ahead.
they have with 4, they have to do something big, goals. Like they can't
Yeah,
just do
like what we just
the
talked
next
about.
if they,
Yes.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna take out Inklings and put a bunch of
They don't
crazy
have to take
Nintendo.
them out.
No, they don't
They
need
don't have to
to.
take them
Madman, if
out.
I can finish my thought,
Sorry.
it would be they can go ahead and add Mario and Peach and all these characters, kind of like a Smash Brothers situation, right? And go ahead and put the squid head on them. I
Yep.
mean, all the
Have them wear
characters look
something
real,
that turns them
something that
into it or some shit. Like it's a
exactly,
game.
just
Make
like
up
they
a
just
reason.
went ahead and made Mario into a freaking elephant. We can go ahead and add him into
I think they'll add
Splatoon,
like a
Exactly.
and we
cost,
can
like
kind of add all the other characters or a lot of the characters that we see in Mario Kart or Smash Brothers, and go ahead and give us that
Yeah, this would be
experience.
like their Smash Brothers shooter.
I
What
think
I
they'll
will
have
also
like a
love to have
costume that you
happen,
can buy for the character. And it's like
Madman, I'm gonna give you as soon as I'm done, then you can go ahead and talk.
I see.
But let me finish real quick. So I will also love to have the opportunity to play this how I want to play it. If I just want to play in my little bubble, right? And the 8 of us want to go ahead and play and battle each other out, I want to be able to do that. Or 4 of us want to go ahead and play 2 to 2 and have a versus game. I don't like the way that you have to play this game. I would love
Yeah.
to be able to enjoy it kind of like, again,
Absolutely.
Smash Brothers, Mario Kart. I feel like they need to commercialize this game so we can really enjoy it.
Yeah, love that. Love what
Yeah.
you just did right there.
Thank you. And again, I'm also looking forward to the amiibos. I thought that was so freaking awesome that they threw the new dates, and Sora's the only one that is coming out next year. They
Sora?
don't have a date
Ah,
for it,
shit.
but the other ones are out for
Bruh.
pre-order. If you guys are looking for it, they have Zelda, Ganon, and Xenoblade is the
Yeah,
game.
Xenoblade Chronicles
2
3.
characters. Yes, there's a
Yep.
2-pack of that.
Yep, absolutely. Just before I bring it back to Madman, because I know you had some things to say about that. Jacob puts in there's the MCU, the DCU, the XCU, the PCU, the ACU, and the NCU. So you got Marvel, DC, Xbox, PlayStation, now Apple,
Yes,
and Nintendo
baby.
Cinematic Universes.
That's what's going on right now.
It's wild, but
It's crazy.
that's where
That's the truth.
where we're looking to go. MBG said, Jacob says, MBG said, when watching the state of play on the Foam Stars part, to everyone hating on this, I will let you know that this game won Best Game Booth via Summer Game Fest. And he says, okay, and Jacob, for real, that's just some dumbass shit to say. And Doodle, I do want to get back to you as well to give us some more of your honorable mentions, but I know Madman, you wanted to say something about what you're thinking of what's going to come from Splatoon 3.
I think if they do try to mesh characters, I don't think it'll be the actual characters like Mario and friends. Like they already have they created like a lore to it with the story modes. Apparently it's pretty decent, the lore and shit like that. So I don't think they'll just pop in characters and use this headset and you'll become an inkling. I think what'll happen is that if they do use characters, they would let you buy like costumes. Like you could wear like a Mario costume or a Link costume or stuff like that. That I think could be pretty cool. Or even like from other game or franchise, like they have close ties with, and maybe Cloud or some shit like that. Or I don't know, Snake or some shit that, they've mingled with in the past. So, that could be cool. I think with 4, it has to be a very drastic change because 3 was like 2, but much better. And even though it was much better, it wasn't much better of a change to warrant people paying another $60.
It wasn't
So, you know.
impactful enough of a change to go ahead and buy the new one. It
Like,
was
4's
just a
gotta be
new
some
game to
crazy
play,
shit.
but I don't feel like there was substantial, change in there, and again, the things that I mentioned, I understand if they just wanna do the costumes, sell us a freaking side pack. I don't give a crap. Like, the games that you give us to enjoy multiplayer, they need to have that essence where we can go ahead and just have a
I mean, I don't
blast,
know those
and
costumes are gonna
it
make this
just
any better.
it lacks that.
I could tell you right now, for me, when I think about Doodle, what you were talking about,
Mhm.
um, like, because we were talking about it before, and it's like that is such a genius thing for them to do. If they want to take Splatoon, which came out strong, right?
Yes.
First one, popping. Second one, I don't know if it reached the same heights sales wise. I don't know if
Wait,
it
wait.
passed it.
It definitely surpassed part
Okay.
1.
Okay.
It's 3
So,
probably surpassed part 1. Remember, that was
okay.
on the dying Wii U, and barely anyone played it.
Okay, so the Switch 2, I'm sorry, the Splatoon 2, that's the one that really popped off then. Great. I don't know if part 3 did better than part 2.
I have no idea.
Okay, so why don't you Google that, Madman, while I'm talking and
Yeah.
we can find out. But I think it's run its course, to
Yeah.
be honest with you. I feel like you come out with your new game and it's more squids on other maps that look slightly different.
Splatoon 2 sold 13.6 copies, million copies. Splatoon 3 sold 10.67 million copies.
That's what I
Yeah.
figured.
Which
It didn't reach the same heights as Splatoon 2, which means it's on a downturn.
Mhm.
Now, Nintendo's downturn is every game's dream to sell 10 million copies.
Right?
But
Yeah.
it's a downturn for them, right? So how do they change it? How do they go forward and make a big splash? Again, forget all the narrative of being a squid.
Mhm.
Give me Mario, give me Donkey Kong, give me Peach, give me every
What about Link?
license the
Yep.
people you have on Smash Brothers and just bring Smash Brothers to
Squidland.
Squidland.
Yes. Let's
Splatoon
invest a little
4,
bit
Inkopolis or
of
whatever the
money
heck.
and let the characters
absolutely.
freaking talk. I don't
Let us
wanna
get
read the crap.
packs. Don't give us obviously, it would be nice to give us everything, but you wanna make money, right? I get it.
Yes.
So give it to us in waves. Give us the Splatoon characters plus 10 10 Mario and all those people,
The
right?
problem is that no one's
Then
gonna
wave
wanna be a
2,
damn
give me
Inkling
10
then.
more. Wave 3, give me 10
I'll
more.
pay for
Whatever.
all of them.
Yeah, we gotta pay
No
just like we did for
problem.
Mario,
As long as
right?
I know it's
Mario Kart,
coming.
right?
Yeah, but
So
one problem with that, no one's gonna wanna be a damn Inkling if you could just be
okay,
the
but what does
Nintendo.
that matter to
But
anybody?
that
That's your
proves the point, man. Thank you so
exactly.
much.
And you know what?
That proves the
People
point. Nobody's
will
gonna wanna be an Inkling if they can be Mario. That
Inklings
proves the
did not
point.
take
Bring
off.
those
Okay?
characters in.
They did not take off. Nobody cares about
I
Inklings.
mean, people
That's
talk
not
the shit out.
that's not the no, they you just again,
You
you
literally
literally just
just
told
said
us
it.
that there's a downturn,
But
right?
not
So
again.
it's not
All
going
right.
up.
Yep,
We're
you're
not talking
right.
about the core that's gonna like it regardless. We're talking about the masses. And the masses have said that less people like it this time. And next time it'll probably be more of the same if they make it more of the same.
Remember, 2
So
came out in
go
2017, which that in total did 13 million. Splatoon 3 came out last year and did 10. So it nearly destroyed his
okay,
lifetime.
but we obviously know that if you look up how much did it sell in its first 2 years versus its the run that it's been on now, first of all, nobody's bought part 2 since part 3 came out,
Mhm.
right? So let's
That's what we
let's
think.
forget that, right? And then again, you're getting most of your sales in the beginning, right? It's not forever, especially a game like that because it didn't keep growing, right? Behind after that 13 mil. So again, we're not worried about incremental changes. We're talking about what will we do to take this to the next
Yeah,
level,
what would it
right?
be
And what would
exciting?
it
What will
do
bring
is
us back in?
bring us your other characters. Get
Mhm.
rid of this squid idea that we need this squid world. Nobody cares. It's not there. Give us everybody else and turn the shooting game into the Super Smash Brothers version of it. I
Yep.
want every character in there. Let me go shoot. Let me transform into a cool looking squid. Make each person a unique squid when they turn into one so they look dope. Figure it out, customize it, make it something exciting to play, and then adding what Doodle said. Let us play local. Let me
Yes.
do a 2 versus 2. Let me do a 4 versus 4
Yep.
because we know the Switch can handle up to 8 controllers or whatever it is. So like let's go ahead and and make that happen. I'm 100% on board with that.
Even when we played online and we were playing from the same area, we will get disconnected. And it's so annoying when you're playing a game like this and you just see your characters getting smoked up. Not that we were doing any better while we were actually
That's the
I know.
thing.
connected, all right?
Yeah,
Nobody
so
said
we
that.
got laced up, right? We got laced up. Jacob says after the show ended, MBG said, "I'm seeing a lot of people giving this state of play a C. Why? Are y'all sure about that?" Well,
Deserves a
it's
D,
because it was
bruh.
a C, my man. He says Apple needs to make a mascot. Apple never created a mascot. He says maybe Apple Man. That would be wild. He eats apples or becomes bigger and pineapples to become invulnerable. That would be wild. Oranges to send out fire apples. That's wild.
There'll be a movie, Apple Man. He got bitten by a radioactive apple, and now he's Apple Man.
There you go. There you go. Doodle, any other honorable mentions?
Honestly, aside from the Donkey Kong that I'm looking forward to, I think that I'm not into RPGs. Yes, they look good. I'm not gonna play it.
Which one?
Except for Starfield.
That is an
I guess
RPG.
so. That's a different type of RPG, I feel
Yeah,
like.
it is an
It's not a
RPG. Well,
turn-based
you're not looking at a
RPG.
turn-based RPG. There's
Yeah,
tactical,
so,
there's
like
role-playing RPG, CRPG, a lot of different RPGs.
And then
Yeah,
the
facts.
game that Madman had mentioned, it does look
Super
good,
Mario
but I'm
RPG?
like, ugh, I'm kind of out. Oh my gosh, the racing game.
Okay,
I forget
so
the name.
No
yeah,
racing
so
game.
let's jump into mine then.
F-Zero
Yes.
99.
So
Oh, I forgot about that.
my honorable mention for sure is F-Zero 99.
Looks so good.
I saw that and immediately was like, holy shit, this looks so fun.
It already came
looks
out.
crazy. Yeah, it did. So that was super dope. I'm definitely digging that. And then the surprise for me that I didn't know about, I don't know if it was leaked beforehand, and I'm sure it's coming to other places because I don't think it said exclusive to the Switch.
Yeah.
Is the Tomb Raider trilogy
Yeah,
remastered.
as soon as that happened, PlayStation uploaded a trailer for that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna get that shit on Xbox.
Damn.
But dude, it was so dope.
I didn't
to
know you
see
gave a shit
the
about Tomb Raider
old
like that.
ass. Yeah, what do you mean? Back in the day, Tomb Raider was a shit. I used to play it all the time. I did not expect them to bring those back, and they don't look mind blowing, but in comparison to what they look like a huge jump forward.
Yeah.
Especially like the environments look super dope. Like some of those shots, they look really, really good. Like the outside environments, the skybox and everything looks next level.
Yeah.
What a difference! What a difference it made. I mean, the original Tomb Raiders came out like a billion years ago. So
PlayStation 1.
it was really something that I was like, okay, I'm digging this. That was new, unexpected, and me likeys.
Yep.
Me likeys a lot. All right, with that, we're gonna move on to our next topic, which is in fact the PlayStation State of Play.
Yes.
So obviously, PlayStation State of Play, crazy enough, got announced the same day as the Nintendo Direct, and it's for the same day as
I
Nintendo
thought they did that on
Direct,
purpose because it happened last time too.
which feels really weird. Like, what are they trying to like piggyback off of people getting pumped, or are they trying to compete with Nintendo and be like,
I
"Oh, I'm gonna
don't
make your
know.
things look
I like
bad,"
both.
or like I don't know what they were talking about, but I feel like there was a lot of backlash about the State of Play.
Oh, I'm sorry. CMoney, real quick, by the way, the new
Yeah.
boards for Mario Kart were
Oh, I forgot about
announced.
those.
Oh,
That
yeah.
looked
They look good. And the
awesome.
characters
They did
too.
look really
We
good.
have Toadette, Peach
No,
what
Peachette, Pauline,
Peachette?
Diddy
Yes.
Kong, and Funky Kong.
Yes. So those are coming to
And
you
Daisy
guys. All right,
Circuit.
sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So the State of Play had a lot of backlash, I think, from people expecting more
A lot, yes.
from it. Now to be fair, when it was announced, they did say that the State of Play will be featuring updates to previously announced games, indies, and PSVR 2 highlights, and major upcoming titles from third-party partners. So they did try to set the stage for what was to come.
Want to ease the fall.
But I think PlayStation, I think they're ignoring the fact that they know that we know that they know
That
that
we know.
we know that they did not show us what we wanted to see
Yes.
last state of play.
Yes.
So even though they warned us that this was just going to be updates, right? We, especially considering that they do state of plays for individual games, right? They've done, a God of War state of play and all this other stuff where they're focusing on one main game and have like some small things, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what this was, right? But they didn't, like, I guess because the other games maybe are a little more notable than normal, they just put it in this. But like, we were all hoping and expecting that we would at least get a stinger, one last game that they didn't show us, that I thought that they would, or even more like that's the last day to play. They showed us some of their gas games, and I thought that maybe, okay, well, maybe we're gonna see something from there. Show us one of those games you gave us a CGI trailer for, maybe dive a little deeper, show us a little gameplay. Um, but they didn't. And I think people are upset about that. Now, I am going to tell you, like, I'm going to go on record, like the show itself I thought was fine. I thought it was good. I thought moments of it were amazing.
Amazing shit. Chill.
And Jacob brings up a good point. Another reason why there was this kind of upsetness about the quality of the show was because after the first show was panned and deemed as garbage for the most part, um, the PlayStation fanboys came out talking about how this is not their real show, that there was a secret show in September that was gonna change everything and show us all the games we were waiting
Guys,
for.
it sounds like kindergarten talk. Like, that wasn't the real one. We got a secret one
exactly. It
that's
really does.
coming.
It sounded
and
ridiculous. It sounded ridiculous at the time when they were saying it, but the fact that they
Yeah.
doubled down on it, like, here we
Yeah.
go, it's gonna come, and now, it was just an update show, was disappointing.
Like, my
I mean,
daddy will
it's
pick me up tomorrow. You'll see.
yeah, I know my dad's coming to get me. That's funny. But yeah, it was a letdown in
Yeah.
that respect, so you kind of have to look past that and just kind of take it for what it was and what they showed us. And I mean, honestly, we watched it again,
Yes.
and man, I'm really like hard pressed to like
Say your
remember
piece,
in my
C-Money.
mind what was there.
Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Well, obviously that one, right?
Resident Evil 4
like,
DLC that looked pretty
that's
decent.
obviously the thing that they kind of
Won't shut up about.
yeah, like they kind of pushed. So I mean, I want to follow the same format that we just did for Nintendo because I don't want to dive deep into
Okay.
these things too much because we have other stuff to talk about. So the one thing I will say is that Spider-Man 2, we're gonna talk separately about Spider-Man 2. So
Okay.
don't when I ask you about this, don't bring up Spider-Man 2. We'll have after all this, we'll have a conversation about Spider-Man 2. Okay, so let's so outside of Spider-Man 2, I'm gonna start this time with Doodle.
Sure.
What game kind of stuck out to you or had an impact on you in some way, shape, or form?
Okay. So I don't know if I should do you just want the answer to that, or should I say what I felt a little bit about the showcase?
You could tell us about what you felt about the showcase. Again, just leave Spider-Man out of it.
Yes,
But
I will.
outside of Spider-Man,
Okay, so the showcase for me, I actually thought it was if you take into consideration, right? Because this is I couldn't understand what all the talk was about on Twitter and everywhere else. I thought it was a great showcase. It was better than the one they had before. And I couldn't understand knowing that this showcase was like an extension, right? And being able to go back into these games a little bit deeper. Um, Going with that full understanding, like, there was nothing to knock. Uh, and it's crazy because, again, I've had this whole situation where I'm, like, super annoyed with the way that these freaking, the PlayStation fans are coming at, the Xbox fans for Starfield, but it's kind of like the moment that this played, it was like a lot of Xbox fans went to let loose about their opinion about PlayStation's showcase, and it's kinda like, you know we need to hear what the PlayStation fans think about it. And for me, right, I'm neither here or there with this situation. I thought this was really good. Guys, when they started off with that freaking when they did the Ghostbuster freaking song and
Mhm.
they have Ghostbusters VR and they have Resident Evil on the freaking VR, I was like, "Damn, boy, let's go." That was dope. Finally, we're getting some of the VR games that we've been waiting for. If you bought a VR like we did, it's been
You
sitting
can see it
there.
right behind her.
Yes,
You
and
see it
they've
sitting there,
released
it
maybe a
hasn't
game.
moved
Yep,
in a
right there.
million years.
Game or two, but it's like, guys, where are the games for the freaking VR? Finally, this is freaking awesome. Also, listen, I understand that maybe people have already bought their PlayStation. That presentation for their PlayStation and the controllers was so sexy with the fire and the ice. It was stunning. I loved it. Super techy. Um, just like impressive with the way that they went ahead to present that. Very techy, loved it. The runner game, I can't remember.
Ghost Runner?
Ghost Runner. Oh my gosh, it looked so freaking good. It excited me. I was very happy to see some of the games that were shown. And I thought it was a great freaking a moment for PlayStation to go ahead and have this situation happened considering what went down. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about Spider-Man, but overall, I thought this was a win. And again, if you don't have skin in the game, it's kind of like you can't knock them. They were doing an extension of what the games that they already talked about.
So thank you for going through that because I do kind of agree in certain senses. Um, but I think, there's certain issues, like, for instance, like, the big thing about Xbox guys in general, by the way, a lot of them,
Yeah.
they also have PlayStations.
Hmm.
Um, the other way around is a little harder to find and/or, they're closeted, so they
Yeah.
won't talk about the fact that they have an Xbox, right? So, like, somebody like, let's say, for instance, King David, right,
Yes.
comes out, he's watching that thing. When he gives it his review, he owns a PlayStation 5,
Mhm.
and that's what the excitement level of that show meant to him, right?
Yes.
And same thing for us, right? When we look at it, it's like, what does that mean to us? So for us, we saw the VR stuff and it's like, okay,
Dope.
that seems pretty cool because again, you can see it right behind her. We have the VR too. It's been sitting there since launch. I bought the Horizon Call of the Mountains or whatever it is. I have not even turned it on. I played one game twice, and Doodle did one game on stream that went
Yes.
horribly because turns out it's not cool to it's not a good idea to do VR in the setup that we had at the time. Fun
Yes.
fact, the new setup where it is
Yes. It'll
now,
be dope.
it actually might work
Mhm.
really well to do some VR back there.
We'll see. We'll see, guys.
But it hasn't really been on. So having not that these games that were shown will make us buy them and turn them
Yes.
on. The fact that they're still working on some of these games, even though they're, you know, third party, is still a good sign that there is still some type of health. That being said, it was only 2 games
Yes.
out of a show. So that wasn't great. Um, the other thing would be like that game Ghost Runner,
Yes.
is a multi-platform game, right? So, you know, for a PlayStation, just like that showcase that we thought was horrible, it's like you're showing us this cool game, but it's not yours,
Yeah.
right? So you're just promoting a game that I'm gonna buy on
So
Xbox.
again, you're
That's
talking
dope.
from an Xbox perspective because yes, even though you have both systems for you, right? When it
Yep,
comes down to buying a game that is in multiple systems, what are you going to get? You're going to get the Xbox version if you want the game. So
yep.
that's a no-brainer in that situation, right?
Yep, but even still, like, that's how you would see it too, right? Because we're not gonna buy the PlayStation version if it's coming to Xbox. We're gonna buy the Xbox version, and like the Xbox fans who are watching it, who also have PlayStations, that's the perspective they're looking at it too. So, we're going based off like the reception of it because you had brought up how Xbox fans were handling this. So, just kind of depends on the person's situation. If they were just doing it to be assholes, then that's a problem.
See,
But
but
like
you don't know
we
who
don't
is
know that.
doing it
That's to be true. That's
to
why it's like somebody
behave
like
that
me.
way because listen, at the end of the day, you can't complain about the PlayStation fans if you're out there throwing rocks the moment you can. And honestly, I didn't feel like there were rocks to be thrown.
So, yeah, no, I mean, I get that. And then even like the the PlayStation 5s coming out with those new colors and such, right? Like that that would be exciting for me if it were not for the fact that they just literally came out with like a dope ass Spider-Man. So like why not take this opportunity to say, you know what? Guess what, guys? Spider-Man wasn't the only one we're doing. Look at this one we made for Resident Evil. Look at this one we made for this other game, right? Like that would have been exciting to be like, oh snap, look at them taking the customization that they started with Spider-Man 2 and let's, give me a God of War one. Like that would be fire. Like, why are we still in the color game? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we still looking
I'll
at
tell you
colors?
why,
Why?
because it's easier to slap a color on plates than it is to
But
go
that's
ahead
what's
and make a
disappointing,
design.
right? Like, make the design, but you're 100% factual, right? Like, that's 100% the case. Um, but yeah, I think, but that being said, and like I agree with you. I think the show was good. You take away the disappointment of expectations that we put on ourselves, right? Because we were hoping that they would give us something more. And it's a better show than I thought it was gonna be realistically,
Yeah.
because they did show a lot of stuff. But before I kind of go into more about what I feel, Madman,
Mhm.
so you watched it.
Yeah.
What was a highlight for you outside of Spider-Man? Because we're gonna talk
Probably the
Spider-Man.
Resident Evil DLC. Um, so
Okay.
unlike you guys, I wasn't blown away by the state of play. I didn't feel the thrills or any of that crazy stuff. I actually was pretty underwhelmed and didn't really care for like 99% of stuff there, stuff like that. However, the DLC Resident Evil does look really good. It's gonna be focusing on Ada Wong opposed to the typical protagonist Chris Redfield or Leon and stuff like that. And I think that it looks really good, graphically really good. The story is interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. I gotta beat Resident Evil 4, but yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it.
So you did finish Resident Evil 4
No,
then?
I did not.
Oh, you did not. Okay.
I Starfield, so I had to play that, and
Okay.
I'll get back to it.
Okay. So the DLC was what got you excited.
I'm talking about the DLC, yes.
By
Yeah.
the way, guys, Final Fantasy, stunning collectors, um,
What?
the the
Oh, the collector's
the
edition?
collector's
Yeah, but they
edition
didn't
for
show it
Final
at the
That's a
show,
Fantasy,
little
right?
random. I
freaking
didn't.
stunning. No, they show the game, but they didn't show the actual collector's
You're
edition.
talking about
You
Rebirth?
literally see
Yeah.
money. You were very tempted. You said, "Whoa, just for that collector's edition,
Yep.
it's really tempting to freaking go ahead and buy that,"
Damn,
because
those are that
guys,
pretty.
stunning, stunning, stunning. Also, by the way, that space game, I don't know what it was.
Helldivers 2?
Helldivers.
Oh my gosh, that actually looked
Yeah.
really good. The reaction of the wind to the ground and the
Yep.
way that the dust lifts, it was stunning. I was very impressed.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I'm definitely gonna drop some bars on that stuff too.
Yeah.
Jacob says, want to know what the PlayStation fans thought, Doodle? That it was a 10 out of 10. And that anyone who doesn't think that are losers. And that Spider-Man 2 haters are just Xbox fans alone and not PlayStation fans.
So
So
listen, I disagree with the treatment from both ends, but the change has to start somewhere. And
the
listen,
the problem, it can't be expected to be Xbox, right? So like that's the issue. Like PlayStation has done too much. Like again, we kind of talk like Xbox fans that are like the hardcore Xbox fans, they have PlayStations. They talk about when they're going to go play these games. Like Phil Spencer says congratulations on your new release, right? Whereas Sony and their fans they think that they're some elite status people,
yeah.
Essentially.
and that they can't say good job on Starfield, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the
It
enemy,
wasn't
right?
the showcase was not a 10 out of 10,
Definitely not.
but we're sitting around and, it's being we're talking people are talking threes, or are you guys crazy thinking that this was any good? And it's like, but I know you to be like on the Xbox team, right? So like when you think about these shows, right? Yes, I understand if you have a secondary system and it's a PlayStation, you want to see the exclusive games because you want to know what you can go ahead and put in there when your go-to is Xbox.
Yep.
But when you think of like Xbox having their showcase and talking about, um, if they bring up games that are multi-platform, you guys are going to be excited for that. And this is what happened with PlayStation. They're excited for the fact that, these games that are coming to their system, if that's the only system that they have, they look good and it was great. So this is the situation is, as you stated, CMoney, that most PlayStation fans don't go out and buy an Xbox as their secondary freaking system. And if they do, they don't really talk about it because it's like, no, I'm PlayStation 100% all the way. But
Yep.
again, the change has to start
So
somewhere. And I think that if we didn't like the way that they were coming, then we should show them the way to freaking do that and not go so hard. That's
yeah, I
all.
mean, but that's the same mentality that let us be so far back with Phil Spencer and the way they were used to think about it. Let's kumbaya shit. Like that's the problem. We're not the kumbaya people right now. It's not. They need, if they want that to happen, then they need to show the other side of it, because Xbox fans have been on the
Okay, then
receiving end
this
for a
is
long
and this is
time.
my
But
advice then in that situation, instead
uh,
of just giving it a number and being like, "Okay, this was this," really come in hard. Like, when I'm gonna rip somebody, I'm gonna read you from top to bottom, and I'm gonna make you cry. So go ahead and make them freaking cry. Find the edges, figure out where the heck this shit went wrong, what you found fucked up with it, and really twist it, right? That's when it hurts. Don't come out and say, "Listen, this was a this out of this, and that's it." Right? Or sound like you're just being petty on the other end. Really come for them, right? So
yeah, I mean,
you got to choose a side.
yeah, and
Like,
I
you
think
can't come
I
in with
think
this
that
soft shit and
I think the
expect it
nice
to
thing.
to not be like some, oh, I'm being petty.
So I think the nice thing about Xbox fans who are talking about it when they own PlayStation 5s is because their opinion actually matters. Whereas a PlayStation only fan, it doesn't matter as much because they're gonna hype it up regardless, right?
Okay, but that's the
It's the
same thing
people who have
that
both
was
that
said about
matter.
Starfield, right?
Well, I mean,
Like,
no, because there's only
obviously,
by
Xbox fans are gonna hype it up, but the opinion that should matter would be the PlayStation fans. I'm just listen, I have no
well,
skin
no,
in the
because
game.
they
I'm
have to
just
have an Xbox for that to be the same thing, right? And
Agree.
most of them don't, right? So if most of them don't, then their opinion on Starfield doesn't matter.
But
If
how do
most
you
of them did
know
have
this
an
is the
Xbox,
thing? Like,
well,
nothing is factual. Who's to say that the people that are out there talking about the PlayStation showcase actually have a
because the
PlayStation?
numbers would show that, right? If every
Okay.
PlayStation guy had an Xbox, then Xbox numbers would be through the roof and not, less than
And you don't
half.
think that it's just PlayStation fans, Xbox fans, and it's so you're saying that every Xbox fan has a freaking PlayStation, and then
I think the people who
there's
can
the
afford it, I
PlayStation.
think the people who can afford it do, because I feel like PlayStation makes really good games. So
Okay.
they kind of force you to own a PlayStation if you want to experience some of those
So I
games.
do feel though that that's a little bit. I get your point. It's
And
slightly
ultimately,
ignorant to think that all of Xbox fans have a PlayStation.
well, I don't think all of them. I think
Okay,
a
because
lot of them
you
do,
you
especially a lot of the
generalized it.
prominent people. So, like, the people that you were talking about, you said you went online and saw people talking smack about the show.
A lot.
I think a lot of prominent people that out on Twitter have PlayStation 5s
Okay.
because they're not just one lane
I
only.
know I have the PlayStation
Yeah.
5. I don't know what anybody has out
Exactly,
there.
but we do, like, the people who follow, like, if you follow these people, you have a understanding, based off of the things they talk about when these new games come out.
Sure.
But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we have them both. But I will say, like, the thought about it is more in line with what was actually shown, and it there's nothing to be excited about in a new way for most people when they watch the show. That's just the facts of what it is. It doesn't matter what was shown because they only showed refreshes to what we already knew. And in a world where PlayStation has not given us a roadmap, it's not a good look.
When has
It's just
PlayStation
not a
ever
good
given
look.
you a roadmap?
2015 when they gave us the
Okay,
year of
that was
dreams,
and we're in
and they
2023.
yeah,
I
but they
think they
but they gave us a big roadmap that didn't come to fruition until, and not, I'm sorry, not only 2015 was the year of dreams, but then the year that the PlayStation 5 came out, right?
yeah.
The state of play, before that, they showed us God of War, Spider-Man 2, Wolverine. Like, all these games were already announced and we waited years to go through it. That was their roadmap. They ran out of the roadmap though. Every year we got all the games that
Wolverine
they
is
showed
out?
us. No, I mean,
Oh,
that's not a roadmap, that's one game down the road.
okay.
Like, a roadmap is like where we're gonna go. This is just one destination down the road.
Listen, we
So,
heard about
Agree.
Spider-Man, right? And you know how they've been behaving with this situation. I just feel like to expect something unexpected in that way when you're seeing the pattern is a little bit of a setup, you know?
yeah. I mean, and again, it's not I want PlayStation to do amazing. I want them to give me a reason to turn on that PlayStation 5 back there, right? And they give me reasons to turn it on, but then I turn it off because they're not lasting reasons. It's not
Yeah.
my fault. I'm not purposely I buy the game. Like I don't hate buy games. You know what I'm saying? Like if I buy it, it's because I want to play it. But it's just like once I start playing it, very few of them hold me all the way through. Games that PlayStation fans think are GOATs, the greatest of all times, I've shut off and haven't turned back on. Ghost of Tsushima, it was dope. Didn't hold my interest the entire time. God of War Ragnarok 2, didn't happen. God of War
Ragnarok 2.
1, I beat it. But after a really long time of playing that game, because I was like, oh, I just got to get through it. But I was done with it before. Like I would have not beaten it if I didn't know that the story was so good or whatever. The only ones that have really caught me are Last of Us and Uncharted. Those are and that's Naughty Dog games.
Okay.
Those are my favorite. Ratchet and Clank came out, played it for a little while, didn't do it. Demon Souls, I didn't play Elden Ring yet, so I didn't know that I end up really liking that type of game. I don't know. Maybe I go back and it's like, it's still too constrained and I don't like it, but didn't do that, right? So, like, it's it's not my fault that they're not grabbing me. I want them to grab me. I want them to
I
make things that
understand that,
that are
but
more gripping.
CMoney, don't you think that maybe you're speaking from a privileged perspective? So if we're talking about the people that do only have, they do make the choice and they have the one system, don't you think that just like you guys feel like this is game of the generation with Starfield and this is amazing that they're not going to go ahead and see their games the same way? They made a choice, right? So if that's the box they chose to go ahead and play the games in, just because they're not up to par with the fact that you yourself feel like the games I'm getting from Xbox are better than the ones I'm getting from PlayStation. If that's the box they chose and these are the games that they've got, shouldn't the excitement be celebrated or they should feel that excitement about it? What are they gonna
I mean,
say?
if
It's
they're
not as good
genuinely
as
excited,
Starfield,
then
but I don't
great.
have Xbox and I don't have Starfield?
Yeah, but if they're genuinely excited, right? That's also thinking about the idea that maybe I'm disingenuinely not excited, right? And that's not the case, right? Like I don't watch the showcase to
I never
just
said that you
but
were
what I'm saying is like that's the
disingenuinely.
idea, right?
I
Like the
said,
people who are
don't you
talking about
think that
it.
you're coming from a privileged perspective if you have both boxes? But have you thought
I,
about the
I
fact that,
don't
like, maybe the excitement for the people that just have the PlayStation is generally there because that's what they're getting? They're excited for these games?
but being excited for a game that is only on your system because that's all you have to play is fine, right?
Okay.
That's cool. That doesn't change my perspective because I'm not them, right? I have both consoles. Let's say I don't have an Xbox and I just have the PlayStation. It's not going to make me feel better about it. I'm going to be annoyed that I don't like this. Again, I'm not when I'm playing that game, I'm not telling myself, "Oh, I'm not going to play this because it's a PlayStation." No, I spent my money on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
I want to play the games. I want to love the game. So I'm not I'm not gonna ever look at a showcase that PlayStation does and says this is whack because it's not an Xbox showcase. No, show me dope shit. You know very well that when the PlayStation 4 Pro came out, I bought the PlayStation 4 Pro and I started buying all my copies of my games on the PlayStation 4 Pro and not on the Xbox because the PlayStation 4 Pro was more powerful. I don't give a Xbox doesn't own me. They just have what I like and I love the way the company treats its customers with Game Pass and all this other stuff.
So what lineup has PlayStation been giving you that you were disappointed by this showcase? Now I'm speaking to the PlayStation and like the people that have both, right? So I'm talking about you. You have both, right?
Yep.
So what what lineup did they have previously that they didn't touch on right now that disappointed you? If you know that they're talking about the games, if this is an extended conversation or an extended showcase about the games that they've talked to us about before.
Okay, so the fact is that Final Fantasy 7 is not my cup of tea.
Okay.
Okay, the part 1 came out, Madman, we bought it for Madman. He played some of it. I don't really care for it. So that doesn't bring any excitement to me. Plus, we already knew about that. So
Okay, but again,
I'm
what
already
was the
seeing
point
more
of
of
the
what I don't.
showcase though? What
Well,
you
they
already knew
announced it
about
as a
that. If you
port.
didn't know about it, then you weren't gonna hear anything new. They made it very clear that this was just touching
Updates.
on things that they've mentioned before.
Yeah, so an update on a game that I don't care for is not gonna help my points for it, right? It's not
Okay.
gonna make me give it more points because I don't care about it. Resident Evil 4 remake, fine. Okay, that's cool. Helldivers, I mean, I'm gonna get in. I mean, I guess I'll just jump into it too because Helldivers 2, I did find very dope. Like, I liked it a lot. I'm very excited to eventually play this.
Yeah.
Um, am I gonna buy it? I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna wait until it's on sale. I don't know if I'm gonna hopefully see it in
Well,
my
with all the games
subscription that I have
coming
left
out
over.
and all the stuff you have in Game Pass, I can
Like
only yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, Helldiver looked dope. Does it look better than anything else
that you're
on
rushing
the
to play.
roadmap of
So I
games
think
right
it's so
now?
okay, so that's
It's
a
like,
whole different
no, it's
conversation.
not,
Now, I
because it
understand,
doesn't exist in
yes,
a bubble.
listen,
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still
PlayStation
competing against the other
PlayStation
games.
stopped giving the road as to what they're working on and what they're doing. Now, we had this huge conversation before, right? Could that be the situation? Could that be it? Maybe they're under some type of contract or they're working on something and they're not out here talking about what they're working on
I mean, it's
because they
possible.
can't let these things out and it's under wraps, right? We don't know that. But if this is the route that they're going to continue to take, then the question is if they do release a new system, right? Is it even a thought in my mind of picking it up as well as the Xbox? That's a bigger conversation, right? If they're not going ahead and making those exclusive games, right? And we're talking about I buy it for the exclusive games, is there a need to go ahead and buy that PlayStation? Maybe that extra support is what's gonna balance things out between Xbox and PlayStation,
What
right?
do you mean? What do you
Meaning
mean?
if you guys, right, the ones that double dip,
Mhm.
right? With Xbox being your main bitch, right? You
Yep.
go ahead and you say, okay, so my tank is not being filled when it comes to the exclusives. PlayStation's not doing their part, giving me the game that I'm hoping for, right? And even the ones that they are doing, I don't feel any rush to go play because of the variety that I'm getting from Xbox. The question is then, next gen, right? Come next systems, then that's something to really talk about and figure out what you guys want to do. Should you be
Um,
double dipping on systems if the other side is not giving you what you need?
I mean, the
That'll solve
problem
the
is that
problem.
we do know that they make the games that have a strong possibility
Okay.
to be very good. So that's why we buy the other console, because typically we know, like, at the very least, I know Naughty Dog is making something, and I
Yeah.
love Naughty Dog games, right? So Naughty Dog is essentially my Halo on the PlayStation side. Whatever they tend to
Like
make,
whatever they pump out, you're gonna
I
play.
typically really love. So just them enough, like, just them alone is enough for me to own the next
So
PlayStation.
what I suggest is waiting to hear what Naughty Dog is doing
Yeah, but
before
we don't live
going
in that world. We live in
going
the
to
YouTube
buy this
world,
shit
right?
again.
Where we talk about this weekly. So weekly, I want a reason to talk about PlayStation.
But there's not.
I don't come in here to just talk about Xbox only, but the news that is out there is mostly about Xbox. 'Cause Xbox is out there talking about what's coming up, what's going on, they're popping, and
Yeah.
PlayStation's keeping everything tight to their chest. And it's
And I
frustrating
understand that's
because we want to talk
frustrating.
about it.
Yes,
We
it's
want cool shit to
frustrating.
talk about
You
from them.
want to feel the excitement about what they're doing. And the thing is, right now, they have things under wraps and they're showing just what they want you to see. And that's annoying and it's frustrating, but that's the route they've taken. There's nothing really to do about it. I feel like Jimmy Jim, yes, tied to Xbox, gave us plenty of material all year long to pop us off. I was
Yeah,
seriously
for sure.
entertained. I literally paid less attention to the actual PlayStation than I did to Jimmy Jim. I,
Yeah.
I was rooting for a reality show, hands
I
down,
He
or
was
post
entertaining.
show.
He
He
was
was.
entertaining
Listen,
for
that
sure.
alone right there, that was worth the PlayStation money.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. That was definitely some grade A comedy. Absolutely. Let me say something real quick about this Final Fantasy.
Yes.
Because Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, it's the supposedly the conclusion, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this is the second one. So, I mean, I feel like this one looked better than the first one that they did. Um, I love the CGI on it. Like Final Fantasy CGI is like really high quality. Final Fantasy 16, we stopped playing it, but the when it looks great, it looks like second to none. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like they do some crazy shit in the CGI world. Um, but I don't know. I I think another issue I have with Final Fantasy 7 is the whole deal that they made where Final
Okay.
Fantasy 7 was supposed to be like a year exclusive, and then it went to 2 years, and then it was just like, no, they came out with Integrate, the little half step, for PlayStation 5, and again, we got nothing on the Xbox side. So I think I might also be bitter with that
I can
situation.
appreciate listen, see, and I can appreciate that because this is a problem. I get so annoyed with all the talk that goes around, right? They played your asses, guys. Xbox fans will play like fiddles. Get off their understand? Finish that sentence. Get off of it. Everybody's hyped up. Oh my gosh, Final Fantasy coming to Xbox. I get it's a big fucking deal, but get the fuck over it. You saw what they did. You saw what they did.
Yeah.
Lay the fudge back. People wouldn't have the power to do these things, right? If you didn't give them so much power and you guys lost your freaking mind over Final Fantasy, they have you guys like this, right?
Well, not
They
I
didn't
mean,
give
not
it
really,
to
not
you.
because now
You
I'm
guys were
annoyed.
annoyed by it. Now it's coming. Yay! I'm ready to freaking hug it out and be cool. Like, just play their asses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I would um care when it comes out. I think I care in the sense that it would be good for Xbox to have the game so that that's one less thing that people who are looking for that have to go elsewhere for, because I feel like ultimately it's Xbox's job to give us what we want. And when there's a third party company out there bringing out games exclusive to another console just because, we want them to not let that happen, right?
Yeah.
Fight for that shit and bring it over so that we're not the ones who are missing out if
Show
we
some
so
respect.
choose. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I think that that's the frustrating part of it for sure. Um, but that being said, like as far as the show was concerned, I think again leaving Spider-Man out because I do want to talk about that because I feel like we have things to say. Um, like that look again at Avatar
Mhm.
Frontiers of Pandora,
Oh my gosh, yeah,
that actually looked really good this time.
it
So
did.
last time, I feel like, man, it's been what, since June, just like 2, 3 months? Um, and I feel like they must have been showing us like really old builds of a lot of these games
Yeah.
at the show last time because, some of these games look way
They
better.
got their shit together. They gave Jimmy a tranquilizer, put him on the side, and they said, "Let's do damage
You
control."
know what? Actually, that you just brought that up, let's talk about that for a second. Jimmy Jim was nowhere to be found. They
Woo!
left his ass out. They
Yeah,
said,
they
"You
did.
are not allowed to
No.
speak in public, fam. You are not allowed. You're gonna go sit in the corner, bro."
Ooh, we don't want you
We
no
just got some
more.
random chick
You
with
give way
glasses.
too much
Okay,
Like, you look
material,
like a
Jimmy
genius.
Jim.
so, man, it's not some random chick with glasses, okay? That's like the most unnecessary way to describe the
Jeez,
They're
woman who
it's
came
it's
doing
it's
on.
just a
First
joke.
of
damage
all
control.
First
They
of
have
all,
a
the
new
fact that they
face.
moved away from the typical old white guy is
Amazing.
very
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
nice
I'm oh my god. I'm
change,
talking about
okay?
like he's a boss of
Okay.
PlayStation. Like you'd expect him instead of an
Okay, but
employee
she
or even if
also
it's less.
has she's not a random person. She works at PlayStation. She holds a high position. So
I don't
Yeah.
think Madman knew this.
they didn't
I
just
think
get
he
some
didn't know who she
random
Yeah, I
was.
get it.
person.
It's like saying if Phil
Yeah.
Spencer, even a boy or girl, got
Uh-huh.
someone else to come out
Yeah,
instead of
Sarah
him.
Bond. People love her. People love when she comes out.
Madman was not aware of who she
Yeah,
was. It's that
okay. Like,
simple.
geez, I wasn't trying to
Okay,
be
So
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 but the
let's move
point is
dismissive. I
along.
just
Let's move
watch
along.
apologize.
just watch the way you speak about these things because she's not just some random chick with glasses or whatever. She's a person who works there. She holds a big position there, and they chose to get away from the old dude who's been haunting us on these streams, looking like a fool and talking all type of reckless stuff. And they put somebody who was personable, well spoken, and non-offensive like him.
I guess.
So I dug the change. It was a nice change of pace to see that they realized that Jimmy Jim shouldn't just be out in these streets. So what did you think about the lady hosting as opposed to Jimmy Boy? Did you miss Jimmy?
Doodle or Madman?
Doodle. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
looking
okay.
at you as if you could see me.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see me, but
So, listen, this is the thing. They needed to do damage control. They needed to regroup. They're trying to send us a message with this situation. It's like we have Jimmy under control. You won't even need to see him. I think this was a step in the right direction with how they want to move forward, right? Um, we won't forget, but we know what's happened, and I see that they're trying to clean the image. It doesn't mean that it is clean, right? But, I mean, they're trying.
agreed.
So, that's what I need to
Yeah,
say
that's
about
good.
that.
Agreed. Jacob, thanks, man, for stopping by.
Jacob, thank you for hanging
Appreciate it, my
out with
man.
us.
I know
See
you're
ya,
like
Jacob.
6 hours in the future right now, so I
Yes,
know it's
get
late
good
for you.
sleep. Amazing
Appreciate it,
seeing
brother,
you,
man.
hanging out with you. Thank you.
Guys, this is the thing. As we were talking, we got a little passionate, and there's like a million chats that
Oh
scrolled
my
by.
gosh, let's
So
go
this
to
is
the
what
chat.
well, this is what I'm gonna say, just because there's so much and I'll be so confused and lost. If there was anything that you wrote in there that you want us to read or talk about a little bit, reposted it
Oh,
like
yes, that's
and just
smart.
put like read in
Yes,
front in like capital letters, read, and then post what you want to post, and then I'll read it
yeah.
because
If
we
it
were
wasn't a conversation amongst you guys and it's something
yeah,
that you
because it's
want us
too
to take
much
a
to
look at,
go
yes,
through. So anything that you want us to kind of read, just repost it here, and we'll go through
that's
it in a little
perfect,
bit.
T. We
Um,
got caught up.
we got caught up. So yeah, so I would say personally, I did like the change of pace. I'm glad that PlayStation is seeing that maybe they need to be a little more personable to have somebody who can go out there and you know talk without offending the world,
Yeah,
or just talking nonsense, of really offending himself
yes,
because my man just keeps making himself look stupid when he speaks. So,
fact.
so yeah, that was a nice change of pace,
It
I would say
was
personally
a
when
palate
I look at
cleanser,
that.
to say
Absolutely.
the least.
Okay, so any last things on the state of play outside of Spider-Man? Because the next I want to transition into Spider-Man 2.
Not really.
Any last word, man? You got anything
No,
about the
not
show in
really.
general?
Not really.
What would you let's do this. Nintendo and PlayStation. So since this is the end of the actual talk of the events, again, we're going to talk about Spider-Man 2 right now after this, but I want you to tell me what would you rate the state of play out of 10 and what would you rate the Nintendo Direct out of 10? Man.
Nintendo, I would rate like 7.5, really good. PlayStation, I would rate like a 5. It was meh, like in my opinion. Not much stood out apart from like the obvious. So you know.
Okay. All right. And my Doodle?
Okay, so, I think the disappointment of the freaking Switch, um, and the amount of they had, like, what, 2 or 3 RPGs over there that I'm not even gonna look at, so if I'm being completely honest, that Mario game I'm excited for. I wish Splatoon has some drastic changes, although I did enjoy the way that they did the presentation. The amiibos, you guys know how I am, excited for those. I'm gonna have to go with Madman 7.5. Um,
Okay.
I when it comes to PlayStation, I just listen, again, I don't have skin in the game. There's nothing that I'm really going to go ahead and say, "Let me go ahead and do this." There's one particular one that kind of blew my mind, but we're talking about that a little later. But I love the presentation though, the techie aspect of it. but realistically, again, it's not my cup of tea. So, but I was pretty surprised with what they had, a 7, and it would be higher if I was excited to actually enjoy the stuff that they were putting out.
Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, so as far like I definitely get that. As far as I'm concerned, so I think the thing that disappointed me the most about the Nintendo Direct was that there was no game on the level of Mario Wonder.
Yep.
I
So
get
there's
that.
nothing that made me say, "Oh, like, damn, I need to play
Mhm.
this Nintendo game 100% for sure." Like, nothing. Like Luigi's Mansion 2, again, I
And we
already
already
knew
knew
that
that.
was coming. It was great to see that it looks good. But that's not like that's more of a I'm a fan of the franchise, so I'm excited
Yes.
to play
Complete
it.
the trilogy.
But like there was nothing on there that popped like Mario Wonder. So for me, I would say a 7, um, for the Nintendo Direct. Um, and as far as the Sony event, um, I'm gonna say the if Spider-Man wasn't there, I think the rating I would give it would be a lot lower. Um,
We
but
have
I'm
VR games too now.
I'm gonna say that um I would give it like a 8.
Damn.
I put it higher than the,
Nintendo one? Shit.
Nintendo, and I think Spider-Man really is put like, minus Spider-Man, literally probably 6. So, I think Spider-Man gave it
And I get that
a big
score. If
boost.
I were going to go ahead and play these games or, like, be into it, yeah, the score will be a lot higher.
Yeah,
You
for
will
sure.
be able to enjoy some of these games, you know, and some of them looked really, really good.
Absolutely. Alright, so now let's dive into the main event of what PlayStation got going on, and this is the Spider-Man 2.
Of course.
Yo, they had 2 situations with Spider-Man. They had, kinda like a deep dive, which I almost feel like why wasn't this in a Spider-Man 2 direct that was only about Spider-Man? This kind of makes me feel weird. Like, why didn't they do that? Because I feel like the game is obviously big enough to have that happen. And the second part that they showed us with all the different costumes that are going to come
That looked
in
really
like the
cool.
deluxe edition,
The
Yes.
Raimi suit from
that was
Venom, like the
awesome.
Venom, the black suit Spider-Man from the
Super
Raimi
dope.
movies is there, and that looks pretty cool too.
All right, so I want everybody to kind of get their feelings on what's what with Spider-Man. So, Madman, why don't you I know Spider-Man's your favorite superhero. Did you beat part 1?
Oh yeah, and Miles. Yeah.
And Miles, okay. So you're into the games.
Yeah, I
You
am.
know, we know you're into the Miles
And
movies.
it's in like the Peter
So,
like Tom Holland as well.
yep. So what do you feel about Spider-Man 2?
It looks really good. The thing is, it's not like a graphical mind blower, but the game looks really fun, and they're doing something really cool. I like the fact that you can play as both of them. The symbiote suit looks like it's gonna be a wicked time to play as. Venom looks really cool. His character design and shit like that. Raimi's gonna play a big role, which looks really cool. I think it just looks like a fun game. Nothing to like that'll blow your mind, but it looks like really a lot of fun, and that's what games are meant to be. So,
Okay, anything in particular like um about this game that makes you more or less excited
from the PlayStation State of Play.
than the other Spider-Mans that
Playing
you've
as both
played?
Peter and Miles. I think that's the big one. You play as one or the other, but you get to play as both. I think that's really cool.
All right, and what do you think about the switching that you can supposedly do?
Like switching between and the fast travel looks cool too. I like fast travel, which it was a pain in the ass to have to go certain places, but now you can just like zoom and shit, and that's cool.
Yeah, so I guess you have to have traveled there before
Yeah,
or
probably.
unlock that area or something like that, they said.
I would imagine.
All right. Doodle,
Yes.
what do you feel about Spider-Man 2?
Oh my gosh. It was delicious to watch. It
Ooh.
was so sexy and exciting. I was like, "Am I Spider-Man?"
Bruh.
I was so into that freaking trailer.
Oh my god.
The way that they switched up the outfits mid-swing, they switched up into another freaking costume. It was exciting. I was blown away. And you guys heard me on the last showcase that they had. I was not impressed. Talk about the right type of advertisement because this one blew my mind. I was like, there we go. That's what we should have seen from the start. That was the hyped moment we were waiting for. It was everything. I was freaking excited. It looked really, really, really good. Yo, they did some slow,
Slow motion.
situations in it. Oh man, it was really good.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
I
good.
I feel that. I think this is definitely the trailer that they should have shown us for their summer special,
Yes.
right? But obviously, it looks like they were putting up the final details. We do know that graphical flourishes are the last things that get put into games,
Yeah.
because they got to make sure it works first before they, put all the final graphical touches. And
Mhm.
I guess the last 3 months plus however old that build was, um, kind of allow them to go ahead and put on a dope ass trailer. I mean, that last trailer from the showcase in the summer, I was completely like, this looks so ass. Like graphically, it looks ass. It looks boring. The stuff that they're trying to show with the travel and it's faster, that shit looks
Yeah.
didn't look much
Yeah.
faster, if that. And if it was faster, is that even gonna make it better or is it gonna make it harder to navigate? I mean, I don't know. But it didn't, nothing was like pulling me.
Mhm.
Um, but this trailer, not that I feel like the graphics have somehow changed to be like this, you know, completely different game from the original Spider-Man.
It
Like, oh my god, this
excites
is
you
real next gen.
about it.
I just feel like there's more next generation flourishes
Yeah.
that I saw when watching it. You noticed a lot the ray tracing that they have going on. They did announce that they're doing ray tracing um every single time, like no matter what version of it you're playing. Like there's different performance modes, but they all have ray tracing. So there's a 60,
That's pretty
40,
cool.
30. So obviously the 60 is going to look the least impressive, but still have ray tracing. Then the 40 is obviously going to be like the sweet spot where you get more FPS, but you're still getting that ray tracing. And then 30 is obviously going to be like the best ray tracing, the best graphics. Um, so I mean, it was a massive upgrade. It's a big difference. Fun speculation, Mav. What is up,
What
my
is up,
brother?
bruh?
Welcome.
Welcome, my friend.
Hello, hello.
Um, but yeah, like it again, it's not a situation where it completely like changed the graphics for me, but it was a huge improvement. And I gotta say, the fucking suits,
Yes.
that was fire. Like,
Yeah, that looked really
well,
cool.
this is what
The
I would
suits
say.
were cool.
The suits were fire, but it's very Peter Parker heavy.
It
Okay.
is.
Mhm.
Agree.
The dopest suits are Spider-Man's. Miles has some dope suits, but a lot of them are like funky looking, like really,
Out there, like
really
blue
weird
and shit like
looking.
that. And it's like interesting.
So it's not necessarily like completely like every costume looks dope. Peter Parker, his costumes are
Like Peter
fire.
Parker has he has like a spider
Like, does he
punk
have the
suit.
punk one?
The what?
The punk one,
Yeah,
right?
Spider Punk. Yeah.
Yeah,
He even
man.
had the Raimi Venom suit. Like if you're a black suit Spider-Man, you can have the Tobey Maguire version, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was really impressed with it. They did a great job showing it. I
They
love when
did.
they took that scene that they showed us in the original one where they're swinging together, but this time they're swinging and the costume kept
Yes.
changing.
The
So you kept
transitions
getting
were
to
so
see.
freaking smooth. It
Um,
looks so good. It
yeah,
Yeah.
looks so good.
this was really good. It was more of a trailer. So I think last time they were trying to show us gameplay, and that's the only thing that concerns me
Yes. I
because
agree
it's
with
like,
that.
yeah, all the cutscenes look dope. You know what I'm
They
saying?
do.
Yeah, when you put me in these situations, it looks dope. I like the swing suit, right? The wingsuit,
Oh, like the
that looks
wings.
dope,
That was sweet.
right? That's a cool ass. I would say that's a cool ass addition to fundamentally change how you travel, because
Yes.
now you get that nice good swing, you like launch yourself, and then you
Like
you know,
gliding through.
glide, and
Yes.
then drop the glide, turn into the web. Like, you know, how many times you try to get over the park,
Yep.
Central Park, and then you have to like
Hit
dive
a tree.
down because you have to go find trees to swing on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's true.
So it's like you get a good like upswing and just glide down. Yeah, I think they made me excited for this game. Now, I was already all in anyway, because I do have the
19
collector's
inches of
edition.
venom
The
coming.
19 inches of Venom are coming home here. And we're gonna enjoy
All
the
19
19 inches
inches.
of Venom, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Definitely gonna be a good time. But I'm not gonna say that when the game comes out, I'm gonna be like, "Oh my god, I need to play Spider-Man."
Yeah.
You know, I would say that we will probably play it for sure on
Oh,
release
yes.
date for,
Agree.
like a first impressions. Um, but I think that we'll play that and then it'll sit, because I think I'm still in the Starfield, and there's nothing that I've seen at any showcase or any event that is even close to having me stop playing this game. And I'm even talking about like games that like I can't wait to play, like Alan Wake 2. I want to play that
Oh my
so much,
gosh.
but it's not going to
Yes.
stop me from playing it. I think we will play Alan Wake 2 a lot
Mhm.
here, like on stream.
Stream, yes, especially because
Because
they've
it's coming to
pushed it.
Halloween time.
Yes, it's really they really pushed it, right? It's
Yep,
like right before, so you kind of have to get it in and get it done if you're
absolutely.
streaming it, like, before. Because again, guys, for us, Christmas begins November
November
1st,
1st, baby.
alright? So we're
Oh
November
gonna
1st,
yeah, the
the
yes,
tree goes up.
holiday.
yes,
That's it, and we're rocking until, you know, until the end of the year, until New
yes,
Year's. So,
Jingle bell rock.
I think we'll play it a lot, but like me personally sitting down and that's my game time and I'm gonna play that,
I get that.
nah, I'm gonna play Starfield. Um, so I mean, part of that is the fact that I don't get to play as much. So Starfield. So, you know, where everybody else is already at 100 hours or 60 hours or 90 hours, I'm still in the 30-ish range. So I kind of, it's gonna take me longer, but this game is like there's no game
It's worth
that's gonna give me FOMO
taking
over
it
Starfield.
in a direction in which you're going to maximize your experience while you're playing the game. It should not be rushed, you know? So I appreciate the route that you're taking with it, because
I
feeling
think you do
like,
though.
you know what? I just want to play it just to play it to get to, to catch up or whatever, in a way that it's almost like you're not relaxed and enjoying it, like,
Yep.
it's not worth it.
Yep.
So
Yeah, no, 100%. And Dusty kind of hit it on the head. Stream the games you want to play, then play Starfield outside of that. I mean, that's pretty much our
agree,
plan. You know what I'm saying?
Dusty. Fact.
Like whatever we want to play, whatever's dope that's coming
Yes.
out. Like again, Alan Wake 2 for sure. Um, Forza I'm gonna play, um, for sure, I think.
I wanna
But
try it out. We gotta do a gameplay of
we're
that
definitely we'll
because
do a first impression
and
on
I
it for
wanna
sure.
use can we use the wheel?
Yeah,
Like
I have the wheel. We can set it up. Let's
yeah,
put it
maybe
right here.
we should really, because again, it seems to be the problem with all the crashing. Now, if I crash into everything with the wheel,
Then
then,
it's a problem.
there's a bigger
Yeah,
problem.
because I can attest to the fact that you have not crashed into anything, knock on wood. Where's the wood? Right?
Yes, knock, knock, please.
So there
Forget.
has been no crashing, so that's good, right? So, with the wheel, maybe you could be successful navigating those roads.
Yes.
Unlike in Horizon 5, which we witnessed, which was fun, which is a
It
fun time.
was yeah,
Yeah,
Um,
agreed.
unique.
but yeah, so like right now, um, I'm excited for it because do want to play it as a first impressions. But just like Dusty said, all these other games are going to be regulated to if they're dope, we'll stream them,
Yep.
and then on my personal game time, we'll just keep doing
Keep rocking,
keep
baby.
rocking what we're rocking with the Starfield for sure. Um, so any last words on Spider-Man or the show in general before we move
Not
forward?
really. I mean, I'm still on Spider-Man, and I'm excited for it. So yeah. Good
Okay.
with it.
Um, Now I will say there's some more PlayStation news, so we're gonna keep kind of going in that direction.
Let's go.
Um, Now we were talking about Final Fantasy.
Yes.
So Final Fantasy, when you see the actual trailer, so not the one that they did during the show where they were showing you the game, but if you
Mhm.
see the trailer after the fact, um, it says not available on other formats at least until 5/29/2024.
Okay.
And I think the game comes out in February. So it's like a 3-month
Delay.
exclusive. So I don't know if that means, remember Square got on stage with Phil, shook hands, made a lot of promises. I don't know if they could change this deal or maybe this was always the deal, but they were probably going to re-up it and push it further out.
Yeah.
But maybe shaking hands with Phil meant, nah, we ain't doing that. We're gonna bring the game elsewhere. I
Yep.
would imagine that that would at least mean PlayStation, um, PlayStation. I'm not PlayStation, PC. Um, but I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the game that they also kind of went on record saying that, yeah, even though it's a PlayStation exclusive for a short amount of time, um, that it's still going to take us a while to make the PC version. I think that's the Final Fantasy 16. They were talking about that one. Like, even though it's limited for a certain amount of time, they're not going to just be able to flip the switch and put it on PC or wherever else they're putting it. They
Yes,
still have to
because
do
now
those
they
forms.
have to adapt the game.
Yeah, because I think when you do the deal with PlayStation and they're paying for it, you're not allowed to work on the
Mhm.
other versions of the game until after the
It's
exclusivity
kind of like
is
we're not
over.
gonna pay you so that you can work on other
Exactly,
platforms.
exactly. Like, we're paying you to focus on the PlayStation 5. Then
Yes.
once we're done and when you're not on our bank, on our dollar anymore, then go ahead and, do whatever you wanna do,
Which,
which
I
makes sense.
understand
Like,
that. It makes sense.
I would not
Yes.
be okay
Business
with
is
that
business.
either. Um so that's pretty, I mean, I guess that's good news for anybody hoping to play that game outside of the PlayStation ecosystem.
Yeah.
Um, Another thing that kind of leaked was, which I don't know why this wasn't in the showcase because I think there's a certain amount of people, if you're showing us all rehash things anyway, certain amount of people who've been excited to find out that the Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition is coming to PC. So remember, Horizon, the first one is on PC. Is the second one on PC?
I don't know.
I don't know if the second one's on PC. Um, if it is, then they're doing a complete edition. If they're not, then then they're getting it for the first time on the PC. But that's been leaked. So, you know, Horizon,
Collector's edition is
I
freaking
the
stunning.
collector's edition is one of the
It's
best collector's
crazy.
editions that,
Yes.
I mean, it's
I mean, it's
right
pretty
there and it's
gorgeous.
so dope.
Mhm.
Um, but I would say, Horizon Forbidden West gets a bad rap, I think, with a lot of Xbox guys. Um, but I went back to play. So I played it for a week and then Elden Ring came out, so I stopped. Then when they were announcing the new DLC, the PlayStation 5 only version that I really
Yes.
wanted to play, they said that you had to beat the original game to play the DLC. So I was like, all right, let me get back into it. And I put a good amount of time into it. I don't know how close I am to finishing it, but
Yeah.
I put like a lot of time into it. And it's actually really good. Like, I enjoy the game. I don't think it's not like the fact that Gorilla transitioned from Killzone to the first Horizon Zero Dawn,
Yeah.
that was a big, like, holy shit, like, this is a really good game for coming from these guys. But now that they already had it under their feet, this seems like Horizon Forbidden West seems like the game they wish they were able to make when they did Horizon Zero Dawn,
Yeah.
because, like, they were just that first transition was kept them more simple. So it feels like a good game. Is it exciting game? Sometimes, sometimes while you're playing it, it's exciting what's going on. Sometimes it's not. I don't think Alloy is a great character, or
Agree with
Aloy.
that. Yes.
I do understand what everybody says. She's kind of boring and
She
drab.
is.
Like,
There's
she
no,
doesn't
like,
really
you
have a
don't
range
feel
of
it's which is
emotions.
funny because PlayStation is known for giving us these characters, right? That
Yeah.
kind of, like, pull us in
Like
and you
looking at
kind of
Ellie,
are
you know what I'm saying?
invested
Like
in the
she's just a very
storyline.
plain
and
protagonist. Like,
yes,
no one's
she's
like, "Oh, who's
very
Aloy?" Like, not like Ellie or Kratos or some shit, you know?
yes, she leaves you feeling quite empty. You don't feel that connection and that desire to, like, know her story or even be the savior as her, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, because like, she's so I don't know, like, even as, like, she's supposed to be this badass that everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's the savior." Like, she did all this amazing stuff. Like, she's like the definition of, like, don't meet your heroes. You know what I'm
yes.
saying? Like, through the word of mouth about her was that she was, like, this amazing person or whatever, and then, like, you meet her and
Yeah.
you're like, "Oh,
Oh, damn.
like, this
That's
is
it?
you. This is what everybody's been talking about?" Like,
Yep.
okay, yeah, you can apparently go kill these things and do that, cool, but, like, you're drab, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you're not really fun, and this is not about how she
I'm
looks,
not
it's about
digging
how
your
it's like
energy.
how she
It's the
emotes.
energy. Yes, the feel that you get. And again, when you're coming from we're talking about PlayStation, they're known for this. They're known for having you connect to the characters, to want that story and like feel whatever they're feeling and going through. Um, maybe because she's such a hero, they forgot to add the element of what makes her that, right? And they just went with the fighter,
Yeah,
mentality, very robotic. But no, what makes you a hero is what you're fighting for and what gives you that drive and that feeling. She lacks it.
yeah, and she always feels like borderline like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna go do this,"
Mhm.
and it's like, it's feel like, yeah, that's what I
She
feel.
doesn't
Like, "Well, I
yes.
guess we gotta go do that." Like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, put some excitement into
Like,
it, like,
even
make me
Aloy's
pumped
like,
to
"Shit, you're
experience
really
this
milking
shit.
this game, aren't you?"
Seriously. Like, I don't know, and the actress is, like, a big actress, like, as
Yes.
far as in the voice acting realm, she's, like, a super big actress, so I don't
What's
understand,
her name?
Ashley Birch, I think?
Huh.
Um,
So what
so I don't know.
feeling can you possibly get when the actual character you're playing doesn't wanna go and do the crap that you're supposed to go and
Yeah,
do
like, I don't know,
with
it's
them,
just
right?
it's
It's like,
wild,
okay.
like, it doesn't make much sense to me. Um So, all right, so we're gonna move forward on PlayStation stuff. They had and we're not gonna dive too deep into this, but since we're talking PlayStation, might as well cover it. So they finally had that update to it.
Yes.
So now you can use the solid state drives up to 8 terabytes, which is really good. Dolby Atmos finally came. So now if you have your Dolby Atmos setup, it's gonna sound great. Which is dope. They added this is pretty cool. I think Xbox already has this, if I'm not mistaken, but it's the second controller as assistance. So like let's say somebody's playing the game, two people can have the same controller controlling the same thing. So
Okay.
like, you can help somebody who needs help.
Yes.
You can like help a child, like have them be playing,
That's
but you're like kind of
exactly where
helping them
my
do
mind
it.
went to. That's great when you have, your little ones playing a game and you wanna assist them without kind of, all right, taking over the controller, you know?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big things that they don't even really talk about, but it's here. They have it under the plus more section, which shows you their commitment to this idea.
Mhm.
But remote play is now supported on more Android devices.
Okay.
So if you are a cloud gamer like Dusty and you like to do remote play, being able to stream from your phone I'm sorry, from your PlayStation 5 to your phone is a big deal,
Yeah.
and you can use the app, I think it's called PS Play, that lets you do it from anywhere, so even if you're not local, it's there. And then remember we had the price increase that was
Yes.
announced where
Yes.
it's like, you're not even really giving us stuff, but you somehow feel the desire.
Entitled to do
Um,
so without even, you know
yeah. So they, the PS Plus Extra September lineup was revealed, and I'm not gonna list them because there's, like, a lot of games here,
Okay.
but they're all so old.
Yeah.
It's, like, so old. Like, why like, this is some Xbox Live Gold, games with gold scenario.
Yes.
Like,
I understand that.
all of these games are old as dirt. Near Replicant, that's so old. Like,
Yeah.
how if you haven't played
How
that
dare
yet,
you insult me in 2023 with this
yeah,
trash?
like,
That's
what
fair.
is that?
They're trying,
Um,
I think, can you imagine if they're thinking, well, Nintendo's bringing all their old games, right, into their,
Modern platforms.
yep,
yeah, their service, so it's kind of like, "Okay, let's see if we can pull this off," and it's like, Nintendo's Nintendo, guys, there's nostalgia over there, you don't have the characters to pull us and wanna make us pay for that, not to
absolutely,
mention
absolutely.
that Nintendo games are worth what they were worth when they first came out, if
Facts.
not
They're
more.
still as good.
So, yes, you're
So
getting a good ass deal.
absolutely. So this is where you add insult to injury because PlayStation Plus Premium lineup, okay?
Okay.
Much smaller list, right? But these are the people who are paying $18 a month or with this new increase, $60 more a year or $40 more a year, one of the two. It's still a lot. Um, these are the 4 games they're getting. Star Ocean, First Departure R. Star Ocean, Till the End of Time. Star Ocean, The Last Hope, 4K and FHD remaster, and Dragon's Crown Pro.
Bro,
So I
chill.
pay the highest tier.
To get that.
The lesser tier, I get all of those other games that are old and not worth my time anyway, but I get at least like, I don't know, 20, 15, maybe 12. Um, for paying more money, I get 4 more games and they are also all old. They're all the PlayStation 4 versions, so it can't be a new game because they're not PlayStation 5. So it's like, what is
Happening here?
happening? These are the
Yes.
classic games. So they're classics, but they're all like, what about that list right there says, "Yo, let's go play." Like,
Yeah,
we gotta do this now. Frustrating, frustrating
I
because we
get that.
paid. They bamboozled
No,
us.
thank you,
You know what I'm saying? We paid for the
PlayStation.
year for the premium version, and it's like no reason.
Yeah, we're done so, Jimmy. You ain't
Uh,
getting it from us.
Yeah, no, we're
Figure your
done once
shit
this
out.
shit flips. Um, all right, and then one last PlayStation Plus announcement: Deathloop is out September 19th. Remember, Xbox bought Bethesda. They own Arcane. They own Deathloop. But the deal they had brought Deathloop first to PlayStation. Now it's on Xbox. It's in Game Pass. But the deal was it went into Game Pass and it went into PlayStation Plus the same day.
Yes.
But
Yep.
I'm assuming the year is up, maybe the year or maybe 6 months. Um, and or maybe 2, I don't even know. No, this year we got Ghostwire, so it had to be last year. Yeah, so the year's up and now they're taking it out. So it's not in PlayStation Plus anymore. So you can still go buy the game,
Yeah.
but it's no longer free if you're a subscriber come September 19th.
Listen, it's no longer free because you gotta pay more money now, and you're gonna get less. You'll get more trash, less goody goody.
Facts.
Got that?
Got
Facts
that.
That's the selling
for
point that they're
sure.
coming with.
All right. So moving on from the PlayStation news.
Let's go.
This one was a rough one. That's been really making rounds. Unity.
Okay.
They're essentially blowing up their own shit.
It's pretty bad.
Unity is a game engine, okay, that was always geared towards like independent studios, like smaller indies,
Yes.
for its ease of use, and like it's fair how they charge for it. But ease of use, I think, has always been like the biggest, kind of win for these small developers, right? And they announced a change to the pricing system that is wild. So, like, literally, it's all over the internet. These developers are out. Like, people are like, F this, I'm gone. And the there's plenty to go find if you want to go Google it. I mean, it's everywhere. It's hard to miss. You can find a lot of extra detail about this. But what it boils down to is instead of charging you for like a fee or whatever, and then that's it, and you just get like a certain percentage, they have decided to make it where you are gonna be charged for every time someone downloads your game.
That's pretty
Oh
bad.
my gosh.
Every time
Yes.
someone downloads your game, you're gonna get charged for it. So
Yep.
if you have somebody who bought your game a year ago, right?
Yes.
And they didn't download it, or they downloaded it and then they didn't. Now all of a sudden, you're in a situation where you could be paying for this, and this is monthly, right? Um, like you're literally in a situation where these people can't afford to have these games even be downloaded. They said that, like, somebody wrote a tweet and they were like, if you really want to screw us over, you don't need to pirate the game, just download it.
Just download
Like,
it.
just
Yeah,
download the
this is
game again,
so
and you're going
ridiculous.
to
That's
just screw
horrible.
us.
Yes, Dusty.
Dusty said Unity's smoking the wrong stuff.
They are.
That is
They're
for
cracked
facts.
out, baby.
G maybe says they illegally changed their terms of service with their customers. I don't know how they
Listen.
didn't, like,
This is
Receive consequence, you know?
crazy.
Like this
This is
shouldn't
crazy.
have to slide. This shouldn't be right.
If you bought the game,
it's
the
not.
game is your game. You download it wherever the heck you need to download it. Period. Right? So this is so ridiculous and crazy to think that they can do this crap now.
So, well, let me frame this real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, because after they went ahead and said it, right? After they went ahead and came out and like saw all the uproar, basically they kind of said that they regrouped. Okay, so they went back after they announced it, they
I can't
regrouped
wait
with
to
each
hear
other,
this.
and they were like, okay, so now it's only the
Uh-huh.
initial installation of a game is going to trigger the fee. So
Okay.
if you install it and then delete it and reinstall it, then that one supposedly is not going to be charged. And then it says demos of a game mostly won't trigger fees.
Got it. So your system is
Mostly.
broken. What you're saying is we are not taking accountability. They're leaving it open, right? So listen, it's most likely not supposed to happen, and it probably shouldn't, but that means it probably will. So let's just, stay away from that
Well,
situation.
this is
That's
the
my
thing, right?
suggestion.
So when they say that it makes sense for them to do it, right? Where like Unity is saying that it's better for them, and this is the reason they said. They said that they didn't have to get as much data and insight into the developers' operations doing it this way than if they had the revenue share model. So maybe they feel like maybe people were being disingenuous with them and not giving them all the information that they needed to, or maybe they felt like they were owed more. I don't know. But basically, they're trying to say that it's easier for us to look at the thing that says there was 1 million downloads, so you got to pay me that much than,
Yeah.
some type of split that happens over X amount of sale.
Mhm.
I listen, this whole thing is wrapped up wrong because the guy who runs this, who's in charge of Unity now,
Yes.
he's the same guy who was in charge of EA when they were going through like the worst time ever. When they were like rated the worst company in the world and all this other shit.
Oh, okay. So this
Um,
is promising, you guys.
yeah. So it was like
Yeah.
John Resitelli or some shit. I don't know. But this is the real funny part, right? This is the shit that really got a lot of people in the community bugging. So Unity says that devs are not responsible to pay that fee for things like Game Pass and things like PlayStation Plus or any of these subscription services. They're saying that it's going to be Microsoft and Sony who are on the hook for those games.
On the hook.
Oh,
Now,
damn.
I want to know what crack
Mhm.
Unity is smoking, because I got to tell you, that must be a good ride.
Must
That
be
must
interesting.
be a good ride, because how do they think that a company like Microsoft, who makes a deal with these developers directly, they don't go. That's like saying that if you make a game with Unreal Engine, right? Unreal Engine 5, you made your game. That when you make the deal with Xbox for Game Pass, that they're also going to pay your fees
Mhm.
for Unreal Engine. Like, that might be part of the deal as a one-time cost, but you know how many people download
Yep.
games on Game Pass and never even play them?
Yep.
You think Microsoft is
It's
gonna
gonna pick
sign
up
off
that
on
bill.
that? So, Steven Totillo, he made a good note about it where he's wondering if that's the case, like, when they make a deal with this developer,
Yeah.
that now they have to agree in that deal. So, basically, Unity is gonna make a deal with its developer saying that if you take a deal from the Game Pass people or whatever, that you have to tell them that they're responsible to pay us for those downloads, right? That Microsoft or PlayStation is gonna look at that deal and say, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, cool, cool. We'll
Who
pay
got it?
all of that. We'll pay all of that forever." You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Or forever long you're on the service.
This is so
No,
ridiculous,
that's so
guys.
asinine, bro.
It's
But
crazy.
what he was also kind of speculating was like if that was the case and that actually had to happen, does that mean that Microsoft and Sony start looking at this saying, "You know what? We don't want your games in Game Pass.
And
We
that's
don't
what
want your
should
games
happen.
in
You wanna
PlayStation
be
Plus."
difficult, you
Like, are
wanna
you
go
kidding
ahead
me?
and start this nonsense
And
where they're
screw the
stuck with the
people in
bill or
general, because
we're stuck
doing
with the
that,
bill or some
like those
stupid
poor
shit like that. No, thank you.
You know
Don't
what? It's
start
funny
drama, Game Pass.
because here's Dusty coming with the bars because again, think about everything that's been happening with Microsoft buying a company that they can legally buy with no problem whatsoever, but they're getting
Yes.
problems with FTC and the CMA. And Dusty says this is why the FCC and the CMA are a joke.
Yep.
Let's remember that we are customers of the developers who make these games for us, but they are customers of the
Yep.
engines they pay to use. So customers is multifaceted, right? So if you're that level of a customer to your engine person, right, your engine company, they should protect you. But
Yes.
there's nobody's talking. We don't hear anything from the FTC or the CMA when it comes to literally having them change mid, deal that they have with these people, right? They have these deals and it's like nobody's saying shit.
Nope.
Nobody's coming out saying, "Hold on, we're going to look into this Unity situation." No, they don't care because you know why? Doesn't matter. It's not sexy. Nobody's gonna look at it in the news, right? But they want to go ahead and focus on the shit that doesn't matter, which is letting Xbox buy a company that they can afford to buy. Right?
Yes.
It's like going to Walmart, picking up something and be like, "I could buy this, I can afford it." And they're like, "Nah, man, you can't buy that shit." And they just slap it out of your hands. Like, what are you talking about? It's right there. There's a price. I can buy it. No, 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 you can't buy that. Get out of here.
Yep.
That's wild. G maybe says the lawyers the devs have been consulting said it definitely looks illegal. The guy that wanted to charge players per reload of their guns in game.
Is that a
That's the
joke?
guy who runs Unity now, which is sick in the head. G maybe says Microsoft could just I could say I could just pay or I could just buy your shit.
Exactly.
That's true too. But do you like you would the problem is that these devs now have to be able to like let's be real, like these things are like languages. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know how to make Unity games, that doesn't necessarily mean you know how to work really well
Mhm.
in C++ or whatever the other engines use, you know? So as much as it might be, relatively easy for somebody who understands the concept of making a game,
If you don't get it, then
but if you
yeah.
don't know how, like, you're not gonna be a company like, let's say there's 10 people on your team, like, and you go, "Alright, we're switching to this other engine." Like, you may have people on that team who cannot figure out how
Exactly.
to use the other
Even if
engine.
even if they know how to use
You know what I'm
their
saying?
own,
So
yeah.
that is gonna change everything, and you gotta remember, like, they are paying like, these people are mid-development right now.
Mhm.
Like, people are making a game in Unity that they've been making a game in Unity for years now.
Yeah.
Like, how can you just turn around and be like, "Well, let's port it to another engine?" Like, I think that's what makes sense to do, but who's gonna pay for that, right? You gotta go find a deal now.
Yep.
Now, the what smart thing to do is go to, like, a Microsoft or somebody and be like, "Hey, listen, we have this dope game, check it out. we put it in a Game Pass. I need you to cover the cost of,
Hold me, daddy.
of having us learn how to do this other language, right? But it's like,
yeah,
that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be able to come through because you
Yep.
don't know how to use these other engines, right? So you switch this other engine, you might not be able to
It'd
do it
have
well.
to be a sweet deal where there's like the new engine, the freaking training for it, or people around you that can rise your team up. That will have to be one sweet deal.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that would be hard. That has to be a really good game for
Yeah, but
anybody to
it
want to
has
get
to
on
be
board
scary,
with that.
for them because these are people's livelihoods. Now,
Mhm.
let's just take that to the next step. There was Jez put out here that Medi devs announced plans to quit Unity, which we understand. But this is a little tidbit here. He said that Unity execs offloaded stock in the run up to this announcement. So there was a little insider trading going on where people knew that this announcement was going to tank
Wow.
the stocks, so they sold their stocks beforehand. If that's the case, if that is true, and that truly did happen, there are people who need to be investigated
Yep.
and being taken down because that's some bullshit.
Yep. I
You're
agree.
doing that because you're going to give us news that's going to fuck up your stock, and you're going to go ahead and try to off our
Yep.
backs. Well, not if I was a developer, right? I'm talking like one of them, right? Off of our backs, you're gonna sell your stock, make even more money, and then charge us.
And screw.
Nah,
Yep.
fam, that's crazy. So this is the thing. Excuse me. They had a town hall meeting that was supposed to take place. So Jason Schreier reported that Unity canceled a town hall this morning and closed 2 offices due to what CEO John Riccatello said was a credible death threat, according to people familiar with the situation. This comes in the wake of a controversial price hike from the video game tech maker. Tech maker. Now, what came out afterwards, this is where people like where I was like, oh snap, I didn't see that coming. So remember, as a developer, you put your whole life into some people are like mortgaging their houses, putting their houses up against this game that they're making because they believe in it and
That's
they're going to
crazy.
release it.
Yeah,
And then they do
when
something like this that basically tells you, like, listen, once you release this game, you're going to owe us so much money that you're barely going to be able to live. And it might just bankrupt you. So you put all your hopes and dreams
That's
into this moment and they're going to come
crazy.
away and just pull the rug from under you. That's wild. So I can see the story had being like the headline being developer threatens Unity offices and says they're going to blow them up or do something crazy because they snapped, right?
Yeah.
Not that that should happen, but
Yep.
like I could see that threat coming in, right?
It's like a origin story where you can understand why, but it's not exactly good either what they did.
Exactly, right?
This reminds me, what's that movie where they did
Joker.
that? It was with Will Ferrell, and they tried to put wasn't it with Will Ferrell, or was it that they try to put the blame on him?
No,
Or
fun with
or
Dick and Jane.
yes, that
Jim
one,
Carrey.
that one. Oh my god, yes. That's
Yep.
what this reminds me of.
Well, and that's also Get
Get Hard?
Also similar idea.
Yes.
Where
But
he
you're
was
right,
signing the
Fun with Dick
contracts
and
under the
Jane.
other guy's name and he's going to jail and all that
Yep.
shit.
Was a little more.
Fun with Dick and Jane was also that scenario,
Yep.
which was good as well. But the catch is that it wasn't a developer. The death threat came from someone who worked at Unity.
Damn.
Really?
So
Plot twist. Holy
they
shit.
must have lost their shit when they found this out and they got mad. They got mad and they said, I'm going to go home, I'm going to get my guns, and I'm going to light you all up.
I'm laughing, but damn.
It's sick.
It's like,
it's dark because it's not funny.
It's
but
not.
It's like
but it's
wild.
like, damn.
I'm going to kill you all.
Well,
Like, you see this in movies and crap like that, but like these things happen.
Well,
you know
you're
what I
gonna
mean?
drown in it.
These people
Drown in it.
These people work at these companies and they don't like they don't represent the company, right? They just work
Yes.
there, right? So these decisions are not made by the masses, right? These decisions are not like, hey, everybody in who works for us, what do you think we should do?
Yeah,
Right?
I know.
This is a higher up decision, and
This
they don't
is
interact with
crazy. No, they
anybody.
don't give a
So
crap.
they just stay surface level, and then everybody
Yeah.
else has to deal with the hate and the outrage.
Yep.
And some people don't want to deal with that shit.
So kill
Plus,
them
you never
all.
know.
Apparently,
I
that's
mean,
the
as much as it's somebody from within, maybe that guy from within was making his own game too. Like, you don't know.
Yep.
But that's just it's so wild. G maybe says devs of Slay the Spire said they spent already a few $100,000 on
Oh
Unity
my
development
God.
costs, and now years later they are coming after more. What the F? Yeah, it's wild, dude. It's wild. Let me read this one because this is a different developers. Um, let me see. I had it right over here. I forget the name. Maybe it's this one where they had it was that yellow card. I'm sure you guys, you might have seen it on Twitter. I don't know why I can't. Where are you? Is it here? Oh. Here it is. All right. So there's this game, um, Another Crab's Treasure. Okay. So it says, "Hey gamers, today Unity, the engine we use to make our games, announced that they'll soon be taking a fee from developers for every copy of the game installed over a certain threshold, regardless of how that copy was obtained. So even if you bootlegged it, you're still on the hook.
You're so
Guess who
Jesus.
has a somewhat highly anticipated game coming to Xbox Game Pass in 2024? That's right, it's us and a lot of other developers. That means Another Crab's Treasure will be free to install for the 25 million Game Pass subscribers. If a fraction of those users download our game, Unity could take a fee that puts an enormous dent into our income and threatens the sustainability of our business. And that's before we even think about sales on other platforms or pirated installs of our game or even multiple installs by the same user. This decision puts us and countless other studios in a position where we might not be able to justify using Unity for our future titles. If these
oh
changes
crap.
aren't rolled back, we'll be heavily considering abandoning our wealth of Unity experience we've accumulated over the years and starting from scratch in a new engine, which is really something we'd rather not do. On behalf of the dev community, we're calling on Unity to reverse the latest in a string of short sighted decisions that seem to prioritize shareholders over their product's actual users. I fucking hate it here.
Oh.
Aggro crab.
Damn.
Damn.
That
Jeez,
last
drop
line was
bars,
something
bro.
else.
Damn. Like
Oh my God, that's so sad though.
that's so
Like
sad and scary, dude.
it's
Like people have
scary.
lives, they have
Yeah.
families, they have kids, they're putting their everything into this
This is
shit.
such a big deal. It's
Dude, it's
just like,
already a risk to make a game.
yep,
Like you could do this and nobody buys it. Let alone like if you are successful, the more successful you are, the more screwed you are,
yep,
which is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's a fixed percentage that you have to give, you
that's
account for that.
different.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know that okay, we're making, we have to pay 30% or 20% or 12%, whatever it is, and that's what we account for, what we expect to make on this job, on this game. But like outside of that, fam,
Like, it's
it's wild.
ridiculous. It's freaking laughable, the fact that these things are taking place. Where's the contract that was signed before? How are these rules being bent? Like, what's happening here? This needs to be like full-blown investigated. It's a lot of people, a lot of risk, and this needs to be looked into like ASAP because this is what happens. The big guy has all the money to pay for lawyers and keep this dragged out. The little guy does not.
Yep.
So we're talking about a situation where it's almost like best to like leave everything behind, cut your losses, than to go ahead and fight this. But it can't be overlooked. Like whoever needs to step in with enough money to figure this out, or whoever needs to look into this for the sake of those
FTC?
people that have invested their money, their time, families, houses, everything at risk, bullshit.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's bull crap. This is like a go ahead, get your hands on it, help out however you can, and let's figure this crap out. Nobody should get away with this type of ridiculous bull crap.
This is injustice at its finest, and
Yeah,
it has to
dude, it's
end.
freaking laughable, the fact that this can happen and people can get away with this crap. But if they do, it's like it's just beyond.
It is. It's sad, it's disappointing
Mhm.
that they're abusing the their gaming community, like, as far as, like, the people who use their products.
Yeah.
And, that does trickle down. It trickles down to us because games have to get delayed if they're gonna switch engines.
Yep.
Who knows what the quality of that game's gonna be? Like, people typically get better with their next game, but if you're starting from scratch, you're starting at the beginning,
Mhm.
and it may not be as good,
And guess
right?
what? Whatever got wasted, whatever money was lost has to come back in from somewhere. So if it's not coming up from whoever's screwing them, it ripples down, right?
100%. 100%. Um, that being said, I hope this works out well for
Yeah,
everybody involved,
we
but we're
do
gonna
too.
move on to our next topic.
Let's
Let's go.
go.
This one's a fun one to kinda, talk about here and see what we think or feel. So it's been rumored that, um, Xbox might be getting its own version of the platinum achievement.
Ah, cool.
Okay, so if you're not aware, if you have a PlayStation, they have a trophy system, right? So bronze, silver,
Gold
gold, and then platinum's the last one. And what happens is if you get every trophy, if you get every trophy
in a game.
in a game, then the a final trophy you get is a platinum trophy. So platinum trophy says I did everything in that game. So for the Xbox crowd, that would be once you get 1,000 out of 1,000, you getting some type of
Reward.
award or a badge or something that says you did it, right? So we don't have that on Xbox. Um, and I think we've been kind of teased for a long time that there was like a chance for us to have like this big upgrade to the achievement systems. They were talking about like a career system in
Yes.
the past where it's like you would be able to, have like, not only if you play, a bunch of different games and have all these achievements, but what if you only play one game? There's some people who only play Call of Duty or only play Madden or only play NBA. How can we show your kind of dedication? How can you be awarded? Like those were all things being touted back in the day or thrown around, and then it all went away and nobody followed up on it. So this is a new rumor where they're like, okay, well, maybe we can give you something special if you 1,000 out of 1,000 a game. And yeah, that's pretty cool idea. Man, what do you think about the idea if you get every single achievement, they finally give you like a wrap up achievement, something that tells you, hey, you did it, something that you could
Yeah, I mean, that's a
display.
motivation for many people when it comes to achievements on PlayStation or trophies. So I think if Xbox did that, it'll definitely encourage more players to try and collect them all and get as many achievements as possible in their games. So and with like Game Pass, with they want people to play a lot more. It'll give people more of a reason to and encouragement. So I think this is totally great for Xbox community.
Yeah, absolutely. Doodle, what do you think? Do you think it's a cool thing? Do you think it's not necessary to waste the energy on it? What are you feeling?
Listen, I feel like I feel a little bit like Madman does because you bring the element of excitement with that. You bring the element of like, let me see if I can do this. Let me go ahead and challenge myself. Let me try a little harder. And that reward, whether it's like, real or not, right? Like it's just a little bit of element to make things just just better, right? I would think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think so. I think it's a cool thing for the community to be able to have. So we actually been talking about this week, and I was on Boom Show on Tuesday,
yes.
and we went ahead and discussed the idea of like, what would it be called? Like, what would we name it if we went ahead and did it? And kind of as a community over there, they came up with this one that I think sounds really cool. So I want to know what you guys think about it.
Okay.
So they came up with the idea of if you collected all of the achievements, you would have mastered the game. So you would get a mastered achievement or a mastered badge that you would do, and it works because Halo has Master Chief.
Mhm. That's
So
literally where my mind went
so it
to.
would work in that way. And in
Master
Twitter, you can
Achievement.
do um yeah, well, I think somebody wrote that too, but you could do like a hashtag mastered, right? So you could be like, just finished, you know, Starfield hashtag mastered, like you got all the achievements. Like that would
Yes.
be I think that would be a cool uh way that to make it work. Dusty says that Call of Duty has mastery. So it would kind of, be in line with that type of
Yeah.
idea. Uh G maybe says, bringing back from the last topic, successful devs are the reason for Unity's continued existence and profitability. Greed just reared its ugly head. And
Yep.
I hope that they get so jacked up
Oh
from it
my god,
that they have to not
yes.
only give it back, but even come to better terms. I hope the people listen, fool me once, shame on you, me?
No, on you.
On you.
Fool me
Fool me
twice,
once,
shame
shame
on
on
me.
you. Fool me
Yes.
twice, shame on me, right? So you fool me once, you have a problem. But if I stick around and let this happen
Yep.
again, then it's my fault. So people should just abandon anyway. Like if I was them, even if Unity came back and changed it, I would be like, all right, guys, I want you learning this other fucking engine while we
Yep.
finish this game. We're gonna finish this game
And
and
we're
then we're
out.
out.
Let's go. Pack up and go.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, when they show you who they are,
The
you
monsters that they are
better
inside.
freaking pay attention.
Believe them
Yeah.
when they show you who
Believe
they
that
are, right?
crap and
Um,
run.
Absolutely. G maybe says in reference to the achievement, master achievement, he says, Madman, I definitely agree that it pushes people to put more playtime into Game Pass. That's where I am with this whole thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I feel like I've kind of fallen off of achievement hunting. I did it years ago back in
Yes.
the day. You remember, babe, we used to buy like these random ass games just to get the achievements. Especially like used games, you just go buy the
Mhm.
GameStop, go buy a bunch of them, then try to beat it real quick and return it. Um, but yeah, it would make it where it'd be like, "Oh, that would be cool if I mastered Halo Infinite."
Right?
Maybe, right? So I
And
get
and
that.
listen, it
Gives you
sounded
drive.
it sounded so you asked for our opinion. It sounded quite simple, and I was like, "Okay," but I'm thinking Master Chief, so that's why it would sound really cool. And then, like, the tweeting out, "I've mastered such and such," like, it does have a pretty cool tone to it. Again, the idea of giving you even more, this playful, um thrill, right? Of
Yeah,
going ahead and getting this done. And, you get bragging privileges.
absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. Um, that being said,
I like
I
you gotta highlight Dusty's, comment. I like it. It's
which
so
one?
beyond it's anime and beyond.
And
Dusty says, "It's
beyond.
go beyond, it's anime and beyond."
It
Facts.
is. It's crazy.
Facts.
But that's the thing. My mind literally went to think of like movies. Like this is the kind of crap.
That there'll be a movie about.
Yes, but, like, we've
Saying
seen in movies and we're like, "Oh, this is so unrealistic," right? It's like it's crazy, and, yeah, I hope they really get stung back.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, so next topic, Square.
Yes,
They have lost a lot of value
Yeah.
over the
Figures.
last couple months since Final Fantasy 16's release. Um, they're saying that the stock has fallen 30% from its peak this year,
that's a lot.
wiping almost 2 billion off the company's market
Damn.
value
Holy
since
crap.
Final Fantasy 16's release. So, this is the thing. Um, it's obvious that the actual game Final Fantasy 16, remember when it first came out, we were like, "Oh, it's 3 million sold," and then people were like, they were saying that that was bad, and then they trying to
Yes.
fix it by saying, "No, no, it's
It's
actually
alright. Yep.
okay, it's good, not not bad." But then now the stocks are plummeting, right? Because they had to do damage control and say, no, this is actually good, guys. This is what we were thinking. No, you weren't. You were thinking a lot more. And this is the thing, like Sony is cutthroat. Okay. We know they are because we saw what they try to do to stop this deal coming through for Xbox. We know they do that they're cutthroat because how they charge the developers to allow their games to be um what is it where you can play any cross play
Mhm.
so you can play with other people online. They
Yeah.
charge them for that. Like Sony has a lot of shit against it. And it's like doing a deal with the devil. You know what I'm saying? Like Square went ahead and put all their faith into Sony.
Yep.
But just like the other company, was it Sega with Atlas,
Yep.
right? They too used to do that, but I think they were in the same boat where they found out like, you know what? We're not actually selling that many copies compared to what we could be if we were everywhere, right? So Sega moved away. Now Square Enix, as much as it sounds like, oh, Phil and this new guy, they worked out a deal, they're gonna make it happen. It's not for no reason. If they
Nope.
were banking on PlayStation hard, like if they were selling 20 million
They
copies on
wouldn't
PlayStation,
even
they would never even
consider
think
this
about leaving.
situation.
But they're
That's
not
the thing.
selling the numbers that they want to be selling. And to be honest, Final Fantasy is such a name. Like
Yep.
that
Thank
brand
you for
is
saying that.
insane. And the fact that that brand cannot sell the way it should be selling on PlayStation that has so many people who own one. Come on, man. That's
Yeah.
wild.
Agreed.
That's wild. So they've lost all of this revenue, and I think that's directly what led to the deal with Xbox to hopefully
Mhm.
start bringing those games over.
Yep.
That also might be what's making it so that the new game, Final Fantasy 7, the Rebirth, is only 3 months exclusive because they want to get it out on other platforms almost immediately. And this is the thing. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, the first one that they came out with on the PlayStation 5, between that one and Integrate, they only sold 3 million copies. Now remember, the original Final Fantasy 7 Remake came out on the PlayStation 4,
4.
Yep.
not the PlayStation 5, the PlayStation 4. There was over 100 million people on the PlayStation 4. And they could only sell what I say? I said 3 million? No,
3.
7 million. It's 7 million in 3 years.
That's freaking crazy. And again, we're talking about like just as you said, it's a name, right? And they need it. They're lucky that Phil was looking to do this, right? Because they are banking on the name and that name is wearing out.
It is
In
wearing
my
out.
opinion, it's overrated.
Agreed, agreed, and it's sad because that was a big game. Not for me personally, like, I've never been a Final Fantasy dude, but, like, you can respect the legends, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like, I respect Mario, even though Mario in general, not necessarily for me, outside of, like, Odyssey and stuff like that.
Yep.
So, like, you can respect, where gaming has been, right? And, you know, that series should be bringing in millions upon millions, and, they even changed it up to try to get to a broader sense. Um, and that didn't help it
Yep.
because it has
Yeah.
such a negative kind of outlook because they're skipping a console on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, that's
it's
really lame.
yeah. And they brought it to PC right after, I think.
Mhm.
They brought man, are you aware of that? Pretty sure
Wait, aware of what?
Final Fantasy 7 Remake, that came out to PC,
To
right?
PC.
I think so. Yeah, it's a console exclusive. Let me double
Yeah,
check that
I'm
fact.
pretty sure it was released on PC if I'm not mistaken. Not the same time though, right? It was after the fact. And PlayStation has this idea that they think, well, we're gonna milk the PlayStation 5 version and then we'll release it on PC and they're gonna come and buy it in
Yeah,
droves.
the
Yep.
integrate that like remaster thing that
Yep.
was
So when they brought it to PlayStation 5, they also brought it to PC.
yeah.
Okay. So that's 3 different places: PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC. They only sold 7 million copies. You're talking 120 million PlayStation 4s, I'm sorry, like 40 million or 45 million PlayStation 5s, maybe 50 at this point. And PCs, there's like billions of them at this point, right? So like all of these possible configurations of who can buy, you only end up at 7 mil. That is a travesty. And
It
this
is,
is
but I
the
can't even feel bad for them. It's like, go ahead
no,
and
it's like you
just
shot
sell
yourself
your
in the foot.
crap everywhere. Put in the work. Let's go. Stop trying to take the easy deal with, you you made your bed.
Yep. Like I think at this point they have to understand that they're not first party.
Yeah.
Like making your game a third party game exclusive to a first party is not the home run that you think it is
No.
because it doesn't mean the same to the people who own their systems, right? So PlayStation fans, as much as you hear it on Twitter, they don't they know Final Fantasy is not exclusive to them, it's not theirs,
Mhm.
right? So they don't have that same pride
Same
as they do
sentiment.
for
Yeah.
The Last of Us or whatever it is.
Yep.
And the same thing on Xbox side, right? Like you get a third person exclusive, a party exclusive. It's like, yo, that's really dope, but it's it's not ours. They're not we didn't make that game, right? It's a very different scenario. So the loyalty of buying it is not there. Like people use it to brag about something, but doesn't mean it's going to sell, right? I mean, you think about, Hi-Fi Rush, and Hi-Fi Rush just announced that it had 6 million players. Like, I mean, that's pretty dope. Was it 6 million or 3 million? I don't know. Still millions for the small indie game that just released out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Like, but even then, you would think there would be like 30 million people playing it, but it's not, right? Um, but the kicker is though, is that it says that the last time it was announced, they had over 5 million units confirmed as of August 2020. So over the course of 3 years,
Yeah.
they only sold another 2 million copies, which is wild,
It's crazy.
which is
Yeah.
wild. So, I think Square you know, is in a situation where they can be, they can be bought, bro. Like the numbers are down.
Yes.
30% is very low. And my question is, do you think Sony set them up for this shit? Like, do you think Sony's been like gaslighting them into thinking that they were gonna buy them at some point? So it's like, hey, just keep making exclusive here. We'll buy you. Yeah, you know what? Sell off your American, developers. Let's get you nice and slim because we really want your RPG skills and stuff over here. So they're making these deals, taking these bad deals, and then now it's just like, oh, look at you. You're worth a lot less money now. Maybe we should scoop you up. I mean, there was rumors a long time ago, right, that Sony was trying to, possibly get Square.
Sonny ain't got no money.
Sony ain't got no money.
Sony don't got the dough.
Absolutely, absolutely. G maybe says, "So what you're saying is Final Fantasy is just a niche market franchise now? To me, the brand value has been diminishing for years."
Agree.
It has. They ever since, like, I would say Final Fantasy 15 sold a lot because it was like people were waiting for it, but it was like a really weird game.
Yeah.
Like really weird, really different. Um, like I don't think that was the right path, and I think they were trying to figure out how to keep it going. Final Fantasy 16 in general seems to be like a well-received game. I mean, we played it, we thought the good parts were good. But then, when the PlayStation 5 wasn't overheating from playing it,
Yes.
um, it's just after that, it's kind of like, you know,
It's listen, it's
it was
movie
fine.
time. This is the problem. I understand it's an RPG, it's a certain way of being. They hyped us up with the balance supposedly that kicked in. The PlayStation will overheat. When you look out, you don't see a forest, you don't see anything other than just the same type of green,
Static
in
picture
shape
out
of
there.
trees. It looks like a painting rather than a scenery that you're
Not a good
actually.
painting.
Huh?
And not a good painting either.
No. So that was lacking. The movies, the freaking cutscenes were dreadful in a way that like the voice acting, no range. For me, it was really dull. It was kind of like, what are you doing to me and why? Why? Like, like what have I done to you to deserve this kind of treatment from you? Aside from freaking paying a lot of money for it. Um, So that was a problem. Also, when you did get those exciting fighting scenes, they would go right into a cutscene to not let you kind of explore your surroundings. It was very limited, annoying, and again, overrated.
Agreed 100%. Um, Madman, did you see some of Final Fantasy 16?
Like gameplay,
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit. The combat looks kind of cool, and but nothing blew my mind.
There
Yeah.
was a story there. The editing was freaking horrible. You're telling me that you can do little clips in The Last of Us and I can be invested in the freaking story and feel for the characters, but you're gonna sit me there for 45 minutes to an hour of freaking cutscenes to give me the information that you can give me in about 5 seconds and still put feelings into it? Get the hell out of here. That was crazy. And the crazy part is that there is a good story there because when you grab the pieces that are actually important and that matter, like it could be a really good game. I'm not in it for all this blah 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 blah, especially if you're not making it, throw some explosives, give me some range, get me
Exactly.
excited. It wasn't there. And the thing is also the graphics, like when you go ahead and you see like the folding of the clothing, like the leather, it was just some of the things that they did make were exceptional. It's really good. And it was
Yeah,
kind of like
exactly.
the game range
Agreed.
from like from a 10, from a freaking 10 to down to a freaking 4. And it's like, just
Like
give me a
flip-flopping.
balanced game. I just want a balanced game throughout. So I'm not, because the good looks good, but then with the obvious fails, it's like it's even more accentuated when there with the lack of balance. It was very extreme
I
in
agree
both directions.
150%. Um, all right, so we're going to move on. So, Doodle, did you
Yes.
see, um, because Man was showing it to us. Did
Yeah.
you see the, Mortal Kombat, um, Switch version?
Okay, so I did see, and again, I was able to just watch it once. Guys, I've been a little under the weather, so God, CMoney and MADMAN have been coming back to me like, "Remember this?" And I'm like, "Ah, that never happened." Yes, it did, Doodle. But I did see it. I saw it today, and there's somebody playing the Switch version of it, and they are going in that they should not be paying the $70 for the Switch version of this game that other people are paying for like Xbox or PlayStation. First of all, listen, you cut your losses the moment you decided to get a Switch for what, 300 bucks rather than pay the extra 200. I understand that the S is available, but listen, when you made your choices to go with Mario and Nintendo and what they offered to you, you also made the choice to say, "You know what? Anything that they make for Xbox or PlayStation, I'm okay getting the lesser version of it if it comes to the Switch." That's just the bottom line. They did what they could with it. If anything, it took more work for them to adapt that game into the Switch and what was lacking there. So honestly, you should be paying 100 bucks for the damn game, not
No,
$70, right? Because the effort went into trying to fit this game into the freaking Switch, which it must have been a lot of time and energy and money. So it is what it is. You made your choice. Go pick up an Xbox and play it there or get a freaking PlayStation. I don't give
Or
a crap,
PC?
but don't complain about the $70. It is what it is.
Man, what do you feel about it, buddy?
I mean, like I get it. I get like the whole scenario. It's just like one of those things where it's like I don't know. Like Final Fantasy has its importance. Seven is
Uh,
iconic.
Man?
What?
Bro, what are you smoking?
Shit.
We've
Well,
moved on from Final Fantasy, my friend. We're talking about Mortal Kombat.
oh shit. Sorry, that was like a blur. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm pumped for Mortal Kombat
It
One.
was all a
Super pumped.
dream.
it
I
was
used
all a dream. All right, go ahead, man. Tell us about Mortal Kombat, the Switch version. You showed it to us. We were just talking about it.
Yeah, it looks hideous. Looks literally disgusting, and I am like, what the hell? I mean, I'm impressed it made it work at all, but yeah, it's pretty gross looking. Like it looks weird and disgusting, and like I don't. I'm not looking for the Switch version. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is the thing. If you only own a Switch, right, and that's the console you have, again, Doodle said it best. Like
Oh, thank you.
obviously, you know
Thank you.
that you're not going to be getting the highest graphical fidelity on these third
Yeah.
party games. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that you can play it alone is impressive.
Mhm.
Now, from the video you showed me, the guy did go ahead and say that although it looks like trash, it feels smooth.
Mhm.
So they focus on making sure that the fighting game itself worked well,
Yes,
and
and
that
I respect that, by the way, because I when I'm playing a fighting game, I want it to feel smooth when you're playing, right? That there's that I don't know how to explain it, but that smoothness with the controller where you kind of feel bonded to it, especially for a fighting game where it should your hand should kind of just do the move for you because you feel so naturally gravitated as to what you're supposed to be doing. It's very necessary, and it that was there. I mean, $120 you should be paying for this game.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly I think they did good enough for what it is.
Yeah,
Dusty and I were talking earlier about it, but like again, I'm looking at Mortal Kombat. I'm like, damn, this shit looks dope. I really want to play it, but it's like at the same time, it's like if I buy it, I know that I'm not gonna play it right now. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like I'm just not.
And I
Um,
appreciate you not giving into the FOMO. If you know that you're not gonna touch it right now, with freaking Black Friday right around the corner by the time you open your eyes from
exactly.
Starfield, that's the
Facts.
time to go in and snatch these things up,
Facts,
Yeah,
facts,
I get
right?
facts.
that.
It'll
And
be
again, if it's
$35,
not on
baby.
sale, guess
Yeah.
what? If you're not ready to play it yet,
Keep
hold
waiting.
off.
Yeah, it's just
Hold
like
off.
it's not necessary just to own something, just to own it,
Yep.
freaking sit there. You know what I'm saying? To do what?
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
Not worth it. Or maybe, Papa Xbox makes a deal, comes in Game Pass.
Ooh,
You know what I'm
Game Pass, baby.
saying? You never ever know. Um, all right. So let me
It
time check
does,
this.
Dusty. November 4th. We remember, baby. We remember.
How cute.
What's
His
November 4th?
birthday comes before Black Friday.
Nice.
Who? Oh, Dusty, his birthday comes when?
Before
Like,
Black Friday. So Black Friday's at the end of November.
oh, damn. That's all right. It's a belated birthday gift.
Yeah.
You just
Christmas.
say, I'm gonna hold off until, that's when I want my birthday gift on Black Friday. You know what I'm saying? That works.
Damn, but that sucks though when like all the sales. You know what you need to do, Dusty? Gift cards. Gift card me.
Gift
Because
card
you
me.
know that like anything that gets bought or give me gift receipts so that you get money back when you return it and buy it on Black Friday, right? Buy me the gifts, return them, get that money, and then buy it for cheaper on Black Friday because it really sucks to have a birthday right before all these sales are gonna pop. It's like, damn.
I agree. I agree 100%. All right. So moving on to our next topic. So Embracer Group, and again, I don't want to go too long on this because we've talked about them. They're obviously spiraling at this point. It seems like every day you find out something else. So they last week, Volition went night night. Dusty, talked about how sad that was. These are true facts. So it looks like Gearbox is one of the biggest ones that they bought not too long ago, and now it looks like they're getting ready to sell them. I think they're in a situation where they want to bring in some cash, and Gearbox takes a while to make their games. The last game they made was like that home front what was it, like that old space game that people had nostalgia for back in the
Which
day, but
space one? I'm trying to
um I forget the
describe it,
name.
please.
It's like it's literally like this old ass strategy space game.
XCOM?
No, 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 not like that. It's like spaceships. Homeward Bound? I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Mm.
But it's a game that was obviously never gonna make a lot of money. And I think that's what they put out. And then Borderlands 3 was,
Bro,
you
Homeward
know
Bound is a Disney movie.
yeah, probably. Homeworld, maybe Homeworld. Um, they obviously we're gonna make money on that. But Borderlands 3, I think it made a lot of money, but it kind of came and went because I think a lot of people had high expectations, so a lot of people bought it and
Yeah.
it didn't meet those expectations. So we don't know what they're doing. Then they came out with like Tiny Tina, which is like a spin-off of it, but we didn't even bother kind of getting into that. I think I own it because I think I got it for free on Epic Game Store at some point. Um, but I haven't even bothered trying it. So I don't know. Like I just don't know the value that Gearbox has anymore. Like, is Borderlands relevant today? Like, if there was a like, we didn't even try Borderlands 3, and we
No.
really like Borderlands 2. So, I mean, I played a little Borderlands 3, but like, you and I played Borderlands
Oh my
2
gosh,
together
yeah.
and had a
The
great
first
time.
one we rocked,
Yeah, the
bro.
first one we really, really played.
Yeah.
So it's like, what value do they have now? Like, who's gonna buy them?
I
Like, I
don't
don't think
know.
Xbox gonna buy them. I don't think Sony will buy. I think maybe like an EA might be like, you know what,
Like, fuck
we
it.
can get them and use them to
Make a live
use
service
that
game or
property
something.
or something. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. I just don't see where they fit anymore. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Do you feel like anybody should buy them or will buy them? Would it be Microsoft, Sony?
Listen, it's not a bad investment for, like, companies and studios that have made great games at some point, even if the last one didn't rock the way it was, you know, supposed to or was expected to. They have made great games, right? So, just because something's at a low right now, it doesn't mean that the value of that name for the games that they make won't, evolve and kind of, like, elevate
Like if they
later
make a
on,
banger, there's
right?
still
So
a chance that
exactly.
it can be
And
good
and
and
sometimes,
pop.
long enough passes by and they bring back that freaking the first one that they made, right? Years from now. It's like, "Oh, shoot, Borderlands. Yeah, let's rock. I'll pay again for this game. I'll buy it again." You know,
Well, they have that
polished.
movie coming out too, the Borderlands
Oh,
movie,
yeah,
which has
next
like
year.
Kevin Hart attached to it and
Yeah,
some other
that's probably
people.
gonna do really well.
So maybe when
So,
that pops, maybe
listen,
it's a big movie. Maybe it
Maybe.
does
yes.
like the cyberpunk treatment and brings
Mhm.
people back to the series.
I
Again,
guess.
if anything, before that movie hits, if anybody's thinking about it, that will be the time to scoop that up.
Agreed.
Potentially.
Agreed.
And, oh my gosh, a lobster roll. Oh, Dusty's talking about, "I want a good sushi dinner for my birthday."
Good sushi dinner.
Unless I'm misreading it, but I'm
Good
assuming you're
stuff.
talking like lobster roll and all that.
He said not night night. You know what I'm saying? He was
Ah,
looking for
okay, alright,
he wants
alright,
an
alright.
actual meal. All right. I feel that. I feel that. Um Dusty says, isn't people from MS holding meetings up for these people? Yeah, so this is the thing. The people who got fired or closed down for volition, Bethesda actually they're gonna have a representative. Actually, yeah, no, it is. So Bethesda posted it, but I, along with other Xbox Game Studio representatives, will be in Champaign, Illinois on Wednesday to hopefully meet with anyone who was affected by the Deep Silver Volition closure. If you are a part of that group but have not heard anything of this event, please shoot me a DM. So that's a Bethesda senior recruiter. So between him and other studios at Xbox, they're looking to bring these people on, which, good for them because they need it, right? They
Yeah,
need people, right? They have all of these studios, but they need to be able to grow them. What would be dope if they could somehow just get everybody who was at Volition and bring them all on just under another studio's name, and just bring them in, make them a different team and have them make their own games again. That would be fire.
yeah,
Um, but when you're tied to like this sinking ship, it must be scary. Like everybody who's been bought by Embracer is like, oh my god, they have to embrace
ah, ah,
Oh,
or
damn,
impact,
boy.
your
maybe. That was
situation.
whack,
I
but
like the
that's
way you
okay.
chained that
I like to throw a little saucy
up.
ridiculousness. Let my dad jokes leak in. You know
It's
what I'm
alright,
saying?
baby. They're good, they're good.
All
Quality
right.
jokes.
So we're moving forward, and EA. EA is doing what EA does.
Being
They are
shitty.
having problems with games they brought out, and they are not looking to support them anymore. So they came out with a game called Wild Hearts that was actually, for all intents and purposes, really well received. It
Okay.
was known as comparison to like Monster Hunter, which obviously
Right.
we know is a big brand from Capcom. And supposedly there was a lot of potential in it, something that could have grew as they worked towards it and worked harder. But EA is going to be ending support for them, and that the servers are going to be shut down. So they're not even going to be, actually, maybe I'm reading that wrong. I don't know if the servers are going to shut down, but they're not supporting it anymore. So
Okay.
7 months they gave it, and night
Done.
night. The game's dead to them. If you play it, great. If you don't, they don't care.
They don't give a crap.
This one here is even more heartbreaking because Ascendant Studios,
Yeah.
they made that game that I've been talking about, Immortals of Avium.
Yes.
That, when we saw the previews before it came out, I was like, yo, that should look so dope. And then like they did a lot of marketing for that game, to be fair. Like in EA's defense, they went ahead and they put that game everywhere. Like it was at the Game Awards, they had the actor come out talk, they had it multiple times at different shows. Like it was everywhere. And it just didn't perform. Like it didn't perform immediately. And the problem is that in this business, if your game doesn't sell right away, there's not a good chance that it's gonna recoup any costs later.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they have let go almost half of the staff over
Oof.
there. So it's like, what does that team become?
Yeah.
Like, what are they gonna make now?
What are they gonna do if with such a big team they couldn't, you know, pull it off? Then, and again, that's the difference between like studios that have the budget and the liberty to go ahead and make something and see if it works, and then, you know, start something new or go back to something that they used to make that they know will work, but when you go ahead and you make something and then you have to let go of half of your staff, it's like,
Yeah.
shoot, it's like, damn if you do, right? Because you gotta try to keep up and make new things and go ahead and try to make something that people are gonna gravitate
Yep.
towards, right? But then it's like, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. Because if you don't try something new, you stay where you were and there's nowhere to go. But if you do and it doesn't hit, you're screwed either way. So
Agreed
it's
100%.
sad every time something like this happens. And this is why, like, when you have we were just talking about, Grand Theft Auto, right? They don't make
Yes.
other games like this because they're like, well, Grand Theft Auto is there. And it's like, yes, but you know what? It will be nice to have variety. And, if we want to have the option of other games that play the same kind of way. But it's like, it's almost not worth it. Why take that type of risk if it's not gonna be Grand Theft Auto? There already is Grand Theft Auto, and at that point, it's like a losing battle, right?
You
So as
know,
much as we will love to have other games of the same type available and have our choices, they're also kind of cornered into not being able to do so.
I agree. I agree. And honestly, I think that's why I feel like first party, like these Microsofts and Sonys,
Yeah,
unfortunately, I feel like we're getting to the point where they're the only ones who are going to be able to make these, you know, big games outside of like the established, Grand Theft Autos of the world, right?
yeah,
I feel like they're the only ones who can do it because like at least like they have a bigger entity, backing them. I mean, maybe not so much Sony. Sony, that's why they're going into these gas games. But at least Microsoft, like they could take the risk and see if they hit it out the park,
yeah.
right? And do it. And then worst case scenario, you got Game Pass where that game will live. So even if people don't go and buy it, they might try it, right? And if they try it, they might get hooked. That's what Game Pass allows, right? The biggest problem you have is like with a game like Immortal of Avium, it's like, well, that looks cool, but am I gonna like that better than anything else I'm waiting for?
Mhm.
No. You know what I'm saying? No, no matter how good it is, right? I know there's games that are coming out that I want to buy. So if I only have so much money to pay, buy a few games this year, is that going to be one of them?
Yeah, I get that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But had that launched day one into Game Pass, it would have had a different pop.
Yeah.
It would have had a different pop. And I think, places like Ubisoft and EA, they have like these streaming services that they have, but are nowhere on the scale of Xbox.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So like their streaming services are not going to make anybody, like any game blow up, right? But Game Pass has proven that it has done that and it can do that. So if you go ahead and you put your game in there, this could have been an Outriders situation, you know what I'm saying? Where Outriders, if it was released just to the regular world, it would have flopped. But because it went to Game Pass, people actually got to play it, got
Yeah.
to enjoy it, word of mouth spread, and then all of a sudden it became a game that was really good and did well. Um, and I feel like, it's sad when these games come out and there's like no one there to play it. It's like that sound of like if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound, right?
Yep.
Like who
Mm.
knows? Because
You mean
nobody's
like
there, right?
tumbleweeds?
That's the thing with these games, man. Like, yeah, they get reviewed, they get good, but if nobody's playing it, if nobody's out there, if
That's
your
it.
boys are not playing it, if your friends are not playing it, telling you that it's a good game, then people don't show up, man.
Mhm.
And that sucks.
It's really
Um,
crummy.
Now EA is obviously, making changes and that you can see they have a lot going on. They're afraid of things because even their game like The Sims 5
Yeah.
is gonna be free to play. Like, I've never seen a Sims game be free to play. That was like a money maker
Like
for them,
full
Yeah.
price.
but they're doing a free to play version of it. Um, Jez Corden heard that, the next Mass Effect
It's
is
gonna be free to
ditching
play.
open world and going back to classic format.
Okay.
So they were gonna make an open world Mass
Yeah.
Effect that was big and huge, and now they're scaling it back, which in regular scenario, if they were just making the game and that's what they figured they wanted to do, then
Mhm.
that's fine, great. But when they're doing that because the game is getting maybe out of control for them, maybe they're afraid to spend so much money to do what's required to make an open world game
Yeah.
actually enjoyable.
Fear
And
of that, but also like we talked about Final Fantasy before, and we talked about how like they went ahead and they made the game not as traditional as they normally would, right? So that fan base was not necessarily completely happy with the route that they took, right? Because they did make these changes. So if you're talking about Mass Effect and they know what sells and what's expected of them and they go ahead and they make a change that the actual fans of Mass Effect are not going to be expecting or okay with, then that leaves you open to it could be a crazy hit, but it can also be something that no one else picks up, right? Because now you're looking that if your fan base is not getting what they expected, you're hoping for new people to come in and appreciate the game that you made. And that's a
yeah,
risky situation.
Especially since everyone hated Andromeda, so they probably don't want to F around with Mass Effect again.
yeah. Even though Andromeda low-key was actually really good. I enjoyed it. It was buggy in the beginning for some people, but I played it on a PC from RIP and it was great.
Smooth like
Yeah, I enjoyed
butter.
it. I
Did you
mean, I
beat it?
didn't beat it,
Oh,
but it was like really smooth gameplay. The graphics were insane. It was very underrated. Um, but yeah, it's they got to do what they got to do to make it work.
They do, and the whole point is for them to be able to continue to make more games, right? And if this is what they need to do, if they need to reel it back in, if they need to reconfigure what they were freaking making or the plans, right? Then that's what they need to do as a company.
Agreed. Agreed. So, we have a bunch of topics actually still.
Really?
Yeah, like there was a lot that kind of went down this week. Um, like I'm going through it and there's a good amount of stuff still left to cover and talk about.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but it's also not like
So pick a
so
the
critical.
last topic because we have said that this is the new version of our
Yeah,
podcast. See, money.
yeah, and it's this one
I
went
thought you were
really
gonna say
long.
this is our last topic.
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
while.
there's literally like a lot more things we can talk about, but this is the thing. We're gonna end with Starfield.
Yes, let's
Okay,
go.
let's just end with Starfield.
That's a good one.
Um, and there's there's a lot of stuff that's going on with Starfield and Xbox kind of hand in hand. Um, the first thing is that Bethesda put out a tweet where they're already starting to get their fixes coming out, so they're doing a hot fix. But they're also kind of laid out the idea that they're going to be listening to feedback and adding request like feature requests that people want in it.
Okay.
So as opposed to relying on the mod support, which
Yes.
is coming early next year, they are going ahead and um, they're going to be adding some of those things just to the game, so you don't have to rely on mods to do that. Um, so right now they did like a small hot fix, but some of the biggest ones that they highlighted here are brightness and contrast controls, HDR calibration menu. So because a lot of people say the HDR is broken on it.
Yes.
FOV slider, which is your field of view, so you can push out the screen closer or further away from you. NVIDIA DLSS support, which is a mod that people have added and it works really well. So they're gonna be doing it
Very
themselves.
nice.
They're gonna be supporting ultra wide monitors for PC, so 32 by 9. And it's funny because I didn't think about it until I read this, but an eat button when you look at
It's an
food.
E button.
Yes.
So when you look at
Oh,
food,
like
instead of just
Yes.
consume.
pick up,
Mhm.
you can actually just eat it right there. So if you're like dying and you're like, oh shit, let me go. I see this thing over here. Let me go eat it real quick.
I like that.
It changes
Yes.
another step in the menu that you
I
don't have to do, right?
agree.
And
Agreed.
a lot of times you are kind of injured for whatever reason. So like it'd be nice to just be able to eat something and boost it up a little bit,
Yeah.
right? Um, so there's definitely, a lot to come and look forward to with this, which is dope. But what a cool thing that happened is the sales of Xboxes have increased drastically over 76%.
Wow.
Um, because of the week of the Starfield. So that means because of Starfield, also that same week that new Xbox Series S came out, the black one
Yes.
that has 1 terabyte hard drive space. Um, because that same week, 76% increase in the UK, which is really good. Especially with UK being what they are to Xbox. They're not necessarily on Xbox camp so much anymore. So but also we got confirmed numbers, which I would imagine have to do with the build up to Starfield, that the last official Game Pass numbers we had was 25 million.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's resume, who works for Microsoft, who's in charge of this, actually said that it is over 30 million
Oh,
now.
wow.
So we did have a 5 million bump, which is a big deal. So that is really good for Xbox, and it definitely shows that you have a big game come out. It makes moves for you. You know what I'm saying? Starfield, no matter what the haters and shit like that were trying to put out there, like Starfield is a game changer for Xbox. You see that with the increase in sales that are taking place. You see that with the amount of people who are subscribing to Game Pass. Another 5 million is not something to shake a stick at. That's a huge deal. So that's a big moment for them. So Starfield is doing what they thought and hoped it would do. So I'm pretty excited for that. I think that's a good thing because obviously the more they have, the more we get, right?
Yes.
So the more people that subscribe, the more money coming in, the more they want to invest, the more that
Exactly.
they have to keep you engaged and keep you excited.
And
And
again, this is
that's
a
a huge
game that
thing.
was just released and they're already on it. They're already hearing what
Dude, wait till
people
Christmas, fam.
they're already listening to what people want, to what may be a
Oh yeah,
situation that they
absolutely.
need to tweak, and that's appreciated, right?
Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Another cool thing, and this is a big one, if you're into the handheld gaming right now, um, Starfield has just come to NVIDIA GeForce Now.
Cool.
And if you have the 480 tier, like I do, thankfully I'm grandfathered in from when they first did it. I was like a founder, right? I was on the very beginning.
Nice.
So
Look
I get
at
it for the lower
you,
price.
That
Thank you.
is
Christopher
fire, CMoney.
Columbus.
That's pretty
Sorry.
Oh shit. Um So I can confirm after playing it on my ROG Ally that this is my preferred way of playing it on the handheld. So even
Nice.
though I have it on my ROG Ally and I could play it local, the only time I would play it local is if I have no internet available to me, and for whatever reason, because number one, it looks amazing. It looks
Nice.
so much better than the ROG Ally version, where the ROG Ally version's all low.
Mhm.
Literally on the GeForce Now version, everything is ultra or high. Every
Nice.
single thing, 1080p, full 60 frames. It's amazing.
I love it,
It's
see.
so good.
Yeah.
Plus, mine F, um, you get so much more battery life if you're just streaming it and not running it locally. So
Yes.
now the damn thing that used to constantly die on me in 45 minutes, now it lasts that much longer. Dusty says, "Bro, I'm on it right now. Run it at 1440p,
All right.
120."
All right.
So I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna get on that because it's that dope,
Let's
bro.
go.
It's that dope. So yeah, it's amazing. And you might have to help me, Dusty. Maybe we can hit me up later. And I don't, because I felt like when I went, I thought it was locked at 1080. I don't know if I have to do something to change it. Um, but we could talk about that after. Maybe I have a setting on the system itself that I have to bump up to 120. Maybe I have it on 60. I don't know. But yeah, man, that's a big deal. Todd Howard had an interview, his first interview after the game came out with Gene Park. And it's a good read. You should definitely go check it out. But in there, the only things that I kind of took out from it were he does bring up the idea that there's a possible movie that could be made of Starfield.
Ooh,
Um,
Ooh.
or in that universe
that's
at
exciting.
least. Um, so that I think is a possibility based off what he was saying, but he also said, like, we're not like Sony. We don't have like a Sony movies, like where we
Yes.
have that expertise. So we kind of have to rely on the outside, situation. Which is funny because Microsoft had a movie division that they kind of made for gaming and then they shut it
They
down.
killed it.
So that's interesting. He also about they also talked about the idea of making Fallout 3 in Starfield,
Oh,
meaning
wow.
meaning the world of Fallout 3.
Yes.
Obviously, in Starfield's universe, Earth is like a wasteland and like is uninhabitable or whatever, destroyed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they were thinking about if you landed at DC that you would see all the same places that were in the game.
That would be
But
cool.
then I think they figured that might set expectations a little high for what that is, and they're not trying to make Fallout 3 there. So
Yeah.
so they ultimately didn't do it, but I thought that was a pretty cool tidbit. And Todd Howard does talk about how Xbox is a walled garden right now, but they are working towards changing that. They're trying to get Xbox to change that to open up. And this is might where be linking back to our first topic of the show, where it might come into play, where you go ahead and have your games on the iPhone.
Starfield on iPhone. I knew it. I
Starfield
saw
on
it coming a
iPhone
mile away.
would be fire.
Would you get it on the iPhone?
That would be dope. And then concurrents have grown. So we were talking about the rise of how many people are playing concurrently on Steam. And on Steam, it went from like 2 something all the way up to about 330-ish. So, more people are playing on Steam, which is cool. The ship builds. Oh my god, you got to go on Twitter and just follow people and like look for Starfield stuff because they have so many dope ships that have been made. People made the Batwing from Batman. They
Yes.
have the X-Wing from
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars. They have
Firefly.
Halo ships, tons of them. The Pelican, the bigger ones. They have the ship from Firefly,
Firefly.
that Fonto was talking about.
Yeah. I know that
I was
show.
watching that show,
Yes.
which we've been trying to watch it. We just so hectic right now. But they're really creative. So there's a lot going on.
That's awesome.
King Web, thank you so much.
Love
Hey,
King Web, Webby
Welcome.
boy.
How you doing, brother? Yeah, so there's a lot going on with it, and there's still a lot of hate for Starfield. But I think they were thinking that if they spread the hate, it would slow it down. But if anything, it's just kept the ball rolling harder. and people are talking about it more and more. Um, this was pretty cool. You know David Jaffe, the PlayStation guy who made God of War? We
Yes.
talked about him last week, how he loved Starfield and, like,
Yes. It touched
said
his
it's his
soul,
favorite
he
single player
said.
game
Yes.
ever, and it touched his soul exactly. He had a show, his show. I mean, he has callers who kinda call in and talk during the show. And somebody got on, talked about how they played Starfield for a bunch of time and talked about how bad it was. And Jeffy doesn't argue. He's just like, say, okay, well, what was bad about it? What was this about it? So the guy kept going, right? Saying, oh, this, like the generic shit that we hear about,
Yes.
right? So he says, till Jaffe goes and says, yeah, I think maybe you feel like maybe you feel that way because when that lady told you to burn the bodies and the thing happened or whatever. And the guy was like, yeah, it was that and like these other things. And David Jaffe was like, no one ever told you to burn bodies. You didn't play this game, did you? And the
What
guy
a
was like,
setup. I love it.
shut it down.
That's what's up.
So that
Dang.
was super dope, kind of catching these fake,
I
fake
love
outrage
that.
trolls out in
Yes.
these streets. Um, there was a whole situation with Metro, the review site, and Eurogamer. I mean, listen, the game has its Metacritic has tanked. It was at 88, 87, 86, 85, 84. I think it's like 83 now. Because all these sites are now coming in and review
Yes.
bombing them, right? So Metro gave it a 3 out of 5, which is a 6 out of 10, right?
Oof.
Which is obviously dropping the score
Wow.
drastically. And in there, they say, while it's not unheard of to be reviewing a game well after it first came out, it is unusual to be doing so after other outlets have already rendered their verdict.
Mhm.
Thanks to Bethesda's refusal to send review copies to multiple UK websites, seemingly in an attempt to manipulate the Metacritic score prior. So let's break that down for one quick second.
Yes.
Why would Bethesda be trying to manipulate the score if they don't know that you're purposely going to give it a low score?
Exactly.
That makes no
Why
sense
would you
whatsoever.
say those words in an attempt to manipulate it? As in, you knew that you were already going to give it a bad score before even playing it. And Bethesda knew that you were going to do the same.
Bro, these people are
And guess
so
what?
stupid. Like,
You
how they
did.
run these
You
things.
did.
Right? You did. And listen, first of all, you should just be
If
grateful they even
Bethesda
gave
was
you the
really
damn
trying
game.
to do that, they wouldn't have sent it to IGN.
That's true too.
That's
That's true too.
point blank. We saw this coming. We knew that they had an agenda. They dropped the seeds well before this whole thing happened. So we knew we were to expect um I- not as bad, but they really gave it that 7. I mean, if they were trying to do that, they wouldn't have sent it
Oh yeah,
to
for sure.
IGN.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now King Web says, yeah, that guy was a fraud and
Mhm.
the media is biased.
Agree.
Absolutely, 100% fact. I don't care what the journalists try to tell you that there's not bias, that they just do their jobs. No, you don't. You're biased. You know it. Accept it. And then you go and talk about another game as if it's the holiest thing ever, even though you know that we know that they're not doing anything that special, right? And I'm
Exactly.
talking about Spider-Man 2. And what I'm
Dang.
talking about is that fast travel system. If I know that the majority of us have played it because it's sold over 150 million copies. If you remember back in 2013 on the original Xbox One,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
The original Xbox One.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, wait, hold on.
Yeah, that was 2013. You're
When
not
did
wrong.
Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yeah, that was 2013. It was on the 360 and
It was on
PS3
the
first.
360 first. Okay, let's be clear. In Grand Theft Auto 3, you can at any given time switch your main character. The camera zooms out all the way up to a big map, moves to the location of the other person, and zooms down. It takes a hot 3 seconds to do. And they try to show that as a feature
Yeah.
on the PlayStation event that we just saw of Spider-Man as if it was some crazy shit. Zoom out, pick a new location, and you instantly go.
Yeah,
You have
sure.
a SSD. The Xbox One had crap, and it can still do it. Okay, but you read Brian Altano out there from IGN talking about how, oh my god, it's the greatest thing ever. It's laughable. Talking about IGN as well, they can't let this shit go. So remember when they were talking about how the different segments of IGN are separate, right?
Yeah.
So like the team that does the reviews are separate from the team that does the, posting of
Gameplay
the
and all that
different
stuff.
guides and all this other stuff, right? So it's supposed to be so separate, right? Meanwhile, IGN deals. Okay, you're familiar with IGN deals.
Yeah, I know
Familiar
that.
with
They
the
make
senior
like the
deals.
like
Okay.
products and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So they put out a deal for Octopath Traveler 2, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna read it for you.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Yeah, go
I'm gonna
ahead.
read it for you. This is what they wrote when they were saying, hey, go check out this game. Octopath Traveler 2, which I thought was a very good game, is $39.99 on sale from its normal $59.99 price. I gave it a 7 when I reviewed it, and then everyone told me my opinion was wrong. He then tweets against that and he says, thank you to everyone telling me again, my opinion is wrong. I'll work harder on having right opinions in the future. Now, this by itself seems like they're talking about Octopath Traveler,
It's
It's
about
not.
but
Starfield.
we know that they are yet again referencing
Starfield,
Starfield.
a 7.
A
Thanks for
7.
telling me again that my opinion is wrong.
That is wild that they went
They're
ahead
still
and they're
going with it.
still going with it, which I just cannot wrap my head around.
Maybe the game wouldn't be $39.99 right now if you scored it right.
Maybe,
I mean, the
maybe.
game is been out for like
Maybe
a
if they
year,
came out on
right?
Xbox, they might have had a better shot too, instead of making it PlayStation and Nintendo Switch only. But that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, another
They're
bag to
trying to
open.
point out that the game was made for these other consoles and they still gave it a 7 so that they're not being biased. This is the thing. Had you guys not done what you did prior to the game releasing, different story, right? You feel what you feel. Had it not been reviewed by who reviewed the game, again, this will go down differently, right?
Yep,
It's not right.
absolutely.
You know what you did. This is why you're still defending it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I'm kind of sick and tired of their bullshit.
Agree.
Um, and just as a honorable mention here, because I told you we're gonna end on Starfield,
Yes.
um, but Forza
Ooh,
Motorsport,
yes,
um, had their embargo release. Previews been out. People have been loving Forza. Now, again, to
that's
be
good.
clear, Forza Motorsport is very different than Forza Horizon. It's the track-based
Yeah,
racer. It's a
Motorsport Simulator.
simulation.
Horizon is goofy fun, but it's kind of simulator-ish.
Yeah, it's a light simulation with Horizon. It's more arcade, light simulation, go anywhere, do anything, have a lot of fun. Forza is more serious. Motorsport is about, a track racer,
It's like
doing the
really
lap
edgy.
as
Get the
fast as you
kids out there,
can,
sort of thing.
deeper systems and things like that. And the people who were never into motorsport are still not that into it. They say it's great, for what it is, but that they rather play Horizon. But the people who are into it are glowing about it. And graphically, it looks next level. It looks like what you expect Forza to be because Turn 10 are wizards. They
They're
are always
ridiculous behind the
pushing
computer
technology
They never
further than
miss.
most. They never miss, and they're
at
not going to
once.
miss with this. I am a rare breed because I enjoy both simulation racing
That's the
and
best,
arcade
right?
racing.
The fact that you're able to enjoy both
Yep.
is pretty freaking
So
amazing.
I'm very excited for Forza. I'm very excited for it. I will be playing it. We will do a first impressions on it, and I will probably most likely dabble with it while I'm still playing Starfield.
Yes.
Um, but
It'll be
I
your
am excited
side
for it because I
piece.
think it's gonna be really good. So that's where we're gonna end it. I'm gonna leave these other topics. We might cover them next time, or by then they won't matter. Um, but that's it, guys. We're
Nice.
trying to get under the
Guys,
wire. We were aiming for like a 3.5 to 4.5 hour show. We're pushing it. We're almost at 5.
we
So we're
had
going
2
to stop it.
showcases this week. Who would have thunk it?
That's probably what inflated it. We had like
Yes.
2 other showcases plus our main topic of the
Our
show.
main topic,
It
which was man, I'm
was
so
long.
It was a
excited.
big
I'm
boy.
so excited about
Absolutely.
The
that
future of
for
phones is
sure.
scary but intriguing.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have to
It's
wait and
Guys,
see.
if
exciting.
you didn't get a chance, if you didn't get here before our topic of the show, I
Dude,
recommend you guys
go
go check
back.
it out and let us
Absolutely.
know. Let us know your feedback. We would love to
Yeah,
hear
hit us
what you
up in the
think, please.
comments of the YouTube video and we'll talk about it next show.
Yes.
Or if you really want to, hit us up on Twitter. I'm at CMoney Forever. Doodle is at Doodle to be free. We should probably have it. Oh, it's up on it's right
Yes.
underneath her.
And our Discord is right there.
Yeah, or exactly, hit us up on the Discord. Let us know how the game. I'm sorry, how that first topic went for you. There's a lot of thoughts out there that we put into play here, and I'm interested to see what you guys think. But guys, thank you so much for coming
Thank you,
by.
guys.
We really appreciate it. It means a lot for us that you guys are here with us. Again, we pretty much at the end of our week of shows, so we restart the week. So come Monday morning, Doodle and I will be back with Morning Quest,
Yes,
9 a.m.
baby.
Eastern time. It's definitely a much shorter show because I'm at work, so it's an hour to an hour and a half.
All right,
And
that's
we just have a
good.
good time. We talk gaming, talk, whatever we want. Mostly chat with, talk with the
Yes, a way
chat,
to
and
start the week.
A
it's
week,
just a good
right?
time to kind of hang
Fun and
out.
silly, like
Definitely
time.
nothing silly. We just talk.
Well,
We
it's
talk
cool.
like
It's
grown-ups
good
and adults
Connecting,
vibes.
and have
yes.
a good time talking gaming
Yeah.
and just chilling with each other.
Well,
So get the week started right. And then remember Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Yes.
we have our guest show, her, him, and a guest. And this week's guest is none other than the man himself. He was in here a little earlier. Matt from Fun
Yeah, baby.
Speculation.
Let's
It's gonna
go.
be an awesome
It
time.
is.
You don't want to miss it.
We're
If
so
you did
excited.
happen to miss our last week's show, we had our man King David,
Yep.
who was amazing. What an awesome show. We've listened to it
Seriously.
back. We're making shorts from it. It's so good. Definitely
It
go
is.
watch
You
it.
guys
Check
got to
it
check
out.
it
It
out.
was a ball. You get to dive a little deeper into who King is, learn some shit that I did not know.
It
Factual
was
stuff that is
freaking
awesome
amazing,
that I
guys.
know
it
it.
was
So
crazy, bro.
if you want to know it, you should definitely check it out. And the week before that, we had Boom,
Yes.
Mr. Boomstick XL. He was our first guest, and he was gracious enough to bless us with his presence. And it was a fun
Yes.
show, awesome show. Again,
Amazing.
deep dive into Boom, learning more about
Yeah,
him.
is learning how he blew up. Boomstick.
Yes, that was unnecessary.
Boomstick
But
blew.
guys, it was very, very cool. You should definitely come check it out. Now, since he's here, I
Yes.
will go ahead and announce next Friday we have our also another new show that we've had. It's called OnPoint Anime and Beyond.
Yes,
And
baby.
for the
Alright.
first time ever,
Yes.
outside of her, him, and a guest, we are having a
Okay.
wonderful guest
A
join
very
us.
special
A
guest.
very special guest.
Wow.
Our man Dusty
Yeah,
Let's
is in the
baby.
go.
chat right now.
We're
Will
gonna
be
have
joining us
a blast.
Would you
live
look
on
at
the
that?
show next Friday. Be there or be square. No, I don't know why I said that. Went too far, but it's gonna be a dope ass night. We can't wait.
We're so
it's gonna be
excited.
awesome. And then we'll be back next Saturday with On Point the Gaming Newscast at 3 p.m. I promise you we'll try to keep it under 4 hours next time. This went long. But guys, thank you so much.
Thank you, you
And again,
guys.
if you haven't seen, remember YouTube hates us, so they don't want to let us monetize.
Of course.
Excuse me. So we won't know till November what works there.
Right.
We are going to be adding the Patreon members that we have
Yes.
up on the screen for next week going forward. But if you did ever decide that, maybe you did want to throw a couple bucks our way, help support the team here and the channel, definitely hit us up on Patreon. The link's in the comments and it's in the description below. It really helps us out and helps us keep doing this. We're up to 4 shows a week now, plus the extras we do. So, guys, we're done. We're out. We appreciate you
Hit
all
the like
so
button,
very, very much.
baby.
Hit it 3 times.
No,
Hit the
just
like
once.
button for sure.
Just
If this is
once.
your first time catching us, subscribe to the channel
And share.
and share it out with your friends and social networks.
Of course.
Guys, we're done. I'm getting out of here.
Thank
I'm
you
parched.
so much.
I need to drink something.
I know. I know.
You
So
said it.
we're gonna end this, guys, and we're gonna end it the same way I always end these shows with my family here. Doodle,
Yes.
Madman,
Yes.
we're done.
We are.
Yes, we are.
Until next time,
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
you're intruding.